A blinding flash exploded. The formation activated, and a sense of weightlessness swallowed everyone whole. I stood dead center, watching my classmates dissolve into white light one after another, vanishing into thin air. The chubby kid beside me was still hollering at the top of his lungs. Zhao Gang's cousin from the class next door. He only awakened 2 premium talents last month, and now he's already a big shot. If we can just draw a single one today, our whole family better go burn incense at the ancestral graves. I didn't say a word. The awakening rate for premium talents wasn't even 1 in 1,000. And over the years, of all the rookies thrown into the Lord's trial, only a handful ever made it out alive. Survival came first. Making a name for myself? That was something you earned the right to dream about after you survived. I had only one thought: outlast this trial and claim a real Lord's qualification. The dizziness faded. I opened my eyes to find my feet planted on a stretch of scorched wasteland. Crumbling walls and broken ruins surrounded me, and the air reeked of burnt char. In the distance, black smoke still curled lazily into the sky. I turned around to see a rickety, run-down wooden shack behind me. No door, not even a hint of it, radiating an indescribable sense of desolation. The notification chimed in my head right on cue. Welcome to the trial continent. Distributing starter territory building, dilapidated Lord's camp. Randomly drawing starter troop type. Congratulations, you have obtained an exclusive troop type, Dragon Girl. Drawing starter Lord talent. Talent obtained. I froze. A long string of garbled characters flickered wildly before my eyes. Wasn't talent selection supposed to be a spinning wheel thing? Was this a bug? And this troop type, Dragon Girl? My temples throbbed. Any troop type with the word dragon in it was, by all logic, a top-tier opening. Take the Dragon Lord, for instance. With enough resources, you could summon a swarm of dragons dense enough to blot out the sky, their breath scorching straight through the abyss. But the Dragon Girl was the one glaring exception. A mutated, ornamental troop type. She carried dragon blood but had nothing more than the frame of a human girl. Pitifully weak in combat, her only selling point being her looks. Serving tea, pouring water, doing laundry, cooking meals. Anyone who drew this thing got mocked by outsiders as a lord of leisure. In a trial ground crawling with lethal threats, those 4 words were practically a death sentence. Whatever. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. At least I'll have something nice to look at before I die. I'd always had a good attitude, so I made peace with my fate pretty quick. Just then, the flickering garbled text suddenly locked into place. SSS rank talent obtained. 100,000x experience. SSS rank talent obtained. Unlimited firepower locked. SSS rank talent obtained. Absolute defense locked. SSS rank talent. Mythical grade drop locked. Acquired SSS grade talent. All Team Godslayer locked. 10 beams of golden light burst across the attribute panel one after another. My breath caught. A 10 pull. All hits. And what's more, every single one was the highest SSS grade. Zhao Gang's cousin only landed 1 A grade and 2 C grades, and that was enough to make him a big shot, clawing his way up to Silver Lord in half a year. But me? I was clutching a full 10 SSS grade talents in my hands. The rules were crystal clear. A Lord could only unlock the next talent every 20 levels. As a mere level 1 apprentice Lord, I could only view the first one. 100,000-fold experience. Units belonging to your territory gain a 100,000x experience bonus for killing any target. Just one short line, and my heart started pounding harder and harder. Kill one monster, and it's like everyone else killing 100,000. With a bonus like this, even a dragon maiden with 0 combat power could skyrocket in the blink of an eye and soar straight to the top. Stay calm. It's not time to celebrate yet. I forced down my wild excitement. No matter how broken the talents were, I needed to stay alive to use them. Unknown dangers surrounded me on every side. I pulled up the attribute panel and took stock of the cards in my hand. ID Lu Ming. Status, Apprentice Lord. Level, LV1, 0200s. Gold, 800. Building, Rundown Lord's Camp. Recruitable units. Ice Dragon Maiden LV1, 160 gold/unit. Lord's Backpack, empty. 800 starting gold. Recruit them all. I didn't hesitate for a second. The 800 gold zeroed out in an instant. On the open ground in front of the camp, 5 ice blue magic circles lit up one after another. 5 graceful figures materialized out of thin air, and a faint, cool fragrance drifted through the air. 5 ice dragon maidens, each standing around 5'7", with a pair of glittering ice blue dragon horns atop their heads and long, fine-scaled tails trailing behind them, swaying gently back and forth in midair. 5 stunningly beautiful faces turned toward me in unison, their voices soft and sweet. Master. No wonder they were called ornamental units. That kind of looks alone would make any ordinary man weak in the knees. I looked away and pulled up their stats. Ice Dragon Maiden LV1. HP 150. Defense 12. Attack 25. Attack range 8 meters. Skill Frost Breath. The numbers were downright miserable. Attack of 25. Range of 8 meters. Barely any different from melee brawling. Run into a slightly larger monster pack, and they'd get scattered in an instant. But I was holding the 100,000-fold experience bonus. This shabby starting point was nothing worth mentioning. Everyone over here. Surround the camp and form a defensive formation. The 5 dragon maidens obediently stepped. I planted my legs, boots sinking into the scorched earth, and took up position at one of the camp's 5 points, forming a pentagon around the ramshackle wooden hut at its center. The moment I finished setting up, the first wave of enemies will arrive in 60 seconds. The booming announcement thundered down from high above. Storm clouds churned and gathered, blotting out every trace of light. The entire trial ground plunged into darkness, dark as night in an instant. A bone-chilling wind whipped up all around. Cold sweat beaded in my palms. I crouched down, snatched a jagged rock off the ground, and gripped it tight. Even if there was only the slimmest chance to fight back, I sure as hell wasn't going to just sit here and wait to die. From the horizon in the distance came a shriek that made my scalp crawl. Then, countless dark shapes surged forward like a tidal wave. Hunched abyssal demons, fangs bared, blood-red eyes flickering in the dark like will-o'-the-wisps. The entire wasteland was blanketed with dense, endless red glows, stretching as far as the eye could see. 100,000. At least 100,000. Hell difficulty. My face went pale. An ordinary rookie's first trial throws a few hundred low-level monsters at you tops. But this legion swarming across the plains was maxed out, hell tier. 10 SSS rank talents had completely shattered the balance, and the system had dropped the harshest punishment straight on my head. Turns out there's no such thing as a free lunch. However much luck you walk away with, fate has already quietly marked up the price to match. Master, we're so scared. One of the dragon girls turned back, her watery eyes fixed on me. Her delicate frame trembled in the cold wind, her tail drooping limply to the ground. Her stunning face was etched with fear. Don't be afraid. Just listen to me. I gritted my teeth and roared. The second they step within 8 meters, hit them with everything you've got. There was no way out. If I could just one-shot the one charging out in front, if I could just grab that 100,000 times experience, then even a hopeless situation could flip in a single instant. The Demon Legion charged like madmen, a thick, rank stench slamming into my face. Roar! The dull, ear-splitting screeches rolled toward us. The dark shapes closed in fast. As they got near, I could finally make out what these things actually looked like. About half a meter tall, covered in gray-brown wrinkled flesh, dragging bald, rat-like tails behind them. 3 sharp claws on each hand, a single horn jutting from the top of their heads, both eyes oozing a bloodthirsty red glow. Some were bare-fisted, others clutched chipped, notched bone clubs. Abyssal Lesser Demon LV1. HP 120. ATK 18. DF 8. Standard bottom-tier cannon fodder, with garbage stats across the board. But there were mountains and plains full of these things, packed together in a dense mass. One look was enough to make your scalp explode. I screwed up. I shouldn't have had them form a circle. I frowned. The circular formation they teach in the textbooks was completely useless. The monsters weren't going to press in from all sides at once. Right now, every last lesser demon was coming from the north. They came swarming in. The 3 dragon girls on the north side could reach the enemy, but the 2 on the south were more than 8 meters out of range, totally useless. Good thing I had that 100,000x experience multiplier backing me up. A small screw-up like this wouldn't do any real damage. For an ordinary person, this hellish opening plus a rookie mistake like that, they'd be gnawed down to a skeleton within the first 3 minutes. Fire. I took a deep breath, shook off the distractions, and gave the order. The 3 dragon girls on the north locked onto the frontline lesser demons. Their crimson lips parted slightly, and 3 balls of frigid frost blasted out. Bam! 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 All 3 frost balls landed dead on, slamming into the same lesser demon. -25, -25, -25. Greyarg. Health bar emptied. The demon froze solid, shrieking as it shattered into a pile of ice shards. The counterattack had begun. The starting attack speed was slow, 1 shot per second. The second round of frost screamed out, and another lesser demon turned to ice fragments. Killed Abyss lesser demon. Gained 12 EXP. 100,000x experience triggered. Gained 1,200,000 EXP. Boom. 5 thick pillars of white light crashed down from the sky, wrapping tightly around all 5 dragon girls. Ice Dragon Girl LV1 LV12. Kill 1, and they jumped straight to level 12. I sucked in a sharp breath, grinning ear to ear. 100,000x experience. Brutally, absurdly overpowered. Just taking out one of the lowest tier grunts sent all 5 dragon girls shooting up 11 levels on the spot. The white light faded. The 5 dragon girls had grown even taller. Their icy blue-made dresses transformed into skin-tight ice silk battle suits, and the dragon tails behind them grew longer and thicker, scales glinting with a cold, metallic sheen. Their stunning faces now carried a touch of aloof, dangerous edge, like 5 ice queens far above the mortal world. I quickly pulled up the new panel. Ice Dragon Girl LV12. HP 1,500. Defense 150. Attack speed 2.5. Attack power 280. Attack range 50 meters. Skill Ice Spike Spray. Fires 5 ice spikes at once. Can pierce 5 targets simultaneously. This panel, total curb stomp. HP, attack, and defense all multiplied over a dozen times, with attack speed and range skyrocketing. Nearly 300 attack power meant clearing these grunts was easier than cutting tofu. FWSH. 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 The 3 dragon girls' attack speed went through the roof. 2.5 hits per second, 5 ice spikes per hit. In a single second, over 30 ice spikes packed with bitter cold rained down, crashing into the monster horde like a downpour. -150, -150, -150. Wherever the spikes landed, entire swaths of lesser demons were instantly wiped out, shattering into ice shards. The experience notifications scrolled by like a waterfall. Gained 200,000 EXP. Ice Dragon Girl LV12 V14. The upgrade lights kept flashing before the camp. The dragon maidens grew more stunning by the second, and the cold radiating off them turned bone-chilling. They're dropping gold. I've got sharp eyes. I caught the glint of gold coins scattered among the shattered ice. But the fiends were packed too tight. The coins were all buried under piles of monsters, and there was no way to squeeze through. I need to figure out how to collect that gold and recruit new troops. I stared at the endless sea of dark shapes, my brow knotting into a tight frown. The leveling was fast, sure, but the monster tide seemed infinite. Once the dragon maidens passed level 12, the boost to their kill efficiency started shrinking. Their damage had long since overflowed, one-shotting anything they hit. The real bottleneck was attack speed. With all 3 dragon maidens firing at full power, they could only take down 30-odd monsters a second. Against a horde 100,000 strong, it was a drop in the bucket. The line's about to break. Hell difficulty was no joke. The fiends showed no fear, trampling over the ice shards as they shoved forward with everything they had. When the front row died, 2 more rows filled in instantly, forcing the battle line forward inch by inch. I had to recruit new dragon maidens and expand the firing net. I gripped my pointed stone and glanced at my status panel. ID, Lu Ming. Title, Apprentice Lord. Level, LV1, 192 200ths. A lord levels up by having his troops kill enemies for experience. Slaying low-level fiends gave pitifully little XP, but thanks to the Dragon Maiden's absurd kill count, I was about to level up. Straight ahead, the fiends threw thousands of lives at the rain of ice spikes, finally crossing the 50-meter death zone and lunging at the frontmost Dragon Maiden. Roar! Dozens of fiends raised their bone clubs and bared their claws, slashing down hard at the Dragon Maiden's snow-white legs. Crack! Crack! A few crisp snaps. The fiends' howls cut off abruptly. They stared blankly at the broken bone clubs and shattered claws in their hands. A layer of ice blue, translucent dragon scale shield had already risen over the Dragon Maiden's skin. Not a scratch on her, not even a faint white mark. That's right, a level 14 Dragon Maiden has nearly 200 defense. These weaklings can't break through at all. I slapped my thigh, my heart finally settling. Backed by a 100-fold experience boost, the Dragon Maidens dominated across the board. Forget breaking through the wooden hut. Just lining them up as meat shields would be enough to hold off an army of thousands. True strength was never about talent itself. It was the heart that dared to hold the line in a hopeless situation and squeeze every last drop out of every advantage. Before the fiends could launch a second wave, the two Dragon Maidens guarding the south made their move. Having reached level 14, their range had already extended past 80 meters. The entire sea of monsters pressing in from the north had stepped fully into their strike zone. All 5 Dragon Maidens concentrated their fire for the first time, and the firing net instantly doubled. Experience gained, 20,000. Experience gained, 20,000. Lord level up, LV1, LV2. A burst of white light exploded from my body. A wave of scorching energy poured into me out of nowhere, surging through every inch of my being in an instant. Lords are the true rulers of the Trial Continent. Troops are just tools to pave the way. Everything exists to serve a lord's path to godhood. Without world-shattering power, anyone who falls into this pit of abyssal monsters faces only one outcome: death. In just a few moments, my 5 ice-type Dragon Maidens parted their lips, spewing an endless barrage of ice spikes that effortlessly shattered over 1,000 abyssal imps into frozen shards. On normal difficulty, the first wave of monsters would basically be wiped out right about here. A flood of experience poured into my body, and I shot straight up to level 2 in one breath. A violent surge of heat rampaged through my limbs, wildly nourishing my muscles and bones. I clenched my fist, feeling like a single punch could smash a boulder to pieces. But reason reminded me this was just an illusion brought on by leveling up. As a level 2 apprentice lord, the best I could manage was beating 3 or 4 imps barehanded. Something's off. I furrowed my brow. Even without intelligence, the imps knew enough to seek advantage and avoid harm. The moment they realized they couldn't crack the transparent ice scales on the Dragon Maidens, they switched tactics. Swarms of imps pushed through the rain of ice spikes, frantically circling around the defensive line and charging toward the rear. Their target was my rundown lord's camp. And me. 5 firing points. There's no way to cover it all. I gritted my teeth. The sheer number of monsters on hell difficulty was simply overwhelming. Any newbie thrown in here wouldn't even have time to run. They'd have no choice but to forfeit and become dead weight. But I held 10 SSS rank talents in my hands. I refused to just sit here and die. If I could scrape together another 160 gold coins to recruit a 6th Dragon Maiden, the pressure on the defensive line would ease dramatically. While the Dragon Maidens laid down suppressive fire, I gripped a sharp rock, dashed out of the camp in a single step, and stepped onto the wasteland battlefield ahead. Roar! The 5 Dragon Maidens could spit out dozens of ice spikes per second, each volley taking out a huge swath of imps. But the monsters were like locusts that could never be fully exterminated. Seeing me leave the protective circle on my own, the imps on all sides instantly grew excited, swinging their tattered bone clubs as they lunged at me. When the monsters died, they crumbled into ice dust, and glittering gold coins hovered above their corpses. I just have to touch them. I pushed down the tension in my chest, ignored the monsters pouncing at me, and charged forward for all I was worth, swinging my rock to sweep through the gold coins hanging in midair. Gained 45 gold. Immediately after, a piercing pain stabbed through my stomach. I looked down. My shirt had been shredded, and 3 bright red claw marks now marred my abdomen. Thank God I'd hit level 2. My physique had been strengthened quite a bit, making my flesh tougher. Otherwise, if those claws had really dug in, I'd have disemboweled. This is brutal. I sucked in a sharp breath, slammed down a boulder to force back 2 lesser demons, then spun around and lunged for another pile of gold coins. Gold coins plus 78. Position 3, cover me. A few more gashes opened up across my body as I screamed at the top of my lungs. The camp wasn't going to collapse anytime soon. As long as I could pump out troops while I had the chance, this deadlock would break instantly. To the east, the dragon girl turned her stunning face toward me. 5 ice spikes struck the ground beside me with pinpoint accuracy, freezing the approaching monsters into dust. Gold coins plus 92. Once I'd scooped up this patch, I quickly retreated back into the protective ring. My clothes were in tatters. My stomach, back, and thighs were all streaked with blood. Thankfully, they were just flesh wounds. 215 coins. That's enough. The monsters were densest on the north side, and that's where the most gold dropped, so reinforcing the northern firepower had to be my top priority. Recruit Ice Dragon Girl. 160 gold coins deducted. An ice blue magic circle lit up beside me, and the 6th Dragon Girl stepped out. Before she could even find her footing, Ice Dragon Girl LV1 LV22. In the blink of an eye, blinding white pillars of light flashed across all 6 Dragon Girls one after another, and their levels shot straight up to 22. Their figures grew even taller and more statuesque. Their ice silk battle suits stretched nearly to the bursting point. The ice blue dragon tails behind them grew longer and thicker. A single light flick sent a gust of cold wind swirling. Ice Dragon Girl LV22. HP 3000, defense 300, attack speed 3.5, attack power 450, range 120 meters. Skill: Ice Spike Scatter, fires 5 ice spikes at once, capable of piercing 5 targets simultaneously. Against lesser demons, it was an instant kill. There was no difference between 200 and 400 attack. The real game changer was the attack speed jumping to 3.5, 3.5 attacks per second, 5 ice spikes each time. One dragon girl could shred over a dozen monsters in a single second. With all 6 firing together, they could wipe out hundreds per second. Still not fast enough. Keep recruiting. Grabbing gold coins was way easier this time around. Ice spikes rained down like a downpour, and the lesser demons couldn't get anywhere close. The glittering coins got swept up by my boulders and automatically collected into my bag. Gold coins, 850. Over 800 maxed out. This was still the early stage. There was no need to fuss over territory layouts and careful planning. My troop count was large enough that I could just steamroll straight through. Recruit all of them. 5 flashes of ice blue light, and 5 more dragon girls descended onto the battlefield. The moment they landed, the 100,000-fold experience boost kicked in like crazy, white light flashing one after another, instantly sinking them all to level 22. Lord level up, LV12E3. 11 dragon girls lined up in a row, and as their rosy little lips opened and closed, a dense storm of ice spikes came crashing down straight ahead like a raging tempest. Within seconds, everything within 50 meters of the camp. The monsters were wiped out clean, not even a scrap left behind. Phew, held the line. I let out a long breath of stale air. Looking up, beneath the dim sky, the demonlings still stretched on without end. But there wasn't a shred of fear left in me. Now it's my turn to strike back. My 11 dragon girls lined up in a single row, spitting out nearly 200 ice spikes per second. At that rate, 1 minute was enough to shred tens of thousands of demonlings. But the real kill speed wasn't quite that insane. The demonlings simply couldn't run forward fast enough to keep up with the rain of ice spikes. Once the outer mobs were frozen into shards, it took less than half a minute before there wasn't a single living thing within range of the dragon girls to the south. All they could do was stand by and wait. The north, on the other hand, was going full firepower. Any demonling that dared step into range got instantly smashed into powder. The battlefield settled into a strange sort of balance. The battered camp was like a solid reef in a tsunami. No matter how hard the monsters outside raged, the defensive line didn't budge an inch. I finally relaxed. My gaze swept past the dragon girl's long legs and landed on the glimmering lights flickering across the ground. It had looked terrifying just moments ago, but really only 2 or 3 minutes had passed. The scorched earth was already blanketed with a thick layer of loot. Gold plus 45, gold plus 68. On the trial continent, drops went straight into your bag the moment you touched them. The camp was only 50 or 60 meters across, so I wove through it and cleaned up everything worthwhile on the ground in about 5 minutes. 1,280 gold. Enough to recruit 8 more dragon girls. The starting stats on basic units really were pathetic. But to me, these cheap yet quality dragon girls were absolute killing machines. Pile up the numbers, grind up the levels, and even the crappiest unit could pin a top-tier dragon to the ground and grind it into dust. Plus 1 piece of gear and 3 blueprints. The drop rate on Tier 1 demonlings was laughable. The only reason I got any blueprints at all was the sheer number of kills. Heavy chainmail, Lord gear, common LV1. Defense plus 65, HP plus 100, sell price, 15 gold. Ordinary defensive gear, but tagged with the Lord gear label. Toss it into the trading hall, and it should fetch a decent price. Lord gear was worth a lot more than unit-exclusive equipment. When a Lord wears it, all units under their command share 1/10 of the bonus. In other words, put on this armor, and every one of my dragon girls would gain 6.5 defense and 10 HP right along with me. Pure garbage stats. A bonus like that wasn't even enough to get stuck between the teeth of my level 20-something dragon girls. But it was perfect for covering up. The cloth I'd been wearing had long since been torn to shreds. I pulled out the 3 blueprints, feeling a little more anticipation. Blueprints were a scarce hard currency, mostly used to unlock new buildings or new units. Tier. Getting lucky enough to unlock a hidden unit blueprint means you can sell it for an astronomical price. Word is that some old guard lord once pulled a Titan altar blueprint and eventually sold it for hundreds of billions of gold coins, enough to buy an entire super metropolis. Troll Den construction blueprint, green. Chance to summon elite trolls during recruitment. It's actually green. My eyes lit up. Trolls are a tier 2 unit, thick-skinned and tough, the best meat shield for the early game. Green quality with an elite chance on top? Right now, that's an absolute hot commodity. Ice Blast Dragon Maiden recruitment blueprint, white. Unlocks new unit. Ice Blast Dragon Maiden. The quality's a bit lower, but it's perfect for me. Ice Blast Dragon Maidens have a slow attack speed, but the ice spikes they spit explode on impact, dealing wide area splash damage. Exactly what I need to shore up my defense line's lack of AoE. Sweet. This is only the first wave of the siege. The more trump cards I'm holding, the smoother my run will be. Nobody ever complains about having too many cards. Refined Steel Heavy Shield Crafting Blueprint, green. They even have equipment blueprints. Equipment blueprints are extremely rare. Once you learn one, all you need is enough iron or to churn out gear on autopilot. For a rookie lord, that's like having a hen that lays golden eggs. Nobody in their right mind would list it for sale. Just hammer out a few shields and toss them into the auction house, and you've already made your money back. But I only gave it a quick glance before looking away in disdain. A level 1 green shield, piece of junk. I stuffed the blueprint into the deepest corner of my pack, planning to deal with it after I cleared the first wave. I've got 100,000 times experience multiplier. Wasting my life mining and forging metal for a scrap of fly meat? Not worth it. With that kind of free time, I could just kill a couple more wild monsters and get everything I need. Once I finished sorting things out, I looked up ahead. The 11 dragon maidens unleashed their firepower tirelessly, their snow-white skin glistening with sweat. Under this merciless barrage, the tsunami-like horde of lesser demons finally began to thin out. My palm-sized rookie camp had become a cold, unforgiving meat grinder. Hundreds of thousands of lesser demons dropped dead here, their icy blue blood pooling across the ground. Only then did I realize with a start that the pitch-black soil beneath my feet was actually earth frozen solid by monster blood. Gained 200,000 EXP. Gained 200,000 EXP. Kill notifications spammed my screen like crazy. Hundreds of thousands of them. But eventually, even they had to run out. From the moment I bent down and picked up that first gold coin, the outcome was already sealed. Half an hour later, the last lesser demon toppled over and crumbled into a pile of ice shards. And my dragon maidens had shot up to a ridiculous level. Ice Dragon Maiden LV 45. HP. 4,500 defense, 450. Attack speed, 5 attack power, 900. Range, 160 meters. After just the first wave, I'd forcibly push my units all the way up to Tier 4. Level 15, and me, a mere apprentice lord, got dragged along for the ride all the way up to level 9. Congratulations, Lord Lu Ming. You are the first to complete the first wave of the Abyss trial. The second wave of enemy forces will arrive in 3 hours. The instant the last lesser demon dropped dead, a booming system voice thundered across the sky above the trial continent. In that single second, every rookie lord still barely holding on watched the monsters beside them dissolve into white light, vanishing without a trace. The first defensive battle of the beginner phase is the deadliest gauntlet any lord will ever face in their life. They're all freshly awakened newbies with nothing but a pitiful handful of starting resources, yet they're forced to withstand the frenzied assault of tens of thousands of wild monsters. In the stage where combat experience is thinnest and strength is at its most pathetic, one wrong move turns your camp into rubble on the spot. Across the entire trial continent, young men and women on countless planets throughout the thousands of star systems in the human faction were all fighting for their lives in sheer desperation. Every second, someone's defensive line got ripped to shreds. The quick ones could bail out at light speed and barely cling to life. The slow ones didn't even have time to tap their interface before they were devoured alive on the spot, their log cabins reduced to black ash right along with them. Just as countless people teetered on the edge of collapse, that deafening system announcement crashed down from the heavens, reaching every corner of the world channel. In that same second, the tsunami of monsters outside every territory evaporated in an instant. Hordes of rookies went weak in the knees and dropped straight onto their backsides, gasping for breath. We cleared it already? Some stared blankly, eyes unfocused, gazing out past their camps in disbelief, as if it were all a dream. After a brief, dead silence, the world channel was instantly flooded with a torrent of messages. Who the heck is Lu Ming? What kind of god is this? Wiped out every monster in half an hour. The fastest record in past trials was an hour and a half. Done in 30 minutes. This has got to be some top-tier boss who rolled an SSS rank talent. Bowing down to Lord Lu Ming, my wooden fence got chewed to pieces. I was about to throw in the towel and run for my life. Thanks for saving us. One more minute, and I'd have been some wild monster's dinner. The channel was packed with rookies who'd just cheated death, spamming their gratitude like crazy. Every trial runs on a synchronized, race-to-the-finish rule. The moment one person clears out their monsters first, everyone's first wave is forcibly cut short. For ordinary folks grinding through hell, this was like a living Buddha descending from the heavens. A grueling defense that should have cost them their lives now counted as a clear if they just toughed it out for 30 minutes. But for the tiny handful of true prodigies, that announcement stung worse than a slap to the face. An early clear meant the pool of killable monsters shrank dramatically, cutting them off from the gold and experience they'd been counting on, kneecapping their entire early game growth curve. Somewhere in a dim, gloomy death swamp, Chu Tian stared hard at the now empty marsh, his expression black as coal. He'd thought he was the undisputed king of this class, only to get slapped awake the moment things kicked off. He'd awakened an SS rank talent, plus 6 advanced talents on top of that. A nuclear tier build like that had inflated his confidence to the max. As the sole heir of the Chu family from the Core Star region, he'd had it all planned out. Make a name for himself on the trial continent, draw countless vassals to his banner, and combine that with the resources his family secretly funneled his way. Down the line, he'd become a warlord in his own right, no question. It all went up in smoke. Half an hour in, and he hadn't even killed 2,000 monsters. His grand plan to mass an army was dead on arrival. Damn it, just wait till I find out who this Lu Ming is. Chu Tian was hopping mad, but there was nothing he could do. Humanity had countless planets, and there had to be at least 80 million, if not 100 million, people with the exact same name. Where the hell was he supposed to look? On a floating divine island suspended high in the clouds stood an ancient white jade temple. In the plaza, a purple-haired young man had a slight smirk on his lips. He had an otherworldly air about him. Drop him in any ordinary city, and he'd have crowds of girls screaming and throwing themselves at him. Interesting. So there really are hidden dragons among the commoners. I inherited the six-winged angel legacy, and I didn't even manage to grab a single first kill. He wasn't the least bit rattled. The real show's just getting started. No harm letting you steal the spotlight for now. In another desolate desert, a red-haired girl stared at the loot scattered across the ground that she hadn't even picked up yet, her face frozen in shock, silent for a long, long time. The world channel was blowing up, with countless people digging around trying to figure out who I was. And me, the one who'd stirred up this whole storm, couldn't have cared less about scrolling through the chat panel. I was too busy sprinting back and forth across the pitch-black scorched earth like a madman. The first wave on Hell difficulty had brought a full 100,000+ monsters, and the sheer amount of loot they'd dropped was staggering. The open field a few hundred meters north of the camp was blanketed with dazzling clusters of light, completely covering the black mud. Take 2 steps forward, brush a fingertip against a glowing spot, and it automatically went into my pack. Each wave only had a 3-hour buffer. As Lord, I had to make the most of every single second, digest the resources, set up new lines of firepower, and prepare for the death threats to come. Opportunity only ever favors those who are ready. Thanks to hitting level 9, every function of my body had been massively enhanced, and I could now run like the wind. 40-some minutes later, I'd finally swept the field clean of every last glowing spot. My gold balance skyrocketed like a rocket, and along the way I even picked up a few blueprints and some ordinary gear. Fully satisfied, I made my way back to the camp gate. 11 dragon girls stood in a neat, obedient row to welcome me. Their ice silk combat suits were soaked through with sweat, and their snow-white skin looked even more dazzling against the icy blue dragon scales. The dragon tails behind them swayed gently, a scene both alluring and sultry. I took a deep breath and looked away. I didn't rush to take inventory of my pack. Instead, was looking toward the empty clearing on the left side of the camp. At some point, a short, green-skinned figure had appeared there, hauling an enormous sack made of tattered cloth. A goblin merchant. My heart leaped with excitement. This was one of the most famous, mysterious NPCs on the Trial Continent, forever wandering the gaps between the abyss and the starry sky. Rumor had it that his sack held treasures beyond your imagination. There was nothing you couldn't buy from him. As long as you had the gold, he'd sell you divine artifacts right on the spot. But not just anyone was worthy of meeting the goblin merchant. The system's hidden mechanic worked like this. Only if your single-wave kill rate exceeded 80% would the merchant have a chance to randomly appear after settlement. What he offered up might be top-tier divine gear, or it might be a pile of scrap metal. It all came down to luck. I'd single-handedly wiped out over 100,000 monsters, with an undisputed 100% kill rate, so naturally I triggered the condition. Esteemed Lord, come take a look at my fine wares. The goblin merchant rubbed his slick green palms together and greeted me warmly, then yanked open the massive sack on his back. 6 mysterious items, each shimmering with a strange radiance, were suddenly laid out before my eyes. The traveling goblin merchant's inventory refreshed completely at random, usually 3 to 6 pieces. I never expected my luck to be this absurd. My very first encounter, and he'd rolled a full 6 items. Displayed on the shabby stall were 3 books of different colors, a ring radiating an icy chill, a staff glowing with blue light, and a rolled-up parchment scroll giving off a mysterious purple gleam. A crafting blueprint for a Lord Experience book? My gaze was instantly seized by that silver-covered blueprint. Its surface was etched with arcane runes. This was a rare treasure that could pour experience directly into a Lord. Lord Experience Tome, Crafting Blueprint. Effect: Crafts Lord Experience Tome LV1. Reward: Gain 2,500 Lord Experience points. Cooldown: 12 hours. Materials: Basic Experience Book ×1, Advanced Energy Book ×1. Price: for 1,000 gold. 2,500 experience points. At my Ice Dragon Maiden's current killing efficiency, she'd have to grind down at least 20-some thousand Abyss Imps to accumulate that much. It wasn't much to me, but for other newcomers, fighting tooth and nail for an entire day might not even net them 2,000 kills. The treasure was a good one. Too bad the price was highway robbery for 1,000 gold. What rookie who just barely survived the first wave of trials could cough up that kind of money? You'd be lucky to find one in 100,000. And on top of that, this was just a blueprint. Crafting it required 2 additional material books. Yet, as it happened, the goblin had rolled out those materials too today. Basic Experience Book grants 600 experience when used, price 1,000 gold. Advanced Energy Book grants 250. 0 EXP, priced at 4,000 gold. Material tomes are all one-time consumables. A quick bit of math made it obvious. Buying the blueprints and crafting them yourself was the long game that always paid off. So all told, a single Tier 1 Experience Codex would run me 9,000 gold. That made my teeth ache. I'd just wiped out over 100,000 lesser demons, scooping gold off the ground the whole time, and my entire fortune only came to 18,000. These 3 books alone would eat up half my savings. Let me check out the rest first. Worst case, I flip a few pieces of gear to make up the difference. I wasn't in any rush to pay. Buying goods from a mysterious merchant meant that as long as it wasn't pure junk, reselling to another lord was a guaranteed profit. The 4th item was that frost-wreathed blue and white ring. Frost ring. Equipment quality, blue. Frost aura. Within a 200-meter radius centered on the wearer, enemy movement speed is forcibly reduced by 35%, ignoring magic immunity. Price, 2,000 gold. A divine item with an aura effect. I was grinning ear to ear on the inside. It didn't boost attack or defense, but that aura was absolutely broken. A force 35% slow. In a siege, the slower the enemies moved, the more time my dragon maidens had to spit ice spikes. That was basically 35% more damage out of thin air. I'll take it. I waved my hand and cheerfully forked over 2,000 gold, then casually summoned the nearest frost-type dragon maiden. The ring transformed into a delicate anklet that wrapped around her ankle, its icy blue glow setting off her cold beauty with a certain noble air. I pulled my gaze away and looked at the 5th item. Blizzard Staff. Equipment quality, blue. Attack, plus 300. Special effect. On attack, 20% chance to trigger a small blizzard, dealing 2,000 frost damage to up to 20 targets. Price, for 1,000 gold. Holy crap. I couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Today the goddess of luck was definitely smiling right at me. There wasn't a single piece of worthless filler on this whole stall. For a newbie at this stage, this staff was a straight-up dimensional strike. 2,000 AoE frost damage. One hit in the first 10 siege waves could instantly clear out a whole swath of enemies. A 20% trigger rate was already pretty high, and paired with that slow aura from before, the abyssal monsters wouldn't even get near the edge of camp before turning into a field of shattered ice. 4,000 is a bit of a ripoff, but list it on the auction house tomorrow and it'll easily sell for 15,000 or more. Nobody's got spare cash today, so buying it now is a no-brainer. Another 6,000 gold gone. My savings were down to just over 12,000, but I couldn't afford to feel the sting. My eyes were lighting up as I locked onto that final showstopper. At the very back of the shelf lay a scroll of parchment radiating a purple glow. The first 5 items had all been top-tier goods, and for the purple items saved for last, even a fool could. Everyone knows they're priceless. One-click loot scroll. Category: Special Law Artifact. Effect: once used, permanently unlocks one-click looting. All dropped items within your line of sight are automatically collected into your inventory. Price: 20,000 gold. Hiss, one-click loot. I sucked in a sharp breath. This was the stuff of legends, a top-tier strategic item tied to the laws of space. Even the grizzled old veterans out there who'd clawed their way to demigodhood would go green with envy at the sight of it. As far as all of humanity knew, there were only 2 ways to get your hands on one. The first was to gamble on a run-in with a traveling goblin merchant, like this one, with odds of less than 1 in a billion. That's harder than awakening 10 SSS rank talents. On the surface, it just saves you the legwork of picking up loot. But when a lord ignites his divine flame and makes his life or death push for godhood, every second saved could mean the difference between living and dying. The second way was even more absurd. Go slaughter an abyssal evil god. Evil gods are born wielding the laws of space, and one is guaranteed to drop a scroll upon death. But that path was nothing more than a pipe dream. Humanity had been resisting the Abyss's invasion for thousands of years and had only pulled it off once. That was the doing of the first supreme god in human history, the astral deity. During his ascension to godhood, he was ambushed midway by an evil god, and against all odds, he turned the tables and killed it, seizing this very scroll. But that act enraged the entire abyss. 10 evil gods descended together, unleashing a cataclysm of darkness unlike anything before it. The battle shattered galaxies. In a single day, humanity lost over 300 star regions, and even the unstoppable astral deity was cut down by their combined might, body and soul annihilated. The entire starry sky was stained blood-red. Humanity was pushed to the brink of extinction. Yet after killing the astral deity, the evil gods all retreated back into the abyss. Later, humanity's top scholars theorized that their power was simply too immense. The laws of the starry sky couldn't withstand their presence, so they couldn't linger for long. Instead, they had to keep sending waves of low-level monsters to invade and slowly reshape the environment until it could finally accommodate the descent of their true forms. After that bloody lesson, humanity finally woke up. If we wanted to survive, we had to hold the abyssal monsters at the gates, no matter what. From then on, humanity poured resources like madmen into cultivating new lords, and coming to see becoming a powerhouse as the highest honor for all of mankind. The strong aren't necessarily born fearless. They just understand one thing. Take a single step back, and there's nothing left behind you. Pulling my thoughts back, I stared at the number on the scroll, 20,000 gold. I only had a little over 12,000 left. Not enough. I'll sell everything I own if I have to. I gritted my teeth hard. A 1 in a billion law artifact. Miss it today, and I might not see another in my next lifetime. I glanced at my balance, and my face fell. I had to cash out, right now. The traveling goblin merchant only appears after a defense wave ends. The moment the next wave of monsters spawns, this green-skinned little runt vanishes on the spot. Next time you see him, his whole stock will be different. Miss this chance, and it's gone for good. The shop. I turned my attention to the frost ring and blizzard staff on the 2 dragon girls. As powerful as blue-grade gear was, you could only equip one piece at a time. What I needed most right now was startup capital. With enough money, I could recruit dozens, even hundreds of ice dragon girls in one go, blanketing the field with firepower. Then I wouldn't need slows or AoE at all. Good girls, take off the gear and hand it over to me. The 2 dragon girls obediently unclasped their ankle chains and handed over the staff, their dragon tails drooping meekly to the ground. I stashed the equipment in my backpack. I headed back to the rundown wooden cabin at the campsite. This was the heart of my territory. If you wanted to trade with other lords, this beat-up machine console was your only option. I opened the regional trading hall and, without a moment's hesitation, listed both blue-grade items. I set them to auction mode with a starting bid of just 1 gold coin. It was the first day of the trial, and nobody had more than a few coins jingling in their pockets. These probably wouldn't fetch sky-high prices. But I couldn't afford to nitpick. Cashing out fast to build a full firepower net was what really mattered. Nobody knew exactly how many waves the siege defense on the trial continent would throw at us. The rules were brutally simple. The moment anyone cleared out every last monster in the current wave, everyone got yanked into a mandatory 3-hour rest period. When the countdown hit 0, the next wave dropped instantly. The fighting ran until nightfall, then picked back up the next day. According to the records, the all-time high was 15 waves of abyssal assault survived over 7 days. Clearing monsters too fast spelled doom for the average rookie. No monsters left to kill meant no experience gained, and their leveling curve just flatlined. But the Federation's top brass couldn't care less. In this universe, pouring resources into forging a single true god was worth more than assembling 10,000 demigods. Sacrificing the futures of billions of ordinary people to elevate one supreme prodigy? They'd sign off on that 100 times over. My confidence was through the roof. I wasn't just going to break the record. I was going to push farming efficiency to its absolute peak. As long as I converted all my resources into combat power, I'd raise an army of dragon girls for the next wave and clear the field even faster than the first. I closed the trading panel and pulled up the world channel. The screen was flooded with scrolling messages. countless people frantically bartering supplies and venting about how insanely hard the trial was. And the topic dominating the feed? It was all about me. Some guessed I'd recruited a high-tier dragon. Some figured I'd scored an artifact right at the start. Others swore up and down that I'd dug up some ancient god's legacy. Either way, the verdict was unanimous. This guy had awakened some ridiculous, god-tier talent. Now on the trading hall, top-grade blue items, frost ring and blizzard staff. Starting bid 1 gold, highest bidder wins. I grinned, attached the stat sheets, and hit send. The result? Total awkwardness. The World Channel churned out tens of thousands of messages per second. The instant my post went up, it didn't even make a ripple, swallowed whole by the flood of nonsense in a heartbeat. I was a little losing face. I'd expected everyone to bow down in awe, but instead I was talking to thin air. Those novel scenes where the whole world goes silent the moment the male lead opens his mouth. Turns out that's just kid stuff. With hundreds of millions of people sharing the same screen, who's going to notice what you posted? Fine, I'll pay up. Time for the megaphone. Gritting my teeth, I switched into full whale mode. The server-wide broadcast, 1,000 gold coins a pop. Server broadcast Lu Ming, now listing Frost Ring and Blizzard Staff at the trading hall. Bidding starts at 1 gold. Highest bidder takes it. The bold golden text hovered at the top of everyone's chat window, locked in place for 10 seconds. Now it stood out like a sore thumb amid a sea of plain white dialogue boxes. Impossible to pretend you didn't see it. Whoa, who's this big spender? Dropping 1,000 gold like it's nothing. Loaded. I've been grinding all day and haven't even scraped together 50 gold. Wait, Lu Ming? Why does that name sound so familiar? That's the Rookie King. The first guy to clear the whole thing. Check out the stats. This is insane. A ring that forces a 35% slow? That's a straight-up legendary item. The staff's even nastier. 2,000 AoE damage, wipes level. 10 mobs like slicing vegetables. Who's trying to snag a steal for 1 gold? It's already shot up to 8,005. The World Channel completely blew up. The numbers in the trading hall were jumping like crazy. In just over 10 seconds, the Blizzard staff had climbed past 9,000, and the Frost Ring was chasing right behind at 8,800 and still rising. Not bad for an ad. I was pretty satisfied. Money really does talk. Well worth the cost. The auction was set for 1 hour, with the highest bid closing automatically at the deadline. With time to kill, I opened my inventory to sort through the junk. The drop rate on tier 1 inferior demons was pitiful. Mostly what they dropped was gold, roughly 1 coin per 10 kills. The rest was all vanilla gear and low-level blueprints, not a single special item in sight. Among the 15 vanilla pieces were 2 common armor sets, plus 14 building blueprints. As I dug through them, I actually found 2 green quality tier, 2 blueprints tucked in there. Too bad they weren't from the Dragon Maiden series. No use to me. Frostwolf Barracks, green tier 2. Once built, has a chance to recruit elite Frostwolves, rideable. Deep Copper Mine Pit, green tier 2. Once built, has a chance to recruit elite miner foreman. Both green blueprints were worth a good chunk, especially the Frostwolf Barracks. Being able to summon rideable Frostwolves, with mounts not counting against your population cap, made it a hot commodity. For beast-type lords, outfitting an entire army with mounts would double their combat power, guaranteed to sell fast. Useless to me, but flipping them could net a fortune. I pulled up the trading hall and searched the going rates for similar blueprints. What I saw left me speechless. Ice Toad Pool Blueprint, white, tier 2 price, 2,500 gold. Rock Lizard Cavern Blueprint, white tier 2. Price, for 1,500 gold coins. A crappy little tier 2 white building, and they've got the nerve to slap a price tag of several thousand on it. Might as well tattoo robbery on their forehead. I switched straight to auction mode, and finally the prices looked sane. White blueprints went for around 150, green ones for under 600. In the early game, everyone's saving up to recruit troops. Nobody's dumb enough to get fleeced. I couldn't be bothered to overthink it. I threw all my junk blueprints and white tier gear up for auction. This time I didn't blast the server-wide announcement horn. Hawking scrap metal just isn't worth it. But even without any announcement, my traffic as the reigning newcomer king was still maxed out. That blue gear from before was too pricey, so ordinary newbies could only watch the show. But the second I listed budget goods, the World Channel exploded. Boss Lu Ming just restocked. Green Copper Mine spawns elite mobs. The Frostwolf Barracks is the real treasure. Frost Wolves can be used as mounts. Whoever snags it is set for the early game. Sell a couple of mounts, and you've made your money back. There's a heavy shield forging blueprint too, plus Lord's gear, buff stats for every troop type. Lu the God is insane. Even his leftover scraps are enough to fill us up. The whole screen was flooded with my name, and the auction prices skyrocketed right along with it. White blueprints got bid up past 300, greens broke 1,000, and the hottest item, the Frostwolf Barracks, had already hit 2,500 and was still climbing. Deep in the murky swamp, another lord watched it all through gritted teeth. Xiao Ming's face was dark as he stared at the numbers ticking up, a million miles from happy. The ordinary blueprints were beneath him, but those 2 pieces of blue gear made even him green with envy. He definitely bought them off a traveling goblin merchant. I was this close. That merchant should have triggered for me. He kicked a dead tree beside him, snapping it in two. A top-tier prodigy like himself hadn't even run into the mysterious merchant. So how the hell had Lu Ming cleared everything so fast? Watching his own bid get topped by some guy named Yang Mingyu at 10,800, Xiao Ming was about to blow a gasket. He opened the channel and flashed his family name. Xiao Ming. This young master is claiming the Blizzard staff. Anyone who dares bid against me is making an enemy of the Xiao family of the Central Star domain. The response nearly made him cough up blood. Boss Lu Ming picked my listing. He bought my iron ore. Boss, what other materials do you need? I've got everything here. Please, buy it all in one lot. The whole screen was still spamming my name. Tens of thousands of messages a second. Xiao Ming's tough talk didn't even make a ripple before it got buried. You've gone too far. Lu Ming, Yang Mingyu. I'll remember you too. His face turned livid, seething with helpless rage. He wanted to drop 1,000 gold on a horn announcement of his own, but one look at his shriveled balance forced him to swallow his resentment back down. As for me, I wasn't even watching the channel. Everything was listed. All I had to do was wait for the countdown to end, collect my gold, and go on a shopping spree. While I waited, I sat resting on the threshold of my rundown wooden cabin. 11 ice-type dragon girls clustered obediently around me. Having just been through a fierce battle, sweat still glistened faintly at my temples, and a cool fragrance lingered in the air. Master, you must be tired. Let me rub your shoulders. One dragon girl spoke softly as she slipped behind me, her fingertips pressing gently. Another crouched at my feet, her big watery eyes brimming with submission. Surrounded by such stunning beauties, I felt a wave of contentment. This was exactly the kind of treatment an indulgent-type commander deserved. Once I leveled up and unlocked more skills, sweeping across the entire trial continent would be a piece of cake. While enjoying the massage, I browsed through the auction house. Plenty of good stuff, but most of the building blueprints were useless to me. With 100,000 times EXP multiplier in hand, my Ice Dragon girls packed more than enough firepower. Once I had enough gold, I could just trade up for higher tier units. Still, in the end I dropped 1,800 on one item. Star Pupil Dragon Girl Recruitment Blueprint, Green, Tier 2. Unlocks Special Support Unit, Star Pupil Dragon Girl. This was an incredibly rare support blueprint. The Star Pupil Dragon Girl had no attack power and was fragile as glass, but her ability was absolutely broken. She provided a massive shared field of vision. With just one of them hovering high above, nothing within sight could escape her eyes. At higher levels, she even gained true sight, forcing stealthed wild monsters to reveal themselves. Best of all, this vision synced perfectly with the one-click loot scroll. However far she could see, I could collect loot from just as far. An hour flew by, and the auction ended. Notifications began chiming one after another. I patted the cheek of the dragon girl by my leg, signaling her to rise, then eagerly opened my back-end panel. The Blizzard staff had been won by that lord named Xiao Ming for 12,000, and he'd attached a private message. Xiao Ming, why won't you accept my friend request? I stroked my chin. Quite the temper. A glance at my friend list showed the requests had long since maxed out at 999 plus. When the first server-wide announcement went out, I'd cleverly set everything to auto-decline to avoid getting spammed. One-click collect, then delete the message. I don't care who you are. I have to accept just because you send a friend request? Even a rookie king has his pride. Next up, the frost ring. The buyer went by Yizime, bidding 11,500 with a rather polite note. Yizime, hey buddy, add me as a friend and let's get to know each other. My expression stayed flat as ever. One click collect, then delete the message. I'm an emotionless dragon girl lord. Women only slow down how fast I can draw my sword. The rest of the low-tier blueprints, riding the coattails of celebrity hype, all sold for way above market price. Another fat payday. I glanced at the balance at the bottom of my inventory. Total gold had skyrocketed to over 52,000 coins. Over 52,000 gold coins. I stared at that string of flickering numbers at the bottom of my inventory, and for the first time truly understood what it meant to strike it rich overnight. 1 hour left until the second siege. Without hesitation, I turned and walked toward the edge of camp, toward that traveling merchant goblin. Noble lord, is there anything else you'd fancy? The goblin rubbed its greasy little green hands together, its beady eyes glittering with cunning. On the tattered stall lay 3 books, each a different color, and a single sheepskin scroll shimmering with a faint purple glow. I'll take it all, I said, waving my hand. Deducting 29,000 gold coins. Pleasure doing business. Until we meet again. Before it even finished speaking, its body dissolved into a puff of white smoke and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. I stared at the now empty patch of ground, lost in thought. There were far too many wild rumors floating around the myriad races of the starry sky about these traveling merchant goblins. Some claimed they were the only peace-loving race in the abyss, dealing with the outside world through trade alone. Others insisted they were the true masterminds behind the abyssal invasion, a pack of arms dealers who only profited off of war. Speculation ran rampant, but no one could ever produce any proof. They only did business with top-tier powerhouses and never meddled in humanity's internal squabbles. Over time, no one bothered digging into their past anymore. Acquired. Basic Experience Book, Advanced Energy Book. All crafting materials for the Lord's Experience Codex have been gathered. Craft now. Craft it. The 3 tomes melted into a stream of light and fused together into a heavy, ancient book with a silver cover, settling neatly into my palm. Lord's Experience Codex LV1. Grants 2,500 Lord Experience instantly upon use. Cooldown, 12 hours. 2,500 points. I ran my hand over the cold cover but didn't rush to open it. Instead, I pulled up my stats panel first. ID, Lu Ming. Title, Apprentice Lord, Rookie King 1/1. Level, LV9, 1, 850/10,000. From level 9 to level 10 required a full 10,000 points of experience. Even if I devoured this entire codex in one gulp, I still wouldn't level up. The boost to me personally was next to nothing. My eyes darted around, and a bold idea began to take shape in my mind. If I was going to make a profit off the markup, then I might as well go big. I pulled up the World Channel again. Fire up the server-wide broadcast. Server-wide broadcast Lu Ming. One-time use of the Lord's Experience Codex LV1. Grants 2,500 Lord Experience on the spot upon use. Open auction. Highest bidder takes it. The glaring, bold golden text once again seized the top of everyone's chat screen server-wide. The main hall, which had just quieted down, instantly exploded. Holy crap, another 1,000 gold server broadcast. I'm bowing down to this legend. Blowing 1,000 gold on an ad? Just transfer the cash to me. I'll spam the chat manually for you all day long. Got it. Us broke folks aren't worthy of breathing the same channel as the big shots. I did the math. This guy's already made almost 50,000 gold just selling off junk. People are just, but people still ditch it. I nearly killed myself grinding just to scrape together 300 coppers. You can actually rent out an experience codex by the session? That's insane. Proof that with enough cash in your pocket, you can literally buy levels. The World Channel was one big wail of despair, countless newbies weeping tears of pure envy. For most rookies, that first wave went down way too fast. Most of them had only a few hundred coins in their pockets, not even close to the 1,000 gold floor price. Every single gold coin had to be saved for recruiting troops. Who'd blow it on a luxury like this? But given the sheer size of the entire human population, there'd always be a batch of freakishly lucky prodigies. Ordinary folks couldn't afford it, but this crowd of geniuses stared at it with green eyes. On the trial continent, leveling up your lord was far harder than leveling up your troops. No matter how high-level a monster your units killed, the lord got only a sliver of experience. And if the monster was lower level, the experience shrank drastically. After clearing the first wave, even a top-tier prodigy who'd slaughtered tens of thousands of monsters would hit level 5 at most. Renting the Experience Codex once meant jumping at least 2 levels on the spot. Once your level went up, your constitution and base stats exploded, your survivability doubled, you could tank far nastier hits, and it indirectly boosted your score on the second wave. In the dark, damp swamp, Xiaoming stared at that line of golden text in the sky, his back molars grinding. Bastard! Where the hell did this guy get such a godlike item? He was so furious he nearly spat blood, yet he understood the value of this codex better than anyone. All he could do was grit his teeth and join the bidding. Xiaoming, I bid 1,000 gold. He'd just dropped 12,000 on a blizzard staff, so his funds were already tight. But for the sake of his growth pace, this was money he had to spend. 8,000 gold for 2,500 experience points? Dream on. I bid 1,008. 2,000. 2,008. Cut me some slack, folks. Who do you think you are? Why should anyone cut you slack? 3,000. The public chat instantly turned into a slaughterhouse of tycoons jacking up the price. They piled on hundreds at a time, and the watching newbies weren't even worthy of chiming in. All they could do was hug their panels and swallow their jealousy. Meanwhile, in a valley full of birdsong and blooming flowers, a place like a paradise beyond the mortal world, worlds apart from the scorched wasteland, a girl with bright eyes and pearly teeth bit her red lips, her stunning face full of frustration. This is making me livid. If I hadn't just spent 11,500 on the frost ring, I'd have snatched this book no matter what. Yizime stamped her feet again and again. Her luck was incredible. Her starting unit was an advanced lightning elemental creature, and a single thundercloud could deal continuous electric shocks to enemies within range. She'd also awakened the S-rank combo talent, which triggered a second strike with every attack, sending her damage output through the roof. Add the Frost Ring's slow effect she'd just bought, and the next wave of monsters would basically be lining up to die. But staring at the skyrocketing prices on her screen, she touched her. With his wallet drained dry, all he could do was stare in helpless frustration. Meanwhile, on my end, several ice dragon girls nestled obediently against me, their soft warmth spreading up my arms. I savored the sensation while lazily watching the frozen numbers on the screen. Down in the swamp, Xiaoming had completely lost it, kicking a foot straight into the mud. After blowing everything on a top-tier staff, he was just as broke as Yizime, forced to watch helplessly as someone else snatched away the rights to the divine tome. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers, huh? No shortage of rich folks around here. Leaning back in my chair, I couldn't help but marvel. In the end, a single-use right to the Experience Codex was won by a mysterious buyer named Feng Yuqing for 4,500 gold coins. Friend request accepted. Feng Yuqing became the very first name on my list. Feng Yuqing, how do we do this? Her avatar was a girl with a cold, aloof air, waist-length silvery hair, the spitting image of an ice queen untouched by the mortal world. Form a party, transfer the money, and I'll apply the item's effect to you. I fired back. The buyer wanted usage rights. The physical book couldn't be traded face-to-face. But this pay first, deliver later arrangement was risky. If I took the money, then deleted and blocked her, she'd be out of fortune. For 1,500 gold was enough for the average person to recruit dozens of low-tier troops. To my surprise, she didn't hesitate for even half a second. She wired the money straight over. Not afraid I'll take the cash and run, I said, mildly surprised, sending over a party invite as I spoke. Feng Yuqing, you're the reigning rookie king. No way you trash your own reputation over a few thousand gold. I'll take that bet. After all, your loss of credibility would cost you far more than it'd cost me. The corner of my mouth curved up slightly. This lady boss had something to her. Every year, the trial continent crowned just one rookie king. The criteria were brutally simple. Whoever quelled their first defensive battle the fastest earned the uncrowned title. I'd only just landed the first kill, and already she was 100% certain of who I was. That kind of insight was no small thing. Use, Lord Experience Codex. Take the money, solve the problem. I locked onto her avatar in the party and decisively hit use. In the snow-blanketed encampment, a foul-smelling rain of black blood drifted through the air. Fang Yuqing's silvery hair whipped in the frigid wind, her stunning face cold as ice. Gained 2,500 Lord Experience points. Lord level, LV4, LV5. Only when the prompt chimed did she let out a soft breath she'd been holding. For all her righteous talk, she'd been gambling too. What if the guy had just gotten lucky with the first kill? What if he only meant to scam some quick cash and then vanish without a trace? In this sea of faces, where would she even go to seek justice? Thankfully, this time she'd bet right. Fang Yuqing, thank you. I glanced at it, gave a faint smile, didn't bother replying, closed the panel outright, and hit leave party in one smooth motion. On the other end, Fang Yuqing was just about to say more. A couple lines to break the ice, and then, bam, the notice hit. The party's been disbanded. That gorgeous face froze in an instant. She never expected me to be so decisive. Talk about burning bridges. Spoiled by male attention her whole life, she just couldn't wrap her head around it. What a total blockhead. After a long moment, she pursed her lips and muttered under her breath. Recruit, Ice Dragon Maiden, dead center in the camp. I ignored the countless, carry me, messages flooding the world channel and stared hard at the road ahead. The second wave was almost here. Counting the cash from selling my books, my inventory held a solid 27,500 gold. At 160 gold apiece, I could summon 170 Ice Dragon Maidens in one shot. This wave, I had to make a big splash. Summoning them in batches took nearly 15 minutes. Icy blue magic circles glowed one after another, and the wreck of a house was surrounded by densely packed figures. 181 Ice Dragon Maidens in total. Aside from the 11 veterans I'd leveled to 45 at the start, the other 170 were all fresh level 1 recruits. Level 1 stats definitely couldn't hold against the second wave. But the moment the mobs showed up, thanks to the 100,000x experience multiplier, they'd rocket past level 20 in half a minute, tops. By then, 180-odd mouths would spit ice shards in unison, a full-on frost storm. No mob could tear through that wall of firepower. My gold was wiped out, just a few hundred left over. The battered camp, shielded in the center by the dragon maidens, looked especially tiny. As far as the eye could see, everything was blinding snow white. Skin-tight ice blue combat suits hugged scorching curves. Over 100 dragon tails swished back and forth in midair, and a crisp, pleasant coolness hung in the air. Easy on the eyes, sure, but trouble came with it. The dragon maidens were all tall, blocking my line of sight completely. Buried in a crowd of women, I couldn't tell what was going on outside the camp at all. Should have saved some gold and recruited a star-eyed dragon maiden first. I frowned, cursing my own bad planning. Earlier I'd written off shared vision as useless. Now I realized how hasty that was. Standing in a sea of soldiers, blind as a bat, groping around like the blind men and the elephant, it was unbearable. But the loose change I had left couldn't even buy a single special unit. All I could do was wait for the mobs to come to me, wipe out a wave, and farm some gold. Boom. The few minutes flew by. The world channel fell into a rare silence, everyone holding their breath for the coming fight. The wasteland trembled faintly underfoot, and a dull rumble echoed from the distance. The second wave had arrived. Clack, clack, clack. A grating screech of grinding bone drew closer and closer. Since I couldn't see a thing out there, I just scrambled up onto the roof of the wooden house, hands and feet and all. Ever since hitting level 9, my body had become terrifyingly capable. A rooftop over 3 meters high, one light leap, and I was up. Standing at the high point, I finally took in the scene outside. The moment I made out the enemy, I froze for a second. Skeletons. Deep in the dim, scorched earth, countless skeletons were slowly closing in. They moved slower than the first wave of imps, standing about as tall as a grown man. But their bones looked as if they'd been steeped in ink, jet black all over, like charcoal. Tens of thousands of black skeletons staggered forward, blanketing the hills as far as the eye could see. They gripped chipped, broken blades, their eye sockets sunken deep, flickering with two flames of eerie green ghost fire. The scene was unnerving, enough to make your skin crawl. But the ice dragon girls didn't know the meaning of fear. The moment the front row stepped into the 8-meter range, the outermost tier, one dragon girls opened their little mouths in unison. The defensive battle erupted in an instant. Dense ice spikes poured down like a torrential storm, slamming hard into the skeleton army. As the monsters fell row by row, blinding white light flashed wildly across the dragon girls as they leveled up. Their range stretched farther and farther, their firepower net growing more terrifying by the second. Abyssal Blackbone Skeleton LV1. HP 200 ATK 45 Def 25. Abyssal Blackbone Skeleton LV3. HP 350 ATK 65 Def 40. I stood on the rooftop, looking down, a flicker of surprise crossing my face. If the first wave of imps had just been an appetizer to test the newcomers, then with this second wave, the Abyssal was finally getting serious. The skeletons had jumped from level 1 to level 3, their stats a solid notch above the earlier cannon fodder. But I was no longer the same man I'd been before, either. Over 180 dragon girls surrounded the camp. Since I hadn't bothered with formation during the summoning, they were all crammed together in one big cluster. Faced with that absurd concentration of fire, the charging skeletons crumbled row after row, like wheat cut down by a scythe. Ice Dragon Girl LV1 LV10. Ice Dragon Girl LV10 LV15. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of skeletons in the front row were frozen into shards of ice. The 180-plus Dragon Girls split the massive flood of experience evenly, and their levels shot up like rockets, breaking level 10 in 3 seconds, level 15 in 30, and every single one of them crossing the level 20 threshold within 5 minutes. With so many of them splitting the experience, and the gaps between levels widening the higher they climbed, the surge slowed down after level 20. But by this point, the defensive battle had already been decided in our favor. A level 20 Dragon Girl attacks 3 times per second, 5 frozen ice spikes each time. One girl can easily one-shot 15 skeletons per second. With over 180 of them firing together, they could theoretically wipe out more than 2,000 in a single second. Even if Hell mode threw a wave of over 100,000 enemies, on paper it wouldn't last a minute. Unfortunately, that was just theory. The skeletons were all pressing in from due north. Under that overwhelming damage output, only the 20-some Dragon Girls on the outermost northern edge could actually hit anything. The ones in the back couldn't even see the enemy. The skeletons were shredded into ice by the front row before they ever got in range. My formation was a mistake. I shouldn't have circled them into a solid circle formation, I muttered under my breath. This was my first time being a lord, after all, far too little real combat experience. On paper, a circular formation looked perfect, covering all 360 degrees with no blind spots. In reality, it wasted 80% of my firepower. Next time I should go with a single file line, or a U shape that fans out toward both flanks. I stroked my chin, thinking it over. Every lord's terrain is different, so troop deployment has to be tailored to the situation. There's no standard answer in any textbook, only the tactics that fit you best. The whole point of the trial continent was to let newcomers pay their tuition and learn from their mistakes. Work out a mature defensive system here, and when you finally hit the real battlefields across the myriad worlds, you won't have to relearn everything at the cost of thousands of lives. One-click loot. Crouched on the rooftop, I activated the rule scroll I'd just bought. The spoils scattered across the scorched earth were pulled in as if by a magnet, dissolving into streaks of light that all funneled straight into my pack. 28,000 gold, 5 pieces of white tier gear, 3 white blueprints. The drop rate off low-level mobs was as pathetic as ever, but with a kill count this massive, the returns had become pretty substantial. I sat down at the edge of the eaves. The night breeze swept past, and below me was nothing but blinding, snowy white. If I hadn't hit level 9 and had my balance stat shoot up along with it, one dizzy spell would have sent me tumbling straight into that pile of beauties. Recruit, Star-Eyed Dragon Maiden. I pulled out the green blueprint I'd bought at the trading hall, tapped to learn it, and dropped another 1,800 gold. A deep purple, star-flecked magic circle flashed across the open ground of the camp. outstepped a dragon maiden with an even more slender figure, striding on long, ramrod-straight legs. Her dark purple, starry sky combat suit had a touch more fabric than the ice-type dragon maidens, but her gorgeous eyes shimmered like a sky full of stars, radiating a mysterious, boundless aura. Star-Eyed Dragon Maiden, LV1. Tier 2 Support Unit. HP, 300 Defense, 15. Shared Vision, 1000 meters. A Special Tier, 2 Unit. Flimsy stats, 0 attack power, but capable of providing a massive 1000-meter field of vision. Gained 20,000 EXP. Gained 20,000 EXP. Every second, skeletons were dying by the droves. My high-level dragon maidens, already dozens of levels in, could only skim a sliver of EXP from killing low-level mobs. But a freshly summoned level 1 Star-Eyed Dragon Maiden was now riding the sweet tailwind of 100,000-fold experience. Star-Eyed Dragon Maiden LV1 LV12. Star-Eyed Dragon Maiden LV12 LV25. Her level rocketed upward like a runaway horse, the starlight in her eyes growing more brilliant and dazzling by the second, until she broke past level 40 and the glow of leveling finally settled. Star-Eyed Dragon Maiden LV40. HP, 4,500 Defense, 200. Shared Vision, 5,000 meters. I couldn't have cared less about the HP and defense. It was that one line, vision, that had exploded a full 5 times over. Within 5,000 meters, as long as I wanted to look, even an ant crawling on the ground. Not even an ant could escape my sight. This feeling, it's incredible. I couldn't wait to activate vision sharing, and the whole experience left me reeling. I'd heard about the power of Lords so many times in mandatory schooling that my ears had gone numb. But actually experiencing this God's eye view, this total command over everything, still made me flush with excitement. What did a 5-kilometer radius even mean? It was like standing on the clouds and looking down on all living things. Every detail on the earth laid bare in my mind, crystal clear. Is that the boss? Using the Star Pupil Dragon Maiden's ultra-long-range vision, I looked past the forest-like sea of skeletons on the outskirts, all the way to the deepest point of the horizon. A pair of hollow eye sockets, flickering with eerie green ghost fire, suddenly leaped across thousands of meters and locked eyes with me from afar. My expression changed instantly. An ordinary skeleton stood maybe 5'8" at most, but that leader was a full 8 feet tall. Its bones were no longer pitch black. Instead, they gleamed a cold, ghastly white, like granite. It gripped an absurdly oversized broadsword, standing like a statue at the very rear of the army. Behind it hovered a deep, black vortex, from which skeletons poured out in an endless stream. It had clearly sensed my prying gaze, too. The ghost fire in its eyes flickered strangely a few times, yet it didn't take a single step forward to charge. Skeleton King Auric, LV, 10. Epic Class BOSS. HP, 20 million. Attack, 150,000. Defense, 80,000. Skills, Netherworld Smash, Blood Drain Aura, Undead Roar, Blood Sacrifice, Endless Rebirth. HSSS. The moment I saw the monstrous stats on this epic class boss, I sucked in a sharp breath. That skeleton boss wasn't actually that big. Its ghost white bones looked carved from granite, and its just over 2-meter frame should have been utterly unremarkable. But in my eyes, it loomed like a mountain bearing down on me. Those absurdly overpowered stats stretched that body higher and higher in my mind, until it blotted out the entire sky. Cold sweat slid down my temple. I stared at it, not daring to make even the faintest sound with my breathing. Just the thought that this monster had been watching me from the shadows for so long sent a chill racing up my spine. A moment ago, I'd basically been walking a tightrope over a cliff. Why isn't it attacking? I don't know how much time passed before the black hole behind the skeleton slowly shrank and vanished. Not a single black-boned skeleton remained on the scorched earth. It rose to its feet, but instead of marching toward my territory, it turned and left, step by step melting into the dim, gloomy sky in the distance, until it disappeared completely. My heart sank. My proud Dragon Maiden defense line was as fragile as a sheet of paper against its savage stats. If it had attacked my walls, this rundown territory would have been ground to dust in an instant. But it didn't. Yes, If it weren't for the star pupil dragon maiden's absurdly vast field of vision, I wouldn't even know that a threat of this magnitude was lurking in the darkness. I couldn't help but wonder, was there another equally terrifying entity crouching behind that first wave of abyssal fiends? Is it bound by some kind of restriction that keeps it from acting, or is my little rookie territory simply beneath its notice? I forced down the restlessness stirring in my chest. At some point, the second siege had quietly come to an end. The server-wide announcement chimed, but I didn't catch a single word of it. Pulling my gaze back, I felt slightly dazed. The scorched earth was blanketed in glittering, golden loot. All 181 Ice Dragon Maidens had surged to level 50, the max. And I, a mere rookie lord, had somehow crossed into level 12 without even realizing it. Ice Dragon Maiden LV 50. HP 10,000 defense 1,000. Attack 1,000 attack speed 10 range 250 m. Skill Ice Spike Spray spits out 5 ice spikes, piercing 5 targets simultaneously. Low-tier Dragon Maidens have decent stats early on, but once they hit max level, 1,000 points of attack and defense look downright pathetic. They probably couldn't even beat a single level 22nd tier unit. Growth has a cap. That's an iron law every lord understands. But then, ID, Lu Ming status, Rookie Lord. Level, LV 12, 1, 200/25, 000. SSS rank talent. Infinite leveling, unlockable. Unlock. I shook off the gloom and eagerly opened the talent panel. One talent unlocks every 10 levels, and I could finally open the second one. Infinite leveling. Any unit under your command can break through its level cap and level up without limit. Literally what it says. Purely literal. Even though I'd had a hunch, the moment I actually saw the description, my heart still skipped a beat. This talent was no weaker than 10,000-fold EXP. Its potential was arguably even more terrifying. No ceiling meant every Dragon Maiden under my command could grow toward infinity. By the end game, even my starting first-tier Dragon Maidens curb-stomping god-tier units would no longer be a dream. Pair that with a 100,000-fold EXP boost, and leveling up would skyrocket with zero pressure. The only thing is, the base stats of low-tier Dragon Maidens are still a bit low. They're just a trump card for the transition phase. I stroked my chin, doing the math. Under the same bonuses, higher-tier Dragon Maidens gain more stats per level, better bang for the buck. But there was no need to agonize over it right now. The trial continent didn't drop blueprints for units that high tier, at most second or third tier, which wouldn't be much of a leap over the first-tier Dragon Maidens. One-click collect. I let out a long breath. The golden light covering the ground shot up from the earth and came pouring frantically into my backpack. One wave. This wave was tougher, double the enemies, but double the loot too. 38,000 gold. 18 pieces of equipment, for green. 13 blueprints, for green. I scanned the haul. Still nothing worth equipping directly. Plenty of common gear, but for max-level Dragon Maidens, those tiny bonuses were negligible. I cleared the battlefield and turned toward the western edge of camp. Sure enough, there he was, that scrawny little figure with the ragged pack slung over his shoulder, standing beside my Dragon Maidens again. They didn't so much as glance at him. Great and mighty lord, we meet again. The traveling goblin merchant rubbed his greasy green palms together, a sly glint in the corner of his eye. Beneath it, I caught a note of awe he couldn't quite hide. Hello. I nodded and opened his stall. Sealed Demon Blade, Muramasa. A demon blade sealed by an eerie power. Requires absorbing 1 million points of life energy to unsealed. Price, 10,000 gold. Muramasa. The goblin's inventory never disappointed. The very first item made my eye twitch. Demon Blades, legendary treasures renowned across the stars. The killing edge every top-tier lord carried. The human race knew of 3. Muramasa, Takamitsu, and Onigiri, corresponding to physical, magical, and true penetration damage respectively. Each could massively boost the entire team's matching output. This Muramasa buffed physical melee and ranged attacks, a perfect match for my Dragon Maiden's breath and close combat. The only catch, treasures like these always came sealed. You had to wield the blade yourself, draining energy from the bodies of the slain to fill the reservoir before it would unseal. 1 million points. Would a full trial run even be enough to feed it? Each siege wave slaughtered 100,000 plus wild monsters, so racking up numbers wasn't the problem. But the demon blade had to be personally wielded, whichever dragon maiden carried it. Only her kills counted. The other 180-some maidens contributed nothing. Unsealing it was destined to be a long, grinding chore. I'll take it. I was rolling in wealth now. No way I'd let a treasure like this slip by. I swiped away 10,000 gold and looked at the second item. Advanced Energy Tome. Instantly gained 2,500 Lord EXP. Price, 3,500 gold. A big step down. I'd seen this in the first wave. Back then the bundle price was 4,000. Now, sold solo, it was actually cheaper. I'll take it. No hesitation. Last wave I'd flipped this exact item for 4,500. After this wave wrapped up and the other lords' pockets were fat, offloading it for 5,000 would be a breeze. Spatial Staff, Crafting Scroll. Learn to craft the spatial staff upon used. Price, 8,000 gold. A spatial staff, no less. My heart leapt. This wasn't exactly game-breaking, but for a swarm army lord, it was absolutely god tier. Spatial Staff, a skill. Teleport. Instantly move a single unit to a designated location within 100 meters. Straightforward stats, with just one single-use ability. If it weren't a consumable, every lord would be fighting tooth and nail to get it. My ranks are packed with dragon girls, and repositioning the formation on the fly is a nightmare. Even a single use could be the ace up my sleeve that turns the tide. Too bad it's a scroll, not a blueprint. I felt a twinge of regret. Once you learn a blueprint, you can mass-produce endlessly as long as you have the materials. A scroll vanishes the moment it's used. The cost-effectiveness takes a serious hit. 8,000 gold. Maybe once I've got cash to burn. Right now it's just not worth it. I shook my head and passed. What I needed more urgently was to expand my Dragon Girls unit lineup. The fourth item popped up. Maybe the Demon Blade had used up all my luck, because the next two were both run-of-the-mill. Berserker's Axe, green attack plus 15% splash, 30% splash damage within 5 meters. Price, 600. My Ice Dragon Girls are ranged breath attackers, so this was useless to them. It was cheap, though, so I bought it on a whim, figuring I'd flip it in the trading hall for a profit. Phantom Dagger, green hero exclusive attack, plus 30 phantom. 10% chance to summon a phantom image, lasting 10 seconds. Price, 800. The last item was Hero Gear, which caught me off guard. Heroes are special units that fall somewhere between lords and regular troops. Any elite tier special unit counts as the lowest rank of hero. Their biggest advantage is their built-in aura, which boosts the attack and movement speed of allies within range. The dagger's stats were mediocre and its skill was interesting, but unfortunately, it wouldn't do much for my dragon girls. I shook my head and skipped it. I couldn't use it, and selling it wouldn't net me more than a few coins. Honored Lord, I look forward to our next meeting. The goblin rubbed his hands together, left those parting words, and vanished once again. Time to hit the trading hall and clean it out. My spirits lifted. I turned and walked back into the rundown wooden shack. Over 100 dragon girls surrounded me, obediently parting to make a path. Their ice blue combat suits accentuated their eye-catching figures, and a sweet, cool fragrance washed over me. I casually wrapped an arm around the slender waist of the one nearest me before settling into the seat in front of the beat-up machine. This round of profits far exceeded the first wave. Every lord who survived had made a killing. At first, I hadn't planned on buying anyone else's blueprints. Large-scale shopping sprees make it easy to expose your build, and besides, high-tier gear rarely drops in the early game. With a 100,000-fold experience boost, I had no reason to waste money on stopgap junk. But things were different now. That Skeleton King's oppressive presence weighed too heavily on me. I had a strong gut feeling. Sooner or later, it would march out and lay siege to my base itself. Against a monster of that epic caliber, my single Ice-type dragon girls wouldn't be able to hold the line. Even if I ignored the level cap and pushed them to level 1,000, no matter how insane the stats got, it wouldn't matter. At the tier of high-level life forms, any single type, all the Dragon Girls' attacks deal frost magic damage. If the Skeleton King has a magic immunity passive or whips out some magic immunity item, my entire Snow White army instantly becomes nothing but a punching bag. To go toe-to-toe with a boss like that, You can't afford to skimp on anything. Physical, magical, or true damage, you need it all. And crowd control like stuns, slows, and blinds? Absolutely essential. Raw numbers have never been the only way to measure strength. No matter how sharp a blade is, if it can't reach the enemy, it's just a hunk of iron. I have to hurry and diversify the Dragon Girl's attack options. That way, when the boss comes knocking, I'll have what it takes to bring it down. I open my inventory. Over 20 blueprints. The white tier ones weren't worth overthinking, all listed at a base price of 100 gold. A few green blueprints were pretty common too, so I put them up at 500. But one of them, I just couldn't decide on a price. Winged Dragon Roost Green build a tier 2 elite structure to recruit elite winged dragons. It can fly, and it produces elites 100% of the time. Flying units are a rare commodity in the early game. This wasn't a chance. Every single one you recruited would be an elite, worth at least 1,000 gold. But at this stage, most lords didn't have much cash on hand. Price it too high and it wouldn't sell. Whatever, worst case it doubles. We're talking a few thousand gold, tops. I tossed it into the auction house with a starting bid of 1,000. It wouldn't fetch a sky-high price right now, but gold meant everything to me. Every extra coin went toward recruiting new dragon girls, and that firepower payoff was worth way more than this little price difference. For the rest of the gear, I picked out the best piece of leather armor and put it on, swapping out my beat-up level 1 rags, then listed everything else on the auction house. Holy crap, the big shots got new stuff up. Grab it quick. A tier 2 elite winged dragon roost. This guy's got way too much good loot. Don't fight me for it. My starting unit is dwarf archers, and I can ride flying units as mounts. Get lost, like nobody else needs it. I'll take this level 5 refined steel longsword. Ugh, the big shot's such a baller. Hey, you need anyone to empty your chamber pots? I can handle hard work. Shame there's nothing top tier like last time. Did the mysterious merchant not restock the good stuff? The 3-hour intermission was rough for these prodigy lords who'd wrapped up their battles way too fast. Everyone was camped out in the trading hall and chat channels. Thanks to the celebrity status I'd earned from the last 2 server-wide broadcasts, the moment my goods went up, countless pairs of eyes locked onto them. The flat-priced white blueprints in the trading hall got snatched up in the blink of an eye, and the green blueprints and gear in the auction house kept getting bid higher and higher. Damn, my white tier blueprint is 100 gold too. I've had it listed for half an hour and nobody's even asked. How come the second Lu Ming lists his? It sells instantly. Countless lords stared at their own inventories, muttering to themselves, green with envy. Deep in the dark, damp forest, Xiaoming glanced at the world channel, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. As the legitimate heir of the Xiao family from the Central Star domain, and a newly awakened talent with an extremely high rating, he might talk trash about Lu Ming out loud, but subconsciously, he never took his eyes off the guy. That pile of scrap metal Lu Ming had listed? Impressive in quantity, but the quality wasn't worth mentioning. The real top players had their eyes on the good stuff in the traveling goblin merchant's hands. Those plain tier and green blueprints were just there to fool the newbies. Only the mysterious merchant's sack held the kind of gear that could rewrite your destiny. Just a moment ago, thanks to the blizzard staff he'd snagged at a steep price in the last round, he'd racked up a kill rate of over 80% in the second wave, finally triggering the hidden condition and stumbling upon the traveling goblin merchant. Deep blue lottery card, guaranteed to yield 1 tier 2 to 5 blue building blueprint price, 6,000. Crimson Touch, Lord Skill Book, permanently master the skill. Deal 500% adaptive damage to all enemies within 50 meters price, 5,000. The stall didn't have much, but every item was top shelf. He'd just barely scraped together 11,000 gold coins, exactly enough to clear out both items. He'd originally planned to save some cash for the auction house, to see if Lu Ming had anything premium. Now it seemed like a needless worry. Lu Ming was just a newbie who'd gotten lucky, plain and simple. The wheel of fortune turns, and this time luck was on his side, Xiaoming's side. The next rookie king? It had to be him. I'll take it all. He waved his hand and swept everything into his pack, using the deep blue lottery card. Congratulations. You've obtained Tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon Nest, blue quality. Xiaoming's face instantly went as black as coal. A Tier 5 Blue Dragon Nest, a super premium item worth a fortune, nearly impossible to find. But here was the killer. It was exclusive to Dragon Clan lords. He couldn't use it at all. FK. Any other unit blueprint, even a tier 3 blue or a tier 2 green, he'd have gritted his teeth and accepted it. But of all things, he'd pulled a Dragon Clan exclusive. In his hands, it was just a useless piece of junk taking up an inventory slot. If he sold it, the price would be off the charts. If he could survive until the trial continent opened up, this blueprint would fetch at least 1,000,000 gold. But right now, nobody had 2 coins to rub together. Chances were, no one could even cough up 10,000. But if he didn't sell it, that 6,000 gold startup investment would be flushed down the drain. With that kind of money, he could raise another 200-strong skeleton legion. Damn it, sell it. His heart was bleeding. As long as he made it out alive, 1,000,000 gold was nothing to someone with the Shao family status. But in this hellhole, no matter how strong your background was, it didn't mean squat. Every extra coin in your hand meant 1 more point of combat power. And that's how you got the snowball rolling. Listed on the auction house, starting bid 6,000. His expression was so grim it could drip water. He knew that in the early game, a Dragon Clan lord who could drop 6,000 in one shot was practically extinct. But dropping the price any lower would be a bloodbath of a loss. He'd rather die than get suckered into a deal like that. Toxic Slime Dragon Girl Recruitment Blueprint, Tier 2 price, 3,500. In the freezing camp, I stared at the trading panel, my expression none too pleasant. I typed Dragon Girl into the search bar, and the results that popped up made my blood boil. These guys had taken profiteering to the extreme. A plain Tier 2 white Dragon Girl blueprint, and they had the nerve to slap a high robbery price of 3,500 on it. Sure, I was sitting on a windfall, but I had no intention of playing the fat sheep waiting to get fleeced. Tier 5 blue polar frost dragon nest. Hiss. Just as I was fuming, a freshly refreshed listing snagged my attention and wouldn't let go. Among a whole screen of white blanks and green comments, that deep, noble blue glow was way too eye-catching. When I saw the details, I sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap, it's not a fake. I rubbed my eyes and triple-checked. What was even more absurd, an item this insanely broken had a starting bid of only 6,000 gold coins. This is what you call a saint of a seller. My heart surged with joy, and all my frustration vanished in an instant. A Tier 5 blue dragon nest. Even after the trial ended and I entered the real battlefield, it could serve as a core structure for a long time, more than enough to carry me all the way up to gold rank. Seller. Xiaoming. That name rings a bell. I forced down the urge to snap it up instantly and thought hard. Wasn't this the very sucker who'd blown 12,000 buying my Blizzard staff last time? Anyone who could casually drop over 10 grand was definitely a heavy hitter, and now he was putting up an item like this. Chances were, it was the same guy. I never accepted his friend request, and I think he even cussed me out in a private message. I recalled the last deal. That kid had quite a temper. He'd even left a message demanding to know why I'd rejected his friend request. Auction countdown, 1 hour. The seller can cancel the listing during the first half hour. I've got to hold out until after the 30-minute mark to make my move. I muttered to myself, barely containing my excitement. Listing something for auction meant the system automatically skimmed a 5% commission fee. The first half hour was the grace period, during which the seller could pull the listing anytime with no penalty. My reputation was riding sky high right now. The rookie king everyone envied. The ultimate ATM in every profiteer's eyes. I'd just casually placed a few bids earlier, and immediately a swarm of people jumped in to jack up the price out of spite, all hoping to squeeze some grease out of me. If they did this even for ordinary green blueprints, let alone this Tier 5 blue dragon nest. This was the highest tier rare treasure on the entire server right now. Even if I didn't step in, it was destined to stir up a massive tidal wave. And if I got involved, put yourself in their shoes. The moment the seller found out I was the one who wanted it, it'd be a miracle if he didn't jack up the price and gouge me hard. Even though I'd only recruited 1 Star-Eye Dragon Girl, I'd made tentative bids on other Dragon Girl blueprints too. Anyone with half a brain could deduce that I was going the Dragon Girl route. Zerg Rush. The moment Xiaoming catches on, a shakedown in private chat is inevitable. Hoping to win it through a legit auction? Pure daydreaming. Right now, All I can do is pray this idiot still hasn't wised up. Once the cooling off period ends, I'll drop the cash, foolproof. And even if he brings in a shill to jack up the price, well, we'll see if his wallet can take the heat. Time ticked away. I kept my eyes locked on that blueprint. No interest left in any of the other junk, occasionally flicking over to the World Channel for a quick scan. Sure enough, the Tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon nest completely stole my thunder and became the hottest topic on the entire server. Holy crap, a Tier 5 Frost Dragon nest. Someone got their hands on a Tier 5 blue building on day 2. Is that Xiao Ming out of his mind? He's actually willing to sell something strategic grade, with a starting bid of only 6,000. You must be brain dead, dude. This is Dragon exclusive. If he doesn't play dragons, what's he gonna do? Hold on to it and breed babies. Even if he can't use it, he shouldn't sell it dirt cheap. Grind it out through the trials, and it'll go for at least $1 million. Frog in a well. 6,000 gold right now is worth more in strategic value to the top players on the leaderboard than $1 million down the road. Exactly. You think a blueprint like this drops off mobs? During the trial phase, there's no way to get it other than the mysterious merchant's mystery boxes. Xiao Ming, that name rings a bell. Wasn't the first guy who paid top dollar for Lu Ming's staff also called Xiao Ming? Phew, this guy has to be a hidden whale. How high do you think this blueprint's gonna get bid up in the end? It's already at 7,500. The dragon playing big shots really are untouchable in the early game. Seeing my own name suddenly pop up made my heart skip a beat. Thank God. Thanks to those greedy merchants in the trading hall slapping ridiculous prices on everything, my buying spree hadn't actually kicked off yet. The Dragon Maiden Lord's trump card hadn't set off too many alarm bells for now. Sometimes, the best disguise isn't hiding your edge, it's letting everyone believe you just got lucky. In the trading hall, everyone was fighting over that Tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon nest. The bidding shot up like a rocket, hitting 9,300 gold in the blink of an eye. I held my ground, not even bothering to say a word in the chat channel, keeping my presence as low as possible. Watching the numbers flicker on the screen, I couldn't help but marvel. The trial continent really was a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Anyone who could throw down that kind of money this early was no pushover. And every single person chasing the blueprint was after a high-tier dragon maiden. More than a dozen names popped up on the bid list. At the very top was a female lord named Xia Yike. She raised her bid 5 times in a row, firing back with more cash the second she got outbid. By now, only a male lord named Chen Feng was still going toe-to-toe with her. At that same moment, in the dark and damp Black Forest camp, Xiao Ming stared at the bidding screen on his back end. The bidding war made his heart itch. He'd figured he'd be lucky just to break even on this blueprint. He never expected so many loaded rich kids to show up with real firepower. Come to think of it, though, it made sense. Even though the Abyss monsters had swallowed over 100 star systems from the Human Federation's territory, the remaining 1,000+ systems still had life-bearing worlds as numerous as stars, each one home to tens of billions of people. With a population base that massive, even if only one genius emerged per 100 million people, put them all together and you'd have a terrifying force. I'd figured that out too. I was sitting on a 100,000x experience multiplier, crushing the skeleton army like slicing vegetables purely through level dominance. But other newbies could somehow pull out tens of thousands of gold coins too, and this was just a small handful of summoning-type lords. If we actually made a leaderboard, my lead might not be as dramatic as I'd imagined. The corner of my mouth curled up. But you can only keep up with me for now. Survive the next wave, and none of you will even catch a glimpse of my taillights. I still had over 30,000 gold coins sitting in my inventory. This Tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon nest, it's mine. When the next round of monsters spawns, I'll have a level 100+ army of top-tier dragon maidens in hand, and their numbers will keep expanding endlessly. Everyone else will only find it harder to clear each round, while I'll get faster every single time. Fast enough to leave them all so far behind, they can't even see my dust. Xia Yike, friend, do me a solid. I'll privately throw in an extra 1,000 gold as a thank you fee. Just let me have the blueprint. Chen Feng. Heh, you trying to shoo away a beggar? I'll give you 2,000. Now hurry up and back off. The price of the Tier 5 blueprint got jacked all the way up to 10,000 gold coins. To the newbies watching from the sidelines, that was an astronomical figure they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Clearly, both of the big spenders were starting to feel the pinch too. After all, winning the blueprint was just the first step. Actually building the dragon nest would take another massive investment. Without keeping a reserve of gold on hand, buying it would just leave them holding a worthless piece of paper. In some desolate camp, Xia Yike, dressed in a fiery red combat bodysuit, gritted her teeth in frustration. She stared at the auction panel, then glanced down at her depleted wallet, feeling utterly stuck. She still had a little money, but nobody knew exactly how much a Tier 5 dragon nest would cost to build. Hold back too little, and when the third wave of monsters came crashing in, her strength wouldn't make the leap it needed to, and her territory would be doomed. No good. Worst case, I'll just find myself a backer right now. Her eyes flickered, and she made up her mind fast. The path she'd awakened to was the Dragon Maiden specialization, weak in the early game, entirely dependent on pouring resources in for the late game. Latching onto a powerful heavyweight was something she'd have to do sooner or later anyway. Throwing in with someone now meant she could use their money to snatch the dragon nest, and down the road, she'd have a stronger bargaining position in their partnership too. Once she decided, she acted. She opened the regional channel right away. Xia Yike, 5-talent dragon maiden lady lord, top S rank, currently seeking a capable partner. Requirement: male, talent grade S or higher, 5+ combat talents required. Bonus points if you can help me clear a Tier 5 dragon nest. One unremarkable message set the whole channel ablaze. Holy crap! An S-grade dragon maiden female lord is looking for a partner online, gorgeous and high talent. Whoever lands her is set for life. That's a killer move. Chen Feng's got no chance. He didn't lose to her money. He lost to those long, creamy legs. Countless male lords were practically drooling. With a single sentence, Xia Yike's recruitment bar had kicked 99% of them out of the running. Hey beautiful, I've got 6 talents, top grade A. That work for you? I've only got 4, but one's an S. Team up with me, and I'll keep you living large. I'm the eldest young master of the Wang family, 2 A's and 3 B's. I'll give you the honor of being my second in command. After the initial shock wore off, a whole crowd of self-important prodigies couldn't sit still. Deep in the Black Forest, Xiao Ming's blood was running hot. He had 7 talents, 2 of them S-grade. He crushed her requirements with room to spare. Xiao Ming. I'm Xiao Ming of the Xiao family, from the Central Star Domain. That Tier 5 blueprint was mine to begin with. Just be a good girl and become my woman, and I'll hand the blueprint straight to you. A measly Tier 5 blueprint. Once he was off the trial continent, he could get as many as he wanted. Trading a little pocket change for a smoking hot dragon maiden lord? A guaranteed win. Xia Yike, become your woman? I'm looking for a partner, not a master. If you want me to throw myself at you for nothing, maybe try boss Lu Ming instead. She saw right through the filth swirling in Xiao Ming's head and shot him down cold on the spot. Then she added, Xia Yike, boss Lu Ming, if you're willing to sponsor me 10,000 gold coins to take the Polar Frost Dragon Nest, then I, Xia Yike, will gladly acknowledge you as my master. I raised an eyebrow. I'd just been lurking, enjoying the show, never expected the fire to spread to me. What a shame. I'm a dragon maiden lord myself, so I'll have to pass on this little slice of paradise. I let out a quiet sigh. If I'd awakened a beast type or combat type talent, I might have actually played along and taken in a stunning beauty who was throwing herself at me. The channel instantly went nuts. Xia Yike's got some nerve. The guy across from her is the young master of the Xiao family. Did this girl lose her mind? Offending the Xiaos just to suck up to some nobody? Lu Ming's a commoner. The Xiao family could bury him just with their table scraps. There's no comparison. You don't know Jack. Young Master Xiao wants both the blueprint and the girl. If she said yes, the blueprint would still be in Xiao hands, and she'd have thrown herself away too. Xia Yike's refusal blew the lid off the spectators. Plenty of them thought this woman had gone insane. Sure, I'd snagged 2 first kills back-to-back and gotten hyped up as a rookie king in the making, but at the end of the day, I was still just. He's a newcomer. Being a hotshot on the trial continent means nothing. The moment you step out onto the Myriad Realms battlefield, you're up against veteran lords who've been building their power for thousands of years. What's a rookie fresh off the boat worth? The Xiao family, though, was different. a hegemon-tier clan of the Central Star Domain, with a hand in even the Federation's highest-level decisions. You? You ungrateful little wench. Who the hell does Lu Ming think he is? A flash in the pan, that's all. Once he's on the Myriad Realms battlefield, I'll crush him like a bug in seconds. Xiao Ming was livid, smoke practically pouring out of his ears. No woman he'd ever set his sights on had dared reject him to his face. And this one had humiliated him in front of the entire server, and dragged me into her hate list, too. Back at camp, I stared at the screen, feeling a little irritated myself. Beside me, an ice-type dragon girl was obediently massaging my shoulders, the collar of her skin-tight ice silk combat suit hanging open, swaying gently with every movement. I savored the softness, but my eyes gradually turned cold. Who the hell did Xiao Ming think he was? Sure, the Xiao family was a big deal, but their descendants were a dime a dozen. Did he really think he was the one and only heir? The bigger the clan, the more the infighting. There was no way some junior brat got to call all the shots. And me? I had a full 10 SSS tier talents in my grip. In the several thousand years of humanity's history, I was one of a kind, a defiant existence against the heavens. My goal was far greater than becoming some human race heavenly sovereign. Server-wide broadcast, Lu Ming. So the Xiao family's a big shot. What does that have to do with you? You think you'll ever sit in the young master's seat? You want to challenge me? Go get a first clear world completion, then come back and bark. The golden, bolded text slammed to the very top of everyone's screen. The whole server erupted. Holy crap. A boss is a boss. Drops 1,000 gold coins without blinking. Cocky as hell. But going up against the Xiao family, even just one of their young masters, isn't something the average person can handle. Man, Lu Ming's getting a little heated. That talent gap? Money power can totally make up for it. Countless lords were stunned. No one had expected this nobody, this commoner with zero backing, to actually go toe-to-toe with Xiao Ming head-on. Out in the swamp, Xiao Ming froze for a moment, then exploded with rage. Getting called out by name and clapped back at in front of the entire server? That was like getting slapped across the face in public. If he didn't fire back, people would think the great young master of the Xiao family had chickened out. Server-wide broadcast, Xiao Ming. The Xiao family's young master is my own brother, and the current head is my own father. Who do you think you are? Some crap, rookie king. My family's raised over 300 of those. You just got lucky with 2 first clears. At best, you'll end up as a dog outside the Xiao family gates. He was totally beside himself now, too furious to care about the cost, dropping another 1,000 gold coins to blast the broadcast right back. You could lose a fight, but you could never lose face. Server-wide broadcast, Lu Ming. Haha, I couldn't be bothered to write him an essay. Just 2 simple words, but on the public screen, they hit like. It looks especially glaring, blatant disregard and mockery. Countless onlooking lords wore odd expressions, and even the Damica comments dried up. No one dared to post anymore. Half an hour, time's up. I hadn't given a single thought to Xiao Ming's impotent rage. Right now, my eyes were locked on the operation panel in front of me. The auction for the Tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon Nest. Its protection period was over. Worshipping the strong is human nature. It's just that some people lose their way and mistake wealth for strength. Xia Yike hadn't lost her way. She was fiery by temperament and had a smoking hot figure. Even if she needed to find a backer, it had to be a top-tier powerhouse who could truly win her over. Xiao Ming had the halo of a rich young master, and his strength wasn't bad either. If it were an equal partnership, she wouldn't have minded. But everything in his words made it clear he wasn't looking for a partner. He wanted her as a plaything to warm his bed. The difference between those 2 things was enormous. It meant they weren't on equal footing. She'd be nothing but a subordinate. What's more, what he cared about wasn't her talent. It was this dazzlingly fair body of hers. That crossed her bottom line. Meanwhile, in a camp under that same sky, I was staring at the auction panel, having long since tossed her thoughts to the back of my mind. On her end, she was biting her red lips, her mind running wild. Lu Ming, what exactly are you thinking? In terms of strength, Lu Ming was flawless. With enough cash to blast a server-wide broadcast at 1,000 gold a pop, plus 2 first kill records under his belt, he was a lock for this season's rookie king, naturally her top pick. Yet he'd popped up in the channel and still never sent her a private message. Don't tell me my strength isn't even worth a glance from you. She glanced down at her slender, handspan waist, and her heart took a real hit. Or is it that I'm not pretty enough to make it into your dragon girl harem? If I'd known this girl was writing all this drama in her head, I'd have just tossed her a "you're overthinking it." We were total strangers, and right now we were bidding rivals. Tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon Nest Blueprint. Your bid has been returned. The system notification chimed, and she felt even more suffocated. Someone actually outbid me, damn it. She'd already emptied her entire savings. Otherwise, why would she stoop to trading on her looks to find a backer? She knew that being outbid this time meant she was done with this blueprint for good, but she still wouldn't give up. She opened the auction hall to see just how high Chin Feng had bid. Huh. She rubbed her eyes, almost doubting what she was seeing. Lu Ming? A bid of 10,000 gold. It's actually Lu Ming. She shrieked, and in an instant she strung all the clues together. Lu Ming. He's actually a dragon girl lord too. Her pupils contracted. Only that reason could explain why he'd pay such a steep price to snatch the dragon nest blueprint. The channel completely blew up. Holy crap. Lu Ming plays a dragon maiden. This year's rookie king is actually a dragon maiden lord. A decorative unit type? A dragon maiden lord pulling off 2 first bloods in a row. Could he have awakened an SSS tier talent? Whoa. Dragon maiden lords have absurdly weak early game stats and pathetic combat power. They're destined to be nothing but eye candy. Every past rookie king relied on powerhouse units to steamroll monsters. So when everyone realized I was actually a dragon maiden lord, no wonder they lost their minds. Deep in the Black Forest, Xiao Ming was equally dumbfounded. One glance at the countdown timer, and it all clicked. Damn it. He set me up right here. His eyes went bloodshot. You just finished trash-talking me across the whole server, and now you turn around to snatch my blueprint? Fine. You think this leaves me with no options? Even if I let you buy it, I'll make you bleed for it. His eyes darted around, and a nasty scheme bubbled up. Server-wide broadcast Xiao Ming. Brothers, lend me some cash. Once I'm off the trial continent, I'll pay back 100 times whatever you lend. I swear it in the name of the Xiao family of the Central Star Domain. Golden letters hovered in the air, and countless lords sucked in a sharp breath. That was one bold move. Anyone with half a brain could see it. Xiao Ming was jacking up the price on his own item to force me to cough up a fortune. He couldn't outspend me with his own wallet, so he cooked up this borrowing scheme instead. But the peanut gallery didn't care about our beef. A promise to repay 100-fold was enough to send everyone into a frenzy. On the roof of the wooden cabin, my heart skipped a beat. Didn't see that one coming. I guess the young masters of these great families are just born with a cheat code. Can't blame them for winning the birth lottery. And there was no way for me to stop others from lending him money. Server-wide broadcast Xiao Ming. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming, you think you're on my level? You want the blueprint? Fine, 50,000, and I'll graciously let it go to you. He'd clearly received a flood of transfers. Brimming with confidence, he instantly cranked the blueprint's price up to 15,000 gold coins. He can actually spend his own money to bid up his own auction item. I rubbed my chin, thoroughly annoyed. First time I'd ever been muscled out by someone else's spending power. If we hadn't just torn off the gloves, I'd have gladly lent him a few tens of thousands of gold myself. Repaid 100-fold on the outside. Tens of thousands becomes millions. A guaranteed profit. Honestly, it's questionable whether the rookie king's total earnings across the entire trial phase could even scrape the million mark. But this 5-star dragon nest is worth at least $1 million. High-tier blueprints have a price, but no supply on the market. I have to grab it. I gritted my teeth, hesitating for a moment. 50,000. I could scrape it together if I really pushed. Spending 50 grand for a 5-star blueprint would absolutely be worth it. If anyone else were selling, I'd buy it without a second thought. But this was Xiao Ming's listing. Buying it at a premium meant essentially arming my enemy. And just as I hesitated, the sky lit up again with a dazzling golden trumpet. Its contents sent countless spectating lords reeling once more. Server-wide broadcast, Emotion. Brother Lu, what's a measly 50,000? Consider this blueprint my gift to you. I'll buy it myself. Anyone with spare coin, lend me some. Once we're out of the trial continent, House Mo of the Central Star region will repay you 100-fold. House Mo, one of the 10 great families of the Central Star region. Others might fear Xiao Ming, but Imo Xingqian wasn't buying it. He couldn't have cared less about the bad blood between me and Xiao Ming. But the moment he saw me bidding on the dragon's nest blueprint, the urge to befriend me flared up instantly. A dragon maiden lord, no matter how ridiculously gifted, lacks offensive options in the early game. She needs a combat class partner. A low-tier one carries little weight, but a top-tier dragon maiden lord? A completely different story. Truly powerful ones are rare as hen's teeth. Scarcity breeds frenzy. It isn't the dragon maiden lords begging them. It's these combat prodigies who have to throw money around and curry favor just to win the support of a premium dragon maiden. And me? The first dragon maiden lord on the entire server to make a run at the rookie king title. I was a hot commodity, no question. 50,000 gold coins to forge a bit of goodwill. This deal? A guaranteed win. The instant Imo Xingqian finished speaking, hundreds of millions of onlookers erupted again. Only Xiao Ming, deep in the Black Forest, went stone-faced in a heartbeat. Server-wide broadcast, Xiao Ming, Imo Xingqian, what's the meaning of this? You'd tear things wide open with my house, Xiao, over some nobody? I could practically picture Imo Xingqian sneering. A dragon maiden lord with limitless potential would be a prize fought over by every young master, even among the 10 great families. Yet Xiao Ming was offending her to death over his own pride. Hopelessly stupid. Besides, did one lousy Xiao Ming speak for all of House Xiao? Young masters of their standing. Who among them didn't have a few mortal rivals out there? If casually offending some peer meant all-out war between families, the 10 great families would have wiped each other off the map thousands of years ago, leaving nothing behind. Imo Xingqian. I raised an eyebrow, then shook my head. Making friends was fine, but I was holding 10 SSS rank talents. Becoming anyone's subordinate? Not a chance. Server-wide broadcast, Lu Ming. Thanks for the kind offer, brother Imo, but it's just a tier 5 blueprint. I've got it handled myself. I'd already made my decision. Worst case, 50,000 gold coins rain down. I'll just keep a tab. There'll be plenty of chances later to make Xiao Ming cough it all back up, with interest. Server-wide broadcast, Imo Xingqian. Then let me be the first to congratulate you on the Rookie King title, Brother Lu. Whenever you need a brother, just say the word. Imo Xingqian didn't push it. Winning over a top-tier dragon maiden lord was just like pursuing a peerless beauty. Pestering never ends well. All he had to do was show up when she needed him, put his strength and sincerity. Given enough time, it naturally brings people closer. This guy's smart. Server-wide broadcast, Lu Ming, Tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon Nest Blueprint. My final offer is 30,000 gold. Take it or leave it. Don't sell it. Then keep it and breed your own dragons. I couldn't be bothered to waste any more breath, so I just slammed down 30,000 at the auction house. If Xiao Ming wanted to fight this to the bitter end, then let the blueprint rot in his hands. Black Forest Camp. Xiao Ming's face was terrifyingly grim, his teeth grinding audibly. Imo Xingqian stepping in made him smell danger. Compared to commoners, these young lords of great families were born with a natural sense of superiority. But everyone here came from top-tier elite houses, and running into each other on the trial continent meant an underground ranking match. Lose too badly, and the family's honor went down with you. He'd catch hell when he got back, and his resource allocation once he entered the Myriad Realms battlefield would take a serious hit. Consider yourself lucky. Xiao Ming let out a heavy, cold snort, and in the end, he swallowed his pride and accepted the price. Congratulations. You have obtained the Tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon Nest Blueprint, blue quality. The blueprint, glowing with an eerie blue light, finally fell into my hands. A Tier 1 Ice Dragon girl could handle the early game trash mobs just fine, but to take on that unfathomable Skeleton King in the distance, the firepower was still way too thin. With a Tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon Nest, my defensive output would jump several tiers. Maybe I really could grind that boss into the dirt. Learn. I slapped the blueprint against myself. Instantly, a brand new option appeared on the territory building panel. Polar Frost Dragon Nest, Tier 5. Construction cost, 50,000 gold. Recruitable, Polar Frost Dragon Girl. HP, 25,000. Attack, 2,000. Defense, 1,500. Attack speed, 3. Attack range, 500 meters. Skills, Frostfire Cannon, Polar Ice Storm. a level 1 base attack as high as 2000. Even a maxed out level 50 Ice Dragon Girl would get completely outclassed across every stat. And it came with 2 monster skills built in. Frostfire Cannon, a breath attack that deals AoE frost damage to all enemies within a 20-meter radius of the target, with a 30% chance to trigger Deep Freeze. Polar Ice Storm summons a frost storm covering 200 meters, dealing continuous damage per second and freezing enemies in the area for 2 minutes. The first was an AoE auto attack, massive range with a high chance to crowd control. The second was a field-clearing masterpiece. One storm might not look like much, but stack up dozens or hundreds of them, and no wild monster could take a single step in that frozen hell. The stats were absolutely broken, and it burned through cash just as fast. Building a single dragon nest alone cost 50,000 gold. Luckily, the auction house's gear. I sold off all my spare junk for top dollar, and with the second wave of loot on top of that, I scraped together just barely enough. The auction ended, and the noisy world chat gradually died down. The third siege wave was coming any second now. Build Polar Frost Dragon Roost. I picked an open patch of ground beside my rundown camp. The command dropped, and the gold in my pack bottomed out again, leaving me with just a few hundred copper. Boom. A magnificent ice blue structure erupted from the earth. Ice crystals swirled through the air, like an ice-sculpted palace materializing out of thin air. I could actually watch it swell and expand. It took a full 10 minutes to finish completely. The towering, snow-white dome radiated a bone-chilling cold, sprawling across 100+ square meters. A crystalline ice-blue storm churned all around it, staining even the sky overhead a frosty blue. From within the oppressive dark clouds came the faint howling of a gathering tempest. Boom. Before I could take a second look, the ground suddenly shook. The third wave of abyss monsters had arrived. My expression tightened as I tapped into the God's Eye view I shared with my star-pupil dragon maiden. On the scorched earth directly south of the camp, a massive black whirlpool tore open out of nowhere. What poured out was a swarm of deformed monsters, fish heads on humanoid bodies. Half a meter tall, hunched-backed, dragging enormous rust-encrusted anchors, their jagged, tooth-lined fish mouths opening and closing nonstop. Vicious. Skin-crawling. Abyss Fishman Nightstalker LV4. HP 450. ATK 85. DF 35. Skill Night Stealth. The star pupil dragon maiden's vision covered 5,000 meters. I didn't have to move a muscle. The stat panels of the distant monsters flashed into my mind. This batch ranged from level 4 to 6, high on attack, weak on defense. But that difference meant nothing to me. My max level 50 Ice-type Dragon Maiden could deal over 1,000 damage with a single frost spike. Cannon fodder like this couldn't escape getting one shot. I had no interest in watching their charge formation. I casually opened up the frontmost Ice-type Dragon Maiden and slotted the Demon Blade Muramasa into her dedicated equipment slot. Then I stepped up to the edge of the rickety wooden shack's roof, borrowing the Star Pupil's ultra-long-range sight to fix my gaze on that black whirlpool at the far end of the horizon. A colossal humanoid skeleton slowly strode out from the endless darkness. Over 2 meters tall, a hulking frame. Its heavy bones, pale as granite, exuded a suffocating aura of death. In one hand it gripped an absurdly oversized dark broadsword, and within its deep sunken eye sockets flickered 2 clumps of cold, ghostly fire. Across 5,000 meters, it met my gaze with icy indifference. Skeleton King, Auric. My face went grim in an instant. That epic tier boss, it hadn't left after all. It was back. It stood rooted in place like a statue, not taking a single step, its 2 ghostly flames locked dead onto me. A pressure of death swept across the distance, bearing down until I could barely breathe. Just what rule was holding it back? Only allowed to watch, not to attack? My brow knotted tight. With the mental prep from the last wave, the pressure was still crushing, but at least my mind was still working this time. A strong gut feeling gnawed at me. This epic boss would step in personally sooner or later. Maybe right at the final moment before the trial ended, or maybe it needed some hidden condition to trigger, like clearing a certain number of consecutive waves, or the total kill count in the territory hitting some threshold. The truly terrifying thing was never the enemy in front of you. It was the rule you couldn't see through. Boom, boom, boom. With the polar frost dragon nest in play, the battlefield was no longer filled with just the monotonous whistle of ice spikes. A 200-meter Arctic storm materialized out of thin air, directly above the Murloc horde. Ice spikes laced with freezing air ran wild, ripping an entire swath of Murlocs to shreds in an instant. Their very blood froze into slush. Gained 200,000 EXP. Gained 200,000 EXP. Polar Frost Dragon Girl LV1 LV15. Polar Frost Dragon Girl LV15 LV30. Full EXP only lasted a brief moment. Once her level shot up and overtook the enemies, killing low-level Murlocs only yielded the bare minimum. But under 100,000-fold amplification, even that minimum base pay added up to a fortune. That newborn Frost Dragon Girl's level climbed like a rocket. Polar Frost Dragon Girl LV36. HP 250,000. Attack 7,000. Defense 5,000. Attack speed 4. Attack range 800 m. Every level up's stat growth doubled off the base of her starting panel. That was exactly why low-tier units were nothing but cannon fodder even when maxed out. A tier 1 Dragon Girl started with just 100-some HP and 20 attack, gaining pitifully little per level. But a Polar Frost Dragon Girl started at 25,000 HP and 2,000 attack. A single level up for her was worth 100 levels for a low-tier Dragon Girl. At level 36, her HP broke 250,000, her attack rocketed to 7,000, her defense passed 5,000, she fired 4 heavy barges per second, and her range exploded to 800 meters. This is absolutely broken. My blood was pumping. At last, I could see the leverage to go toe-to-toe with Auric. As long as I saved up more money, built a few more tier 5 dragon nests, and maxed out the Polar Dragon Girls. Even if the Skeleton King himself stepped onto the field, I'd have the capital for a head-on fight. On the horizon, the ghostly flames in Auric's eye sockets flickered sharply. I caught that subtle shift instantly. It was as if, the moment the ice storm descended, this epic boss had caught the scent of a threat too. It's only day 1 of the trial. Take one step into my camp, and I guarantee I'll have a one-way ticket to heaven waiting for you. I let out a cold smirk, muttering under my breath. Experience gained, 200,000. Ice Dragon Maiden LV50 LV51. Tier 1 Ice Dragon Maiden has broken through the level cap. SSS rank Super Evolution Branch triggered. Choose your final evolution path within 10 seconds. 1. Range Enhancement. Permanently doubles the range boost gained from each level up. 2. Elemental Enchantment. Each ice spike breath randomly applies 1 additional element of damage. Wind, fire, lightning, earth. 3. Lethal Crit. Each attack has a 20% chance to trigger a 300% critical hit. Break the cap, and it even triggers a super evolution. The crisp chime rang out sharply, and those tier 1 Dragon Maidens stuck at the level 50 bottleneck suddenly lit up with the white glow of leveling. That's when it hit me. The second SSS rank talent I just unlocked, Infinite Leveling, had officially kicked in. Every Dragon Maiden under my command had shattered the system's level ceiling. All 3 options made my eyes burn with greed. For a firepower net build, the strategic value of range goes without saying. A level 50 Ice Dragon Maiden had a range of 250 meters. Pick option 1, and that instantly doubled to 500 meters, just barely enough to scrape the threshold of the Polar Dragon Maidens. The second was more practical. My biggest worry right now was that my attack type was too one-dimensional. The Ice Dragon Maidens relied entirely on frost damage. Run into a monster with high ice resistance or a built-in magic immunity shield, and my firepower net would be about as effective as a light scratch. But with Elemental Enchantment, every single ice spike would randomly carry wind, fire, lightning, or earth. With the element switching at random, the enemy's single-element resistance would have nothing to counter. The third was pure brute force enhancement. I ran the numbers quickly in my head. The tier 1 Ice Dragon Maiden was, after all, the lowest tier unit, with a growth ceiling too low. Sooner or later, it would be phased out. At this stage, Elemental Enchantment could dramatically expand my toolkit and make my territory's damage output far more versatile. That was the optimal solution for handling complicated situations. When you pick a weapon, you never judge it by how sharp it is right now. You judge it by how far it can carry you. Option 2 confirmed. Elemental enchantment. Evolution successful. Current branch. Elemental enchantment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The instant the choice locked in, the ice spikes breathed by the ice dragon maidens, now past level 51, transformed on the spot. Some were wrapped in blazing flames, tearing through the darkness and slamming into the swarm, bursting into showers of sparks that scorched rows of fishmen into charcoal. Some were coiled with crackling blue thunder, unleashing writhing serpents of lightning the moment they landed. Others turned into invisible wind blades that sliced clean through. Multicolored elemental magic detonated wildly across the battlefield. The fishmen below had the worst luck imaginable, dying in a bizarre variety of ways, their screams rolling on without end. At the edge of the horizon, in the Skeleton King's eyes, the sinister, the fire lurched violently. Whether it was my imagination or not, I could have sworn I read a flicker of very human shock from that lifeless skeleton. Hell yeah. This boss radiated such crushing mental pressure that my nerves had been strung tight the whole time. I hadn't even dared to breathe too loud. But now that even it was rattled by the Dragon Maiden's firepower, my mood shot straight up, and a good chunk of the oppressive weight bearing down on me lifted away. The third wave didn't last all that long. During the second wave, I'd gotten lost in a daze from locking eyes with the boss, so I couldn't say how long that one dragged on. But this wave got cleared out way faster than the first, no contest. When the last Murloc Nightstalker got blasted into a pulp by an ice-heavy cannon shot wrapped in crackling thunder, the black vortex at the edge of the horizon slowly began to seal shut. Aurelic stared at me long and hard, his ghostly flames flickering unsteadily, before finally taking a step back, slowly sinking into the darkness, and vanishing completely. Congratulations, Apprentice Lord Lu Ming, first player server-wide to clear the third wave of the Abyss trial. Phew. The second that announcement rang out, I let out a long breath and slumped down flat on the broken rooftop. This wave, I'd just been a spectator playing cheerleader, but the mental toll of that standoff with Aurelic across the battlefield was every bit as draining as throwing down in a brutal fight myself. Every muscle in my body was locked up, my mind stretched to its limit, not daring to let up for even half a second. Now that I'd suddenly let it all go, my whole body ached from head to toe. But still, looking at that glittering layer of loot blanketing the ground outside the camp, all my exhaustion melted away. This wave, pure profit. The first day of the trial, I'd finally made it through. I caught my breath and lifted my head toward the dim sky. 3 blood-red moons had risen high into the night at some point without my noticing. The rules of the trial continent were simple. At most, 3 waves of monsters would spawn to besiege you each day, for a total of 7 days. The further in you got, the stronger the monsters. Word was that plenty of lords barely scraped through the later stages, only able to tough out 1 or 2 waves a day. And me? I'd wiped the board clean on day 1, easy. One-click loot. Sitting up on the rooftop, I activated the gathering law. Every glowing dot on the ground instantly zeroed out, all of it pouring straight into my inventory. 85,000 gold coins, 30 building blueprints, and 26 pieces of gear of all kinds. The Murloc Nightstalkers in this third wave had numbered a full 200,000, and the loot they dropped was richer than the first 2 waves combined, with a few real eye-catchers mixed in. Windwalker Ancient Tree Building Blueprint, Blue. Once built, unlocks the Tier 2 Elite Unit. Elven Ranger, with the exclusive flying mount, the Hippogriff. In a crisis, it can tear itself up from the ground and transform into a colossal war beast to join the fight. A blue blueprint, and a rare elven-type special building at that. Ranged, mounted, and melee, all rolled into one. Blood Altar Blueprint, Blue. Once built, unlocks. Locking in the Tier 2 Elite Unit, the Ghoul. Devours corpses to heal, and once enough of them are on screen, it triggers Frenzied Bloodline. Attack and movement speed doubled, with lifesteal on every hit. The Abyss Line's Meat Grinder. Once you've got an army of them, nothing at their tier can touch you. Everything else was just green and white junk. I couldn't even be bothered to glance at a single green defense tower blueprint. I just bundled it all up and dumped it in the auction house. There were a few decent pieces buried in the equipment pile too. Orb of Corrosion, blue. Universal Unit LV-10 Corrosion Aura. Enemies within 100 meters suffer a forced -20 armor. Same deal as that frost ring from before. No stat boosts to itself, running entirely on its aura. But the effect is vicious. Shave off armor, and the damage monsters take multiplies. 20 points of armor early on basically means enemies eat 30% more damage, boosting the whole Legion's kill efficiency by a third. For anyone else, it's a godsend. For me, it's dead weight. Low-tier units die in one shot to my Dragon Maiden's firepower, and epic bosses like the Skeleton King come with high-tier resistances built in. Shaving off 20 armor is about as useful as scratching an itch. Holy Light Amulet, blue. Hero exclusive LV 15 HP plus 300, attack plus 50 holy healing. Restores 10% of the target's max HP per second for 5 seconds. Percentage-based healing, a rare, clutch skill in the early game. Shame the base stats are mediocre. Straight to the auction house it goes. I'm already level 12. My Dragon Maiden's combat power is starting to spiral out of control, and I can't be bothered with this low-tier stuff anymore. If I want to upgrade my gear, I either drop the cash on a Goblin's godlike equipment, or wait for the trial to end and pick out a top-tier set from one of the big merchant guilds on the Myriad Worlds battlefield. Goblin Boss, we meet again. Backpack cleared out. I couldn't care less about the world chat blowing up over the server-wide announcement. I leapt down from the broken rooftop 3 meters up and landed squarely in front of the traveling goblin merchant, who'd refreshed once more. Honored Lord, step right up, don't miss out. The mysterious merchant still wore that same unshakable con artist grin, reciting his signature pitch as he untied the tattered sack on his back. 5 items, each radiating a treasure-like glow, were laid out in a neat row. My eyes locked onto the second slot instantly. A silver cover, an ancient tome inscribed with arcane runes, the very same experience tome blueprint I'd just bought last round. Lord's Codex of Experience, crafting blueprint. Crafts at LV2 Codex grants 5,000 Lord experience on use 24-hour cooldown. Materials, Basic Experience Book X2, Advanced Energy Book X2 price, 6,000 gold. I was speechless. Last round it went for 4,000, and now he's jacking up the price. Turns out this experience codex comes in tiers. You take a finished tier 1 codex, fuse it a second time with this blueprint, and only then can it be upgraded into a higher tier tome, doubling the experience. The most important part, the cooldown resets and refreshes instantly. Bought it. Without hesitation, I swiped away 6,000 gold. Just auctioning off the usage rights to a tier 2 codex would net me way more than that. After buying the book, I turned to the first slot. Sitting there quietly was a suit of armor blueprints radiating a heavy orange glow. Immortal Heavy Armor, Blueprint Crafted Product, Orange Epic. Lord Exclusive LV20. HP plus 5,000. Additional max HP plus 20%. Defense plus 3,000. Additional max defense plus 20%. Armor plus 150. Immortal Pressure. Enemy armor minus 30 within 2,000 meters. Iron Bulwark. Ally armor plus 30 within 2,000 meters, doubled for self. War Frenzy. Ally attack speed plus 20% within 2,000 meters, doubled for self. Materials. Mithril Plate. Fine Steel Chainmail. Frenzy Gem. Corrosion Pearl price. 25,000 gold. Holy crap. An Orange Epic. A Lord's Divine set. My eyes nearly popped out of my head. These insane stats had my blood boiling. HP and defense didn't just get massive flat bonuses, they came with percentage boosts too. That 20% bonus alone meant this thing wouldn't be obsolete even at level 50. Not to mention those 3 utterly broken auras. My own armor would surge by an extra 60 points and attack speed by 40%, while stripping 30 armor off enemies and buffing my entire army. 150 base armor, plus 60 from the aura, 210 armor total, enough to shrug off 70% of the physical damage at this stage. Pair that with the ridiculous HP, defense, and attack speed, and putting it on turns you into a walking tank. Every line spelled out just one word: invincible. Buy, buy, buy. The 25,000 price tag looked terrifying, but just like that tier 5 Dragon Nest blueprint, Having something like this drop during the trial phase was the system's own brand of overkill. It had forcibly slashed the price to the bone. Put this orange gear up for auction on the Myriad Worlds battlefield, and the bidding would start at 1 million. Stash it in the treasury of one of the 10 great families, and it'd be a clan-guarding artifact. If it weren't for that level 20 requirement, any rookie lord who put it on would get returns rivaling an SS tier talent. Sometimes I think, opportunity never just falls into someone's lap for free. It only crashes down on the person with the guts to reach for it and the strength to bear the cost. Mithril plate, fine steel chainmail, frenzy gem, corrosion pearl. None of these materials are that crazy. I just dropped a corrosion pearl. It's still in my bag. I quickly ran through the recipe. Only the frenzy gem was a bit rare. It was a blue standalone piece with no level requirement to equip, and it only boosted attack speed. I didn't rush back to the machine to cancel the corrosion pearl auction. Instead, I shifted my gaze to the third item. 6-star hero summon card. Randomly recruit one 6-star hero upon use price. 20,000 gold. Holy crap. My eyes lit up, and I was grinning from ear to ear. This badge from the mysterious merchant was absolutely insane. An epic orange-grade equipment blueprint, plus a 6-star hero card. Heroes count as a type of troop too. But aside from the elite mobs you occasionally luck into summoning, real legitimate heroes can't be mass-produced. They're powerful beings with minds of their own, and once a lord subjugates them, they even grant aura buffs to the troops under their command. Down the line, when I'm running secret realms and clearing dungeons, I won't be able to fight on the front lines myself, but send in a high-star hero to lead the charge, and it's handled. Heroes range from 1 to 9 stars. At 6 stars, this was already an unstoppable, top-tier fighting force for the current stage. I'll take it. I waved my hand. Those 3 items alone drained 50,000 gold in one shot. The 80,000 plus I'd just barely gotten my hands on shrank by more than half in an instant. Painful. But the mysterious merchant only shows up during the trial phase if you've got the strength to trigger him. Once you hit the Myriad Worlds battlefield, it's all down to luck. By then, you could be sitting on a mountain of gold with nowhere to spend it. Swallowing the pain, I turned to the last 2 items. Maybe I'd burned through all my luck on the first batch, because these 2 looked pretty mediocre. Blood Sacrifice, Blue Empower Aura, Allied Attack plus 15% within 500 meters Lifesteal Aura, Allied Physical Lifesteal plus 15% price, for 1,000 gold. Silver Moon Crystal, Blue Attack Speed plus 30% can be broken down into 1 times Frenzy Gem price, 3,000 gold. The 2 together came to just 7,000, pocket change. I snapped them both up without hesitation. Listing the Blood Sacrifice on the auction house was guaranteed profit, and I'd hang on to the Silver Moon Crystal. When I eventually craft the Immortal Heavy Armor, I'll need the Frenzy Gem I can break it down into. The Immortal Heavy Armor is level 20 gear, and my level isn't high enough. So I might as well slap the Silver Moon Crystal onto my tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon Maiden for now. A 30% attack speed boost would bump her damage output up a whole tier, maximum bang for the buck. Esteemed Lord, looking forward to our next transaction. With all 6 items cleaned out, the traveling merchant goblin rubbed his hands together and vanished into a puff of white smoke. Corrosion Pearl, cancel the auction. I walked over to the busted machine and pulled the pearl back. The bidding on this thing had already climbed to 2,000 gold, and canceling only cost a 5% fee, 100 gold. Worth it. Still need the refined steel chainmail and the mithril plate armor. I ran a quick search through the trading hall and instantly grabbed a chainmail for 500 gold. Refined steel chainmail, white defense plus 10, armor plus 5. A totally unremarkable white grade item. If it weren't for that bit of armor, nobody would want it even for 50 gold. The mithril plate armor had similar stats, but double the numbers, and I took it for 1,500. All the materials were ready. Now I just had to hit level 20. Recruit, hero. I pulled out that hero C. Mail card, blood red all over, made of some material I couldn't place, with a swirl of crimson light rotating slowly across its surface. Stare at it long enough, and it felt like your very soul might get sucked in. I slapped my hand down on it. The red light exploded, the vortex expanding in an instant, swallowing the card whole. The glow writhed frantically, like something was about to break free from its shell. Congratulations. You've obtained a 6-star hero, Charm Dragon Girl. The crisp notification chimed, and the vortex dissipated. In its place stood a figure of breathtaking grace. The next second, the girl dropped to one knee, prostrating herself reverently at my feet, stark naked. Lillian, at your service, master. Holy shit, I cried out, damn near shooting blood from my nose. Get up quick. I hurriedly bent down to help her to her feet. She straightened up, and my composure shattered into 1,000 pieces on the spot. So this is the Charm Dragon Girl. I sucked in a deep breath, and it took me forever to pull myself together. Even having lived 2 lives, I'd never seen a knockout this lethal. Tall and smoking hot, a waist so slender you could wrap your hands around it, snow-white skin flushed with a tempting pink, and behind her a pink dragon tail swaying gently. Every last detail radiated fatal seduction. Put some clothes on first. I quickly dug a loose, oversized robe out of my pack and tossed it over. Any more looking, and something was bound to go off half-cocked. Lillian, Charm Dragon Girl LV1 6-star. HP 15,000 MP 10,000 ATK 1,200 Def 800. Divine Body LV1. Enemies attacking her suffer -50% attack speed, with a 20% chance to miss entirely. Charm Aura LV1. All flesh and blood creatures within sight suffer a forced -30% movement speed. Nature's Blessing LV1. Summons 10 sprites. Allies within 300 meters recover 2% max HP per second. Rapid Advance LV1. Unlocks at LV10. Loyalty 60. Strong. Invincible. After reading the panel, those were the only 2 words left in my head. A 6-star hero's level 1 stats were already more ridiculous than a tier 5 Frost Dragon Girl. Every skill was a game changer, and she could get even stronger by leveling up. Master, are you a lord who specializes in dragon girls? Lillian pulled on the robe, but the thin fabric couldn't hope to hide those blazing curves. She glanced around curiously, taking in the 100+ ice-type dragon girls crammed into the camp. As a high-star hero, she was born with inherited memories, and one look told her everyone around her was the lowest tier, 1 dragon girls, an astonishing number of them, and there was even a tier 5 dragon nest. Yet I, her lord, was only level 12. This bizarre setup left her thoroughly puzzled. That's right, apprentice dragon girl lord. I nodded, sizing her up from head to toe. I hadn't dared to look closely while she was naked, but now that she was dressed, her outfit only made her more alluring. She had a delicate, stunning face, big watery eyes, and 2 little dimples. At first glance, she looked perfectly innocent, yet the seductive aura she gave off made it impossible to look away. I quietly reminded myself, the more deadly the temptation, the tighter I had to keep myself in check. People who make it far never rely on luck. They rely on that clarity of mind that lets them hold themselves back at the critical moment. After collecting my clearance reward, the sky over the trial continent shifted from dim gray to blood red. The crimson night was actually a few shades brighter than day. Monsters only attacked the city during the dim daylight. No one could explain why. But for an apprentice lord like me, the blood-red night was a chance to breathe. I turned back to look at my camp, and my heart sank. I'd spent all day killing monsters and racking up gold, and only after dark did I realize just how pathetically crude a level 1 lord's manor was. A drafty wooden shack, full of holes on all sides, without even a bed. Where was the dignity befitting a lord? I pulled up the camp panel. Lord's Manor LV1, unnamed. Lord, Lu Ming LV12. Gold, 32,500. Inventory, Immortal Heavy Armor Blueprint, Fine Steel Chainmail, Mithril Plate Armor, Orb of Corrosion, Lord's Experience Tome LV1, Crafting Blueprints. Upgrade cost, 20,000 gold. A pang shot through my chest. Everything took money. I'd figured that raking in tens of thousands today meant I could develop in peace. My plan had been to sell the Experience Tome and build a couple more Tier 5 dragon nests tomorrow. Now it looked like I'd have to bleed out my funds again. Forget it. It's still early. I sighed. I had to stick it out here for 7 full days, and I didn't even have a place to sleep. That was cutting things a little too rough on myself. Upgrade the Lord's Manor. The command went out, and 20,000 gold vanished in an instant, leaving me with just over 30,000. The dilapidated shack began to shift and expand. A flash of white light, and a three-story villa rose from the ground, standing a full 10 meters tall. The first floor was a grand hall with 6-meter ceilings for administration and recruiting troops. The second floor held over 200 square meters of living space. Bedrooms, a dining room, even a large bathtub, though I had no idea where the water came from. The third floor was an observation deck that linked directly to the site of my star pupil dragon maiden. No more crouching on the rooftop with my rear in the air, freezing in the cold wind. Master, let Lillian tend to your rest. Lillian strode over gracefully on her snow-white legs, her voice sweet enough to melt, and the seductive look on her face made my breath catch. A charmed dragon maiden, the name said it all. I'd lived 2 lifetimes, both spent obsessively researching abyssal monsters, so a chance to relax like this was rare, and naturally, I wasn't about to turn it down. More than an hour later, even though I'd already stepped onto the path of the extraordinary, my legs felt a little weak at that moment. A charmed dragon maiden, she truly lived up to the name. Lillian obediently. She had dozed off nearby, sleeping soundly, her snow-white body flushed with a rosy glow. But I wasn't the least bit sleepy. There was still work to do. Experience Codex. Synthesize. I slapped the finished book together with the blueprint. Congratulations. You've obtained the Lord Experience Codex LV2. Grants 10,000 Lord Experience points instantly upon use. This thing could keep leveling up, supposedly all the way to level 10, and each use bumped a Lord up a full level. It only worked below level 100, but it was priceless. Out in the merchant guilds, a single blueprint went for hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and even then you couldn't find one for sale. With the synthesis done, I opened the chat channel. The trial continent had zero entertainment. The newcomers who'd just clawed their way out of a life-or-death fight were still on edge. The first night was bound to be a lively one. Damn, the third wave ended that fast. I made less than 10,000. Get lost. Are you here to show off? 10,000, and you're still complaining. What the hell is Lu Ming's talent, anyway? I swear he didn't even fight for half of the third wave. He started out SS rank, maybe even SSS. Just my rotten luck. I got a level 6 elite monster spawn on my end. Nearly tore my whole cabin apart. Please, guys, spot me some cash. I bought a tier 3 blueprint, and now I'm broke. Can't recruit anyone. I'll pay you back with interest tomorrow, guaranteed. The chat channel was a total circus. Some were bragging, others were begging. But there were no philanthropists on the trial continent. A deadbeat who couldn't even make it to day 2 would just die anyway. Lend him money, and you'd be throwing it down the drain. I scrolled through a couple pages. Nothing useful. Then I swung by the trading hall for a look around. A few blue-grade items weren't bad, but everybody had cash on hand now, so prices had already shot through the roof. No chance of scoring a bargain. I didn't waste any more time. Server-wide broadcast Lu Ming. One-time use rights to the Lord Experience Codex LV2. Grants 10,000 Lord Experience points on the spot. Public auction. Highest bidder wins. The golden, bold text took over everyone's screen again. All day long, the name Lu Ming had probably worn calluses into everyone's ears. But whatever they were doing, this message stopped them cold. Holy crap, the big shots at it again. Another 1,000 gold megaphone. The Experience Codex leveled up to 2 already. This guy seriously doesn't treat money like money. 10,000 experience points. That's enough to level up a level 10 Lord in one shot. I'll bid 8,000. 10,000. 12,000. The chat channel instantly boiled over, every pair of eyes gone red. Who didn't understand the weight of an Experience Codex? Especially in the early game, a single experience book meant your leveling speed could crush everyone else your age. A Tier 2 Codex handed you 10,000 points a day for free. Compare that to grinding monsters, and how many low-level mobs would you have to hack through to rack that up? Most of the lords who'd survived 3 waves of siege had saved up quite a nest egg. To bridge this level gap, they were all bidding like maniacs, driving the price up. Fong Yuqing, Brother Lu, that's not cool. You cooked up more advanced experience books. Why not sell them to me? A private message suddenly popped up. I leaned back against the headboard, one hand toying with Lillian's soft little body, and grinned as I looked at the screen. You add me as a friend and think you can pull strings? Dream on. I only care about profit. Lu Ming. If you need them, feel free to join the auction. Thanks. thousands of miles away, in a camp blanketed in ice and snow. Damn it, what a clueless block of wood. Fong Yuqing glared at that ice-cold reply, stamping her foot in fury. She couldn't understand it. How could there be a man in this world so oblivious to romance, completely unresponsive to her advances? If she hadn't pegged Lu Ming as a super promising prospect, she'd have deleted him on the spot. A young lady from one of the great families. When had she ever been ignored like this? After this morning's deal, she'd made up her mind never to reach out to him first. But before the third wave of the siege, someone had spilled Lu Ming's secret in the world chat. He was actually a Dragon Maiden Lord. If a Dragon Maiden Lord wanted to develop safely in the late game, they were destined to find a combat-type Lord as a symbiotic partner. A rule-breaking powerhouse like Lu Ming instantly became a hot commodity in the eyes of countless top players. She was tempted too. Once she stepped onto the Myriad Realms battlefield, having a Dragon Maiden support with insane talent by her side would be more useful than a divine tier gear. Besides, judging by his avatar, the guy was really handsome, exactly her type. If possible, she wouldn't even mind becoming his true partner, dominating the Myriad Realms battlefield hand in hand. At that thought, Fong Yuqing took a deep breath, forced down her nameless anger, and sent another message. Fong Yuqing, oh come on, with our friendship, why bother with an auction? Just name your price and I'll transfer it to you right away. The moment she finished typing, her own cheeks flushed hot. Normally as cold as ice toward men, today she'd actually sent something so sweet and coquettish. Lu Ming, I need them. Lu Ming. The next second, she completely lost it. Was this man made of reinforced concrete? Swallowing her pride to butter him up was already the limit of her patience. No matter how outstanding he was, no matter how badly she wanted this partner. Fine, I'll put up with it. Once I've got you in my grasp, I'll settle this score with you properly. She thought through gritted teeth. A block of wood was a block of wood, but she had complete confidence in herself. This time the 10 great families had only sent 4 or 5 people. Aside from her, they were all young masters. When it came to partnering up, a woman seeking a male Dragon Maiden Lord had a natural, unbeatable appeal. Between Xiao Ming, Imo Xingqian, and herself, any normal man would choose her. By then, wouldn't Lu Ming's people and troops all be hers? Fong Yuqing, you're the worst. I just want to hear you say the price out loud. Staring at the reply on my screen, I felt a headache coming on. Why was this woman so impossible to deal with? Fong Yuqing. A name like that didn't belong to some ordinary family. I'd already crossed Xiao Ming, and there was Imo Xingqian, whose intentions were still a mystery. I was buried in trouble already. Provoking her too would definitely end badly for me. If I don't reply, she can't seriously keep spamming me forever. I just closed the chat window. And if she really couldn't take a hint and kept pestering me, worst case, I'll just delete her. I'm a soulless money-making machine. Then I turned all my attention back to the bidding numbers. In just that short while, the price had already shot up to 8,000. Back at the ice and snow camp, Fong Yuqing glared at the silent message box, ready to lose it. This man wouldn't budge no matter what. Soft or hard tactics, nothing worked. He was dead set on making money. Had he fallen straight into a pit of gold? Then again, as long as money can solve it, this is easy. She calmed down, her eyes flickering, and suddenly everything became clear. Money was the one thing she had plenty of. Once she left the trial continent, dropping a few million gold coins was child's play. Instead of racking her brain trying to charm him, why not just throw money at the problem? Server-wide broadcast Fong Yuqing, 10,000 gold coins. Anyone want to raise it? I've run into a rich lady. With one domineering bid, she easily locked down the usage rights to the second experience book. Watching my inventory balance climb back to the 50,000 mark, I grinned from ear to ear. Talk about feelings? What a waste of money. Just throw cash at it. So much more satisfying. The hardest thing to see clearly in life is often what you truly want. She thought she wanted a partner, but what she really wanted was the satisfaction of not being ignored. And what I wanted was simple money. Master, 50,000 gold was just enough to build another polar frost dragon nest. My heart raced with excitement, and my hand tightened without me realizing it. Lillian woke with a wince, gazing at me through sleepy eyes. A blush spread across her stunning face, and the alluring aura she gave off was enough to make any man's blood boil. The lodging in a tier 2 Lord's Manor was more comfortable than any luxury hotel outside. In my past life, back in the dorm, my roommate's snoring shook the walls. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd slept well. Who would have thought the deepest sleep I'd had would come on my very first night in the trial continent? The next day, the blood moon set. The sky pressed back down into gloom. Strange roars echoed in the distance, and thunder-like rumbles rolled faintly across the horizon. Day 2 of the trial. Besides the endless waves of siege monsters, native beasts would randomly spawn in the wild, and word was there were even hidden realms and dungeons. Stumble onto one with a little luck, and you'd strike it rich. Master, you're awake? Lillian sat up from under the covers, a night of moist, that stunning, drop-dead gorgeous face looking even more radiant. Time to get to work. I rubbed her pink dragon horn. I was finally getting a taste of what made rich people so happy. With a warm, soft beauty in my arms. Wasting a fine morning without a little tenderness would be a crime. But the blood moon had already set, which meant the abyss monsters would be here any second. I forced down my urges, rolled out of bed, and got dressed. Lillian obediently climbed up too, slipping into the oversized robe I'd given her. Beneath the hem, a pair of long, snow-white legs peeked in and out of view. Don't worry, Master. Lillian will keep you safe. She followed me out of the Lord's Manor, heading toward the edge of the camp on her own. The abyss monsters came in overwhelming numbers and were brutally strong. I had a tier 5 polar frost dragon nest, sure, but only one, which made it hard to cover every angle. She had to stay glued to my side. As for the ring of tier 1 ice dragon girls around us, she'd already written them off. Tier 1 units were far too weak against abyss monsters. No matter how many there were, they were just cannon fodder to buy time. Boom. A deafening roar split the air as the familiar black vortex tore open to the south of the camp. Monsters poured out of the vortex one after another, like water bursting through a broken dam, blanketing the ground in an instant. Upright from the waist up, their fishtails slithering across the scorched earth like snakes, gripping sharp steel tridents. Every one of them radiated menace. How are there so many? Staring at the tsunami of monster hordes before her, Lillian froze, her rosy face going white in an instant. Yes, she was a 6-star hero. Yes, her base stats were sky-high. But right now she had no wide-area AoE skills. There were so many monsters you couldn't see the end of them. Even if they lined up for her to cut down one by one, it would take days and nights. Those are Abyss Merman guards. Master, please be careful. After that brief moment of panic, her eyes suddenly hardened. Without hesitation, she planted herself in front of me, her flawless face set with grim, do-or-die resolve. No matter how strong the enemy, protect the Master at all costs. That was the destiny of a high-star hero. Lillian, relax. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry as I reached out and pulled her back. This hero was the apple of my eye. I had to take good care of her. When the time came for the final showdown with the Skeleton King, that would be her moment to shine. A pack of low-level grunts, barely level 10 or so, they can't stir up any real trouble. I settled onto the plush sofa on the third-floor observation deck. Commanding from up here beat lying on the rooftop getting blasted by cold wind, and the view was tied directly to my star-eyed dragon girl. What used to be a vague blur 5,000 meters out was now crystal clear, right down to a single blade of dead grass on the ground. Star-eyed dragon girl LV-61. Tier 2 support unit. HP 15,000. Defense 800. Shared vision 7,000 meters. The third wave's experience washed over. The first-order ice dragon maidens had already shattered their level cap, all shooting up to level 61. My star pupil dragon maiden rose right along with them. Her vision now stretched out to 7,000 meters. Within a 7-kilometer radius, nothing could escape my sight. Not a single blade of grass could stir unnoticed. The Merman Guard stat panel surfaced in my mind at once. Abyssal Merman Guard LV-14. HP 1,200. Defense 200. Attack 300. Skill Merman Crush. Every fourth attack guarantees a crush on the next strike, forcibly stunning the target for 1 second. They've got crowd control now. My expression shifted. Only the fourth wave, and it was already spawning monsters with hard CC. These stats posed zero threat to me. 1,200 HP, 200 defense? Under the concentrated firepower of my max-level Ice Dragon Maidens, a single ice spike would drop it instantly. But for an ordinary lord, this was an absolute nightmare. A 1-second stun every 4 hits. Once the monsters piled up into a wave and surged right up to the front, any defensive line would collapse in the blink of an eye. Day 2 of the trial. The real hell was just getting started. I understood it perfectly. The monsters on the first day were just there to let the rookies get some practice. Once everyone settled into the rhythm, Day 2 was when the difficulty truly ramped up. That was the mercy of the rules and their cruelty. First they give you hope, then they force you to see exactly how much you're worth. The weaklings who didn't have the strength deserved to be weeded out early in the trial. At least here, they could still hit the exit button and save their skins. On the real Myriad Worlds battlefield, the Abyss wouldn't give anyone a second chance. Master, the Merman's Crush deals bonus damage to buildings. If we just tank this wave head-on, the camp will definitely take losses. Lillian's voice trembled with urgency, her 2 snow-white legs pacing back and forth across the observation deck. She wanted to go to the front line. With her passive skill, Holy Body, she could at least cut the merman's attack speed in half. No rush. I waved my hand to cut her off, sparing her an extra glance. A 6-star hero, this familiar with intel on the Abyss monsters. Interesting. Lillian, your master isn't as fragile as you think. I stood up with my hands clasped behind my back, gazing off into the distance. You'll understand in a moment. As for you, I've got a better use in mind for you. A better use. 2 flushes of crimson instantly bloomed across that stunningly beautiful face, the blush spreading all the way down her slender, fair neck. She looked like a ripe, juicy peach. Clearly, the girl's mind had wandered somewhere else entirely. Once a charm dragon maiden got distracted, the aura she gave off was enough to make a man lose his sanity. I forced the thought down. The Skeleton King could appear at any moment. This was no time to waste. Boom. Out of the darkness, the towering figure of the Skeleton King emerged, sounding the horn for the all-out assault. Countless merman guards. They came crashing in like a tidal wave. The first to open fire was the lone 5-star Polar Frost Dragon nest beside the camp. Polar Frost Dragon Maiden LV 65. HP 500,000. Attack 12,000. Defense 9,000. Attack speed 6. Range 1, 200 m. Skills Cryo Cannon, Polar Ice Storm. Why are high-tier units so ridiculously expensive? It all comes down to these absurd stat growths. A single cryo cannon blast erupted, and in an instant the air congealed into an ice storm blanketing hundreds of meters. Raging frost laced with thunder came smashing down. The Murlocs charging at the front didn't even leave behind a bone fragment. 6 shots per second. The Murloc Legion that had just stepped into range was wiped out in droves in the blink of an eye, like a chunk of the ocean had been scooped out by an invisible giant hand. Gained 100,000 EXP. Gained 100,000 EXP. The EXP notifications flooded the screen like crazy. Lillian hadn't even snapped out of her wandering thoughts when blinding flashes of white light burst across her body, one after another. Violent energy surged wildly through her petite frame. Lillian LV1 LV15. Less than a second. By the time she opened her eyes again, her level had shot up to 35. And as the Dragon Maiden kept firing, the number just kept climbing. Lillian Charm Dragon Maiden LV 35. Star rating 6 stars. HP 35,000. MP 24,000. Attack 2,800. Defense 1,900. Skills Divine Body, Charm Aura, Nature's Blessing, Rapid Advance. This, Master? She stared with her wide, watery eyes, her face full of bewilderment. She hadn't so much as lifted a finger, yet she'd jumped 35 levels in the blink of an eye. A bunch of small fry like this. No need for you to lift a hand, I said with a smile, offering no further explanation. Getting to see that wide-eyed, never-seen-the-world expression on a 6-star hero's face was actually pretty refreshing. Master, you're incredible. It took her a while to come to her senses, and then she looked at me with fervent adoration. Lillian's loyalty plus 10. The corners of my mouth curled up. Just as I thought. In the face of absolute power, Winning over a high-star hero is this simple. I'd only revealed the tip of the iceberg, and her loyalty had already shot through the roof. Heroes are different from mass-produced units. They have minds of their own, personalities of their own. Where there's a mind, there's variability. They can't choose who summons them, but that doesn't mean they'll obey forever. If a lord keeps losing battles, their loyalty will slide steadily downward, break through the bottom line, and they might even betray and defect. On the flip side, if a lord is strong enough to earn their genuine respect, their loyalty will soar. Only at a full 100 will a hero swear to follow to the death. Soul contract. Lillian's initial loyalty was a pathetic 10 points. Not even half a day after I summoned her, it had already shot up to 90. This is nothing yet, I said, looking at her. Just stick with me. One day, I'll personally put you on the throne of charm. For subordinates with real potential, intimidation alone isn't enough. Dangling the right carrot at the right moment matters just as much. Her mind reeled. She wasn't the only charm dragon girl out there. They were an entire vast, star-spanning race. Only the most extraordinary geniuses could evolve into heroes, and the greater the talent, the higher the star rank. As a 6-star, she was merely a solid mid-tier. Between her and the pinnacle 9-star god rank lay an impassable chasm. Igniting a divine flame, forging a divine spark. Those were things she wouldn't have dared to dream of. Yet this unfathomable master before her was actually promising to pave her road to godhood. Thank you, Master. Lillian, thank you for this gift, Master. She was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, without a shred of doubt. She hadn't lifted a finger, yet her level had skyrocketed and her power had surged dozens of times over. A method unheard of even in her long lineage of inherited memories. Dry your eyes and come take a look at our first tough nut to crack. I beckoned her over and had her sit beside me. Empty promises alone can make people reckless and overambitious, so I needed to load a bit of weight on her shoulders too, turning pressure into drive. I shared the farsight vision of my star pupil dragon girl and pointed toward the far edge of the horizon, at that terrifying figure standing beside the black vortex. The skeleton king, Auric? Before I could even speak, the moment she saw the figure clearly, her pretty face went deathly pale and she cried out in alarm. You know this thing? I blinked. Heroes all carry mysterious, inherited memories. The cosmos is vast, beyond the human race, and the abyss lie countless uncharted realms. In those deeply rooted planes, the mightiest experts can evolve into heroes. But it's incredibly hard for a hero to break through their life tier by grueling cultivation alone. Ever since the human race embarked on the Lord path, the domineering law where killing monsters grants limitless leveling, it had quickly drawn the attention of the powerhouses across all worlds. Pledging themselves to a human lord and borrowing that law to grow stronger at breakneck speed became their fastest shortcut. The price was the absolute constraint of loyalty. The upside was that once the lord died, the contract dissolved on its own, and they'd regain their freedom. And on the brutal battlefields of the myriad worlds, the fate awaiting the vast majority of lords was a miserable death beneath the claws of the abyss. So for high-star heroes, this shackle wasn't really all that tight. It made perfect sense that Lillian recognized an epic boss like Auric. The Auric clan, the royal bloodline among the abyss skeletons, she nodded gravely. The supreme commander of today's skeleton race is called King Auric, a peerless powerhouse who has set foot at the pinnacle of demigod, Deep, one of the 10 pillar gods of the abyss. Ever since she ascended to the divine throne, every skeleton boss who awakened the bloodline of kings has been granted the prefix Auric and crowned themselves as abyssal royalty. She stared at the colossal skeletal beast in the distance, her eyes brimming with dread. That was the being most favored by the abyssal will, the one with the greatest chance of igniting the flame of true godhood. King Auric? Self-proclaimed royalty. My expression shifted. I'd thought this was just a tough nut to crack. I never imagined the backing ran this deep. Standing behind it was a peak-tier demigod. This so-called Auric royalty. Exactly how many of them are there? I took a deep breath. If I killed this small fry only to have a demigod hunting me down the next second, then there'd be no damn point in me leveling up at all. Not sure. She shook her head. Skeletons are the most populous race in the abyss. Their sheer numbers are terrifying, So naturally, countless bosses with the potential for kingship are born. Any ordinary skeleton that awakens even a sliver of higher intelligence, or stumbles upon a fateful encounter that shatters its ceiling, gets branded with the clan name Auric by the abyssal will. My taut nerves relaxed in an instant, and I cursed under my breath. So after all that build-up, this was just a mass-produced nobody. The setup had been so terrifying that I'd thought it was some sword-bearing bodyguard right beside King Auric. It nearly gave me a heart attack. Still, this one is an epic-tier boss after all. Its status among the royalty probably isn't low either, she added. My face went dark as the bottom of a pot. Why does this girl always love to pause for dramatic effect? Not low in status. So basically, it's no big deal either way. I narrowed my eyes, a trace of ruthlessness flashing across them. Since I'd been marked, this was a fight I had to take whether I wanted to or not. As long as this pile of bones wasn't King Auric's own son, killing it would be no problem. I didn't believe that a demigod on the verge of storming the divine throne would go out of his way to hassle me, a mere apprentice lord, over some clansmen a countless number of generations removed, and only level 50 at that. The gaze of the powerful only ever falls upon opponents worthy of them. The real danger in this world is rarely the one you think it is. If I decided to kill this Auric, would you have the guts to back me up? I stared into her watery eyes. Why wouldn't I? A light of excitement actually kindled in her eyes. A hero bound by contract was like holding a golden get-out-of-jail-free card. The Lord shoulders all the blame. If the Lord dies in battle, they just dust themselves off and walk away, untouched by any karmic consequence. Even if she killed King Auric's own son right in front of him, that demigod wouldn't dare come after her. The supreme being who laid down this rule of the myriad worlds was not someone a mere demigod could provoke. Good. I nodded in approval, my fighting spirit surging. The ultimate goal of this trial is to take this. Pound that Auric into bone meal. Rest assured, master. Say the word, and Lillian will tear it apart and burn it as firewood for you. She was even more fired up than I was, personally slaying an epic boss several levels above her. This was a feat she wouldn't have dared dream of before. But now, she stole a glance at her own stat panel. LV45. An unprecedented, swelling confidence blazed to life in her chest. Auric's stat panel was monstrous enough to take your breath away. 200,000 HP, 15,000 attack, 8,000 defense. I stared at that string of numbers and sneered inwardly. Even if I forced Lillian all the way up to level 200, going toe-to-toe with that thing would be suicide. But a hero's true strength never comes from herself alone. Behind her stood me, a lord with limitless resources. Legendary gear was the real trump card for crushing enemies far above your level. This set of legendary gear wasn't complete yet, but I wasn't worried. The traveling goblin merchant refreshed 3 times a day, and the trial still had several days left. Sooner or later, I'd pull a top-tier piece with a crowd control aura. Besides, she wasn't my only card. The devastating firepower of the polar frost dragon nest, the elemental enchantment evolution of my tier 1 dragon maiden. With every cannon firing at once, I might just be able to blast this epic boss into dust. Master, level alone isn't stable enough. My skills need to be upgraded right away. Lillian's eyes were sharp as blades. She spoke up on her own, wanting to farm a batch of Murloc guards for skill proficiency. I understood her value. A single point in Divine Body could slash an enemy's attack speed by half. Level it higher, and the slow effect would only become more terrifying. Fine. At the end of each wave, I'll leave you half an hour, I nodded. But only half an hour. We can't afford to lose a single first kill. Yes, master. She was overjoyed. With monsters flooding in like a tide, half an hour was more than enough for her to grind out a big chunk. Before her words had even faded, she'd already leapt down from the 3rd-floor observation deck. Twisting midair, pink light flared bright as her long legs tapped lightly against the ground. A few bounds later, she'd charged to the very front line, planting herself squarely before the endless Murloc formation. Divine Body, the passive activated. She neither dodged nor evaded. Steel tridents jabbed against her body, unable to even break through her defense. The instant the first strike landed, a pink slow aura wrapped around the Murloc, its movements as if someone had hit the slow motion button, its trident-raising pose comically sluggish. Nature's blessing. She let out a delicate cry. 10 green light sprites materialized out of thin air, circling around her as her proficiency skyrocketed. I withdrew my gaze and, through the Lord panel, issued an order to the dragon nest and the dragon maiden. Stay 100 meters clear of her. Hold fire. 50,000 gold coins remained in my inventory. Construct Polar Frost Dragon Nest. With a single thought, the gold coins instantly evaporated, and the dragon nests increased to 2. This was my real plan for dealing with Auric. The real killer combo: enchantment, freezing, area of effect bursts, topped off with slow effects for crowd control. Only by hitting from every angle could I close that massive gap in stats. 180 enchanted dragon maidens, 2 polar dragon nests, raining down destruction. The Murloc guards couldn't even push past the 500-meter safety line around their camp. I locked onto Auric with my star pupil vision, refusing to let go. That skeletal frame wasn't especially large, yet it made the air feel heavy. The ghostly flames in its eye sockets flickered and dimmed. Even this boss wasn't at peace inside. One man, one skeleton, squaring off across the distance. Strangely enough, the pressure in my chest didn't grow. If anything, it kept fading. A true warrior isn't someone who never feels fear. It's someone who learns to stand shoulder to shoulder with it. I don't know how much time passed before the dragon nests ceased fire and the dragon maidens went still. Only around Lillian were there still a few hundred murlocs left, surrounding her, struggling to raise their tridents. So sluggish it looked like they were practicing Tai Chi. Divine Body, LV.2. Enemies who attack a charmed dragon maiden have their attack speed reduced by 60%, with a 30% chance to miss entirely. The skill had hit level 2. The slow effect jumped from 50% to 60%. The Murloc steel tridents finally came down, only for a string of glaring miss tags to float up instead. Lillian, clear them out. I looked up at the sky. This wave had dragged on longer than yesterday. Any longer, and there was no guarantee some freak genius wouldn't swoop in to steal the first kill. Yes, master. Her figure moved like a sprite dancing through the woods, pink light exploding across the mob of enemies. The last few hundred murlocs vanished into dust in an instant. With a kick of her snow-white legs, she cleared dozens of meters and landed precisely back on the third-floor balcony. Her robe billowed in the wind, and that alluring poise of hers returned. Congratulations to apprentice Lord Lu Ming, the first player on the entire server to clear the 4th wave of the Abyss trial. The system announcement blared right on schedule. Even though I deliberately stalled for half an hour to grind my skills, the crown of the first kill still landed squarely on my head. Inside the Black Forest camp, a furious roar tore through the air. They say Xiao Ming stared at the battlefield with nothing but a sliver of health left, listened to the announcement echoing overhead, and shattered his long sword to pieces. He'd emptied his entire fortune, made it to the final push, only to get cut off again. That was more humiliating than getting slapped in front of a crowd. But impotent rage couldn't change a thing. There was only one first kill. The moment that announcement rang out, it had nothing to do with him anymore. Clutching the proceeds from selling his blueprints and the hundreds of thousands of gold coins he'd borrowed, he'd swapped his entire main force for Tier 3 Black Knights, and even shelled out a fortune to hire a Tier 4 Troll catapult gunner. His combat power had shot up more than tenfold. He was dead certain the Rookie King title was his for the taking. He'd overlooked one thing. If he could shamelessly borrow money, so could everyone else. Mo Xingqian, Fang Yuqing, and a whole crowd of aristocratic scions were all leveraging their family names to raise funds like crazy. Everyone was borrowing money, which meant no one had actually gained an edge. When everyone takes the same shortcut, it stops being a shortcut and just becomes the main road again. And these people all share one unspoken belief. Lu Ming's potential has hit its ceiling. He just got lucky, drew a nice hand of starting talents, that's all. If I could hear them from inside my cabin, I'd probably just laugh. After all, I held my fire on purpose, waiting more than half an hour for her. But honestly, I couldn't care less what other people think. Right now I'm pulling out the orange tier blueprint I bought yesterday. Immortal Heavy Armor, Synthesize. Immortal Heavy Armor, an orange tier, epic grade, top-of-the-line piece of gear. Its value is beyond imagination. The only downside is that it comes from the trial continent, so its equip level is locked at 20. But even so, just those few insane percentage-based boosts are enough to let me steamroll all the way to level 50. Silver Moon Crystal successfully disassembled. Obtained. Fervor Gem times 1. All ingredients present. Beginning synthesis. Congratulations, obtained. Immortal Heavy Armor. Before I'd even cleaned up the loot, I was already going full throttle right there in the living room. I'd gathered all the materials in that last wave, and the synthesis flashed with light as they all vanished. The heavy armor was a dark grayish-brown, its plates thick and heavy, its surface rippling with a cold, icy glow. One look at it, and you just felt this unshakable steadiness. That last siege had bumped my level all the way up to 20. Without a second's hesitation, I ripped off my no-name starter armor and threw the epic heavy armor on. Huh? That aura is. Lillian's pretty face changed. Her gorgeous eyes locked onto the dark gold halo rising off my body, and her delicate frame trembled. Epic-grade Lord equipment. Her little mouth hung wide open. A tear, 5 dragon's nest, and 100,000 times leveling speed were already jaw-dropping. She never imagined I'd casually flip out yet another epic. This is the bottommost trial continent. Everyone who lands here is a fresh-off-the-boat rookie, and the fanciest thing you'll usually see is Tier 1 or Tier 2 no-name junk. And me? I'm tossing out epics like they're cabbage. Following the master. Maybe one day I really can shatter these sealing shackles of mine and claim the immortal throne of enchantment. Her eyes were complicated. It's just one epic, I said, rolling my shoulders. Once I've saved up enough, I'll forge you a whole exclusive set of divine gear. If I hadn't already stepped into the extraordinary realm, with my physical stats through the roof, my old mortal frame from before would have been flattened just by this armor's weight alone. Master, let me go clean up the battlefield for you. Drunk on that big promise. Her face flushed red as she scrambled to prove herself. No need. I've got a faster way. The fourth wave of invading fishmen numbered over 200,000, and the loot was scattered across the hills as far as the eye could see. Running around picking it up by hand would take forever. One-click loot. The power of the law activated in an instant. For several thousand meters in every direction. The loot scattered across the scorched earth dissolved into streaming light, like 100 rivers rushing to the sea. Every last piece swept into my bag within half a second. In an instant, the ravaged ground was wiped spotless. One-click loot. As a law of the world, her cherry lips parted into an "oh" again, her eyes swirling with wonder. Any single one of these rare treasures would spark a bloody war if it fell into someone else's hands. Yet here, they were mine for the taking. All right, go rest in your room first. Let me see what the goblin merchant brought this time. I walked out of the little building with a smile and headed to the west side of camp. The traveling goblin merchant was already waiting there in silence. Honored Lord, come one, come all, don't miss out. Take a look at the fresh new goodies. It untied the tattered burlap sack on its back, and 5 orbs of shimmering light hovered quietly inside. Only 5 items this batch. I felt a twinge of disappointment. The mysterious merchant stock had the highest value of all. Fresh off a major victory with gold to spare, of course I wanted more. Deep Blue Lottery Card. Effect, upon use, guarantees a random Tier 2 to 5 blue quality troop building blueprint. Price, 6,000 gold. The very first item was a pleasant surprise. A treasure card that could roll high-tier blueprints at random. Tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon Nest. Don't tell me that's where Xiaoming came from. Without hesitation, I snapped it up on the spot. It was like gambling on raw jade. Win some, lose some. The floor was a Tier 2 blueprint. Ordinary one's worth 2,000 at most, a minor loss. But scratch out a Tier 3, and I could list it in the trading hall for 5,000 and up. Roll a Tier 4 or 5, and it'd be a massive profit. More importantly, during the trial phase, sources for high-tier blueprints were pitifully scarce. The combat power leap from recruiting a single high-tier dragon maiden was worth far more than a little gold. I pocketed the card cleanly and turned to the second item. Hidden Class Transfer Scroll, Heavenly Sword. Effect. Unlocks the exclusive class change quest for the Lord's Hidden Class Heavenly Sword. Requirement. Lord level must reach LV 50. Price, 20,000 gold. A class transfer scroll, and an ultra-rare hidden class at that. My pupils contracted. I nearly blurted it out loud. Class transfer was the crucial leap in a Lord's combat evolution. In the early stages, you leveled up by slaying monsters, passively absorbing the laws of the world to temper your body, gaining greater strength and speed in return. Paired with the right gear and skills, personal combat power could even rival that of a high-star hero. But a Lord's ultimate destination was to ignite the divine flame and ascend to godhood. Before condensing divine power and transforming into a demigod, blindly stacking raw strength would instead become a shackle that chained your breakthrough. Power that isn't refined and unified will ultimately turn on the one who wields it. And class transfer was the only path to systematically refine this vast, chaotic power into one coherent whole. Succeed, and that energy would be forged into divine power. Not only did I get a destruction tier class skill, but I could also visualize my own stats, pinpointing my weaknesses with precision. Lords with a class and lords without one are creatures on two entirely different levels. And between a common class and a hidden class, the gap is night and day. This, Heaven's Sword, before me, once I completed the trial mission, it could seamlessly convert into a top-tier hidden class with off-the-charts attack power. Too bad it doesn't unlock until level 50. I'll have to wait until I clear the trial and enter the battlefield of myriad realms. I smacked my lips and solemnly tucked the scroll into the deepest corner of my backpack. This was, without a doubt, the single biggest personal payoff of this whole trial. Suppressing my excitement, I turned to the third item. The moment I saw the details, I couldn't help but grin. Today's really my lucky day. One great find after another. I glanced sideways at Lillian. I'd just promised to outfit her with epic gear, and now, just like that, a weapon had come knocking. Stars Bow of Sotoril. Quality, Orange Epic. Equip type, Hero Exclusive. Equip level, LV 30. Base attack plus 2,500 bonus attack, plus 30% attack speed plus 40%. Starfall. On attack, 15% chance to summon a cascade of stars, dealing 500% adaptive damage to enemies within 1,000 meters and immobilizing them for 3 seconds. Sotoril's Aura. On attack, 20% chance to trigger, granting plus 50% attack power to allies within 1,000 meters for 10 seconds. Price, 30,000 gold. I stared at those lines, my breathing slowing half a beat. A finished epic ranged weapon, and it just so happened to be the perfect signature battle bow for a charm-type dragon girl. Those percentage boosts alone were enough to carry Lillian all the way to level 60 or 70 without ever needing to switch weapons. 30,000 gold wasn't cheap, but on this treacherous trial continent, where every step could be your last, every single coin was seed capital, it had to be spent where it counted most. I wasn't short on standard firepower for mopping up small fry. What I lacked was a top-tier blade capable of going toe-to-toe with an epic boss. The day I faced off against Auric, my army of dragon birds could only pin him down and provide support. The one who'd actually tear open a breach, that could only be her. I gave a sweeping wave of my hand. Buy it. The longbow in hand. Only 2 items remained on the stall, and they instantly paled in comparison. Radiant War Blade, Blueprint. Quality, Purple Perfect Health plus 3,000 attack, plus 800. Radiant Scorch. Enemies within 300 meters take 500 spell damage per second. Crafting requirement, Saint's Relic times 1 price, 5,000 gold. Advanced Energy Book grants 2,500 Lord EXP upon use price, 3,500 gold. Gold. A few thousand gold, pocket change. I didn't even bother looking up as I scooped up the whole lot. The blueprints would fetch a guaranteed profit at the trading hall, and I could flip the energy tomes for a nice margin too. Until we meet again, most esteemed lord. With the stall cleared out, the goblin merchant tossed out his signature line and vanished into thin air. I headed back to the parlor of the mansion with my spoils. Lillian, this is for you. I held out the longbow, starlight shimmering along its length. Her hands flew to her lips instantly, her eyes going red at the rims. An epic signature artifact. Before she'd signed on to serve me, this was a treasure she couldn't have dreamed of touching. And now, it was only her second day with me. Master. She spread her arms and threw herself into my chest. Notice, Lillian's loyalty plus 10. Current loyalty, 100. Bound in life and death, never to betray. I raised an eyebrow. This high-star hero was surprisingly easy to win over. Maxed out on day 2. Looked like I didn't need the full epic set, just one casual orange-grade weapon, and she'd willingly bow to me. The human heart is a funny thing. Sometimes it all comes down to being willing to give. Hand over some genuine, hard-earned sincerity first, and loyalty will come knocking on its own. Master, I'm going to scout the terrain and test out my new bow while I'm at it. She stroked the cool, gorgeous body of the bow, gazing up at me with big, misty eyes. Go ahead. Stay safe, and come back soon. I ruffled her hair. The surrounding fog would have to be explored sooner or later. This continent held more than just wave after wave of siege monsters. She chirped a cheerful reply, then bounded off on those long legs, leaping into the distance. I pulled my gaze back and took stock of the fourth wave's drops. After blowing through tens of thousands of gold, I still had over 60,000 left in my pack. The most eye-catching item sat in the very first slot, an architectural blueprint radiating a deep, regal purple glow. A purple building blueprint. My heart leapt. My luck today had been absurd. The goblin had dropped one top-tier item after another, and the monsters had coughed up good stuff too. The quality tiers here were strict. White, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and above those, reaching into the divine, came spirit, immortal, and god. At the same rank, every step up in quality meant a world of difference in stats. The tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon Nest I'd built was only blue. But this one, Bone Burial Ruins, Blueprint. Quality, tier 3 Purple, Perfect. Effect, unlocks the tier 3 Building Bone Burial Ruins. Allows recruitment of tier 1 to tier 3 Undead Skeleton units, with a tiny chance to recruit the high-tier hero, Skeleton Sovereign Auric. Construction requirements. High-grade bones times 1,000, 50,000 gold. Bone Burial Ruins. I can recruit Auric. My pupils contracted. This was a strategic grade, super top-tier item. Even that Skeleton Sovereign in the distance who'd kept staring at me was only epic quality. If these ruins blessed me with luck worthy of a champion and coughed up a purple orc, its combat power would be just a hair behind it. Absolute top-tier loot. I smacked my lips, then hit a snag. If I held onto it until the trial ended and put it up at a major auction, a purple blueprint like this could fetch millions of gold coins. But right now, I desperately needed cash to build up the dragon nest. Honestly, even with a 6-star Lillian in hand, I wasn't 100% sure I could handle that Skull King, who could strike at any moment. The only way to clear this safely was to throw down enough gold and arm the entire Dragon Girl Legion within a few days. 100,000 gold, flat price. If it sells, that's worth funding. If it doesn't, I'll take it out with me. I made the call. The same 100,000 gold could mean wildly different things. The more gifted the Lord, the more efficiently they could convert gold into immediate combat power. Give a run-of-the-mill rookie 100,000, and they'd squeeze out 200,000 combat power at best. Put it in the hands of those old aristocratic houses, and they could multiply it 5 or 10 times over. And in my hands, with 10 SSS talents, that leverage could hit over 100-fold. If this blueprint could trade back 100,000 in cash during the trial, its effect would be no less than tens of millions in assets on the outside. I kept taking inventory, 3 blue-grade items, 2 second-tier blueprints. A solid haul, but stacked against the Buried Bones ruins, they were all just window dressing. Once I confirmed there was nothing I could use myself, I dumped them all onto the trading hall, then pulled up the server-wide broadcast and attached the illustrated entry for the Buried Bones ruins. Server-wide broadcast Lu Ming, 3rd-tier purple unit building blueprint Buried Bones ruins. A chance to summon the high-tier hero, the Skull King. Flat price, 100,000 gold. Those who know the value, come on down. The gleaming, bold gold text once again flooded every chat window across the server. Hundreds of millions of lords felt a jolt. The rookie King Lu Ming was stirring up trouble again. But once they read the details, the public channel exploded on the spot. Holy crap, a 3rd-tier purple blueprint? And it's a super heavy, undead piece. That's a top-tier building that can summon high-tier heroes. Where the heck is big shot Lu Ming farming these monsters? There's no way to even estimate this value. 100,000 flat? Who's got that kind of cash these days? The young masters of the big families might scrape it together with gritted teeth, but they're already on the outside. Do they really need one more third-tier blueprint from you? The chat channel got spammed again, but it was all rookies just enjoying the show. The truly powerful top-tier geniuses, though, were now caught in a bind. Everyone was doing the math in their heads. Purple unit blueprints were rare, sure, but at the end of the day, they were only third tier. In here, they counted as rare and premium. Out there, by the standards of the great houses, they were already outdated. But watching me rake in cash like crazy with my Dragon Girl Legion, if I got to sell off this purple item at a high price too and snowball my funds even further, the title of Rookie King would basically be locked in. Buy it. 100,000 was no small sum. Don't buy it. Someone else would snatch it up. And by then, my gold prices are soaring, yet they're holding steady. No matter what, they can't crack the rankings. Weighing their options, someone finally couldn't sit still. Server-wide broadcast emotion. Brother Lou, I'll take this blueprint. 10,000 gold coins, plus $1 million in real cash wired to you the moment we're off the trial continent. Hundreds of millions of newbies gasped. Damn, that's 1.1 million total. Wrong. 10,000 gold here has insane buying power. The total's easily worth 5 million or more. The big families care most about rankings. Land this blueprint and a top 3 spot is locked in. Back at my camp, I was a little stunned too. I knew purple blueprints were valuable, but I hadn't expected them to be this valuable. At first, my bottom line was just 10,000 gold. Now I'd get the cash and a cool million on top of it. Once I hit the Myriad Realms battlefield, that would make for one hell of a starting fund. Fong Yuqing, Brother Lou, I'll pay 10,000 gold, plus 1.5 million cash once we're out. Sell it to me, pretty please. A private message popped up. I could practically picture her putting on that cutesy voice, and I couldn't help but shudder. Throwing money at me was one thing, but pulling the sob story angle too? I really couldn't take it. Server-wide broadcast Xia Wendong. Young Master MO, my apologies. I run a skeleton mage build, and these ruins are a perfect match for me. I'll offer 10,000 gold, plus 2 million cash. What do you say, Brother Lou? A new name appeared, and the whole chat instantly went quiet. In the central star domain of the Federation, among the 10 great families, the Xia family ranked a notch above the Xiao, Mo, and Fong families, often counted among the top 3. Server-wide broadcast emotion. You're too kind, Brother Xia. A gentleman doesn't take what others love. I'll bow out. Congratulations in advance, Brother Xia. At another camp, Mo Xingqian's expression shifted slightly. Both being among the 10 great families, he knew full well the Xia family stood a good deal above them. Now that Xia Wendong had spoken up, he had to give him face. Xia Wendong. I leaned back on the couch, murmuring the unfamiliar name. I'd heard of the 10 great families, but as a commoner, how was I supposed to know the names of their young masters and mistresses? The guy was polite enough, but there was an unmistakable edge to his words, the kind that left no room for negotiation. A heavy hand. Still, he paid well. Whether or not he was throwing his weight around, I couldn't care less. Lu Ming. Xia Wendong's offering 10,000 gold plus 2 million. Got a higher bid? Nobody dared to outbid Xia Wendong on the public screen, but behind closed doors was another story. Every extra bit of profit counted. At the ice and snow camp, Fong Yuqing rolled her eyes hard. This man was a total money grubber, but she really did have her heart set on the blueprint. The bone burial ruins were flat-out powerful. Land them, and even if she couldn't snag the Rookie King title, she'd easily recoup her early investment. Fong Yuqing, you dealers, do you keep things confidential for your clients? Lu Ming, of course. Protecting the buyer's privacy is basic professional ethics. Fong Yuqing, fine. Then I'll offer 10,000 gold. Another 3 million cash on top. Server-wide broadcast, Lu Ming. A mysterious buyer has offered 100k plus 3 million cash. Young Master Xia, are you still in? Countless lords stared at this line scrolling across their screens, all struck by the same suspicion. There was clearly no one bidding on the public channel. This Lu Ming. He wasn't trying to fleece Xia Wendong like some sucker, was he? He's got a death wish. In the Black Forest, Xiao Ming's foul mood vanished in an instant as he leaped up from the ground. The kid had no idea what he was messing with. Xia Wendong was being generous, and this brat actually had the nerve to shake him down? He's definitely making up some mysterious buyer to squeeze money out of him. Xie Wendong throws his weight around and nobody dares bid against him. So the kids soar about it and running a scam. Xiao Ming's mind raced, and he could already tell there was a good show coming. Did this kid really think he could pull the wool over everyone's eyes just because he was on the trial continent? On an island camp somewhere, a handsome young man gazed at the golden text hovering in midair, mildly taken aback. In all his life, no one had ever dared to try shaking down Xie Wendong. Interesting. A little clever and gutsy too. The corner of his mouth curled up. Far from angry, he actually looked amused. Might be worth cultivating. Gold coins meant nothing to the Xie family. Just a string of numbers he never gave a second thought. But talent? Real talent was something every house was short on. He'd taken Lu Ming for a lucky commoner before. Now he was starting to look like someone with ambition. If they ever crossed paths down the road, and if the kid measured up, recruiting him with serious money wasn't out of the question. In this life, money could buy plenty of things. The one thing it couldn't buy was a person who truly clicked with you. And for that, he'd always been willing to make an exception. Server-wide broadcast, Xie Wendong. I bid 100k gold coins, plus 4 million cash. Anyone else want to try for it? Throw in an extra million. Call it the price of making a friend. But the very next second, his expression darkened in a flash. Server-wide broadcast, Lu Ming. Current highest bid, 100k gold coins plus 5 million cash. Young Master Xie, still in or not? The gleaming golden transaction broadcast hung in the air once more. Across the entire server, dead silence. An invisible pressure settled over everyone's heads. Island camp. Crack. The cup of red juice in Xie Wendong's hand shattered on cue, the liquid splashing across the floor. Good. Very good. Somehow he was smiling. It wasn't the money he cared about. It was his face. This move of Lu Ming's was as good as grinding his face into the dirt. There was clearly no one bidding against him. Did the kid take Xie Wendong for a fool? That first million-coin bump had been a sign of respect, a way out to save face. And who the hell did Lu Ming think he was, throwing that courtesy back in his face? Without a word, he pulled a solid gold card from his pack. Duel card epic. Effect. Forcibly drag any lord into a sealed dueling space for a fight to the death. The loser is erased. The winner takes all. The loser's territory, wealth, and troops. 2 short lines. Insanely, unreasonably overpowered. This was his ace in the hole. The trump card he'd emptied more than half his coffers to buy from a mysterious merchant. For it, he'd willingly stunted his entire territory's growth. In terms of troops, he couldn't crack the server's top 100. But when it came to a lord's personal combat power, across the entire trial continent, no one could survive a single blow from him. He'd swept up every lord-enhancing item at the wandering goblin merchant's stall, a complete set of level 15 purple hero gear, all slammed onto himself. Only those who'll play the dog are worth calling talent. What's the point of keeping something that won't obey? His eyes were ice cold. Lu Ming didn't know what was good for him, so he couldn't blame him for being ruthless. With this card, the guy's assets would be his sooner or later. That tier 3 purple blueprint, that territory, and the whole flock of dragon girls inside, all his to command. When that happened, reaching the top of the server would take but an instant. I'll let you live one more day. Go on, stockpile my fortune for me. He gave a cold snort. He liked to play it safe. His purple gear was complete, but he still needed a few high-burst lord skills. He'd just swing by the goblin again today and try his luck. Every extra day Lu Ming spent developing was just another day of working for him. Why'd you go quiet? Giving up already? I rubbed my chin. That's not fair. I really hadn't meant to screw him over. It's just that this Feng Yuqing woman wasn't short on cash either. She'd just bumped the price up to 5 million in a private message. Passing up money like that? That'd be a crime against nature. No one answered on the public channel, so I smoothly sent Feng Yuqing a trade request and dropped the blueprint into the trade window. Don't delete me as a friend. The second I'm out of the trial continent, I'll wire you 5 million cash. 100,000 gold coins landed in my account, quick and clean. No problem. Big deal closed. My mood was great, so for once, I actually replied with those 3 words. On her end, Feng Yuqing was probably flattered, secretly thinking this guy was nothing but a money-grubbing miser. She was half right. A man you can buy off is easy to handle, sure, but she'd never guess in a million years that money was never all I wanted. The trade done, I glanced through my bag. 20,000 from clearing out junk, plus the 60,000 from before, add the 100,000 from the blueprint. 180,000 gold coins, sitting heavy in my hands. For the first time, I understood the mindset of the newly rich. Looking at the auction house, wanting to buy the whole thing. Easy. Spend money where it counts. The wandering goblin merchant. That's the real money pit. I pushed down the urge to blow it all, and I didn't rush to stack up polar dragon nests either. No matter how fierce a Tier 5 building's firepower was, against an epic boss like Auric the Skeleton King, it could only play a support role. If I wanted to clear it, there was only one hard truth. Turn Lillian and myself into real killing machines. Stopgap gear was useless. I had to wait for the goblin to roll out something even more broken. Treasure. Before the fifth wave hit, Lillian came back. Her snow-white legs moved lightly, and in just a few bounds she leapt up to the third-floor balcony. The smile on her stunning face was impossible to hide as she threw herself into my arms. "Master, look what I found." She held up a yellowed sheet of parchment, showing it off like a kid begging for candy. I gave her pink dragon horns a rub and took it. Treasure map, Singing Sand Desert. Records the coordinates of a hidden treasure. Follow the map, and you may unearth an ancient artifact, or walk straight into a trap set by a primordial god. I stuffed it back into my pack. The Singing Sand Desert was a high-level map in the Myriad Worlds battlefield. There was no reaching it for now. That would have to wait until I cleared the trial continent. Boom. The ground quaked. The fifth wave of abyss monsters arrived right on schedule. Desert lizards, levels 15 to 20, their stats bumped up another notch. Under the concentrated firepower of a max-level tier, one dragon girl, they died the instant they poked their heads out, never even scratching the paint on the camp walls. Lillian bounded happily down the stairs and ran to the edge to pull aggro and grind her proficiency. I watched her level, deep in thought. She'd only been level 45 after the last wave. She went out for a little stroll, and just like that, she'd quietly climbed to 48. There's something hidden deep in the mist of this wasteland. A star-eyed dragon girl's field of vision stretched a full 7,000 meters. I could see it clearly. Beyond the endless tide of monsters, even more massive native beasts prowled. And at the very edge of my sight, the faint outline of ancient, crumbling ruins stood. Defending the siege was the main quest. Exploring the wilds, farming mobs, and cracking open chests. Those were the side quests, even the hidden ones. No one could say for sure where the trial continent came from. All anyone knew was that it had existed ever since humans first set foot on the path of the Lord. Survive 7 days, and you earned an official Lord's identity card. Every generation, they say, produced a handful of monsters who stumbled into game-breaking fortunes by exploring the ruins. Certain divine-grade items appeared only within these 7-day ruins, and missed them, and you might never see them again in your life. Anyone who didn't sweep the wilds couldn't call themselves a top-tier lord. Too bad that, for most Dragon Girl lords, exploring the wilds was basically suicide. Early on, Dragon Girls were fragile and delicate. If the lord himself didn't have some real survival muscle, who would dare lead a squad of glass cannons into the ruins? I wasn't worried. 10 SSS grade talents backing me up, plus Lillian, a 6-star personal bodyguard. As long as I didn't go poking things like the Skeleton King, I could strut through this wasteland however I pleased. ID, Lu Ming. Status, Apprentice Lord Rookie King. Level, LV20, 400/50,000. SSS, 100,000-fold experience. Kill any enemy target to gain 100,000 times the experienced. SSS, infinite leveling. All troops and buildings under your command can break through their level caps and rise without limit. SSS, boundless range. The attack ranges of all your units and structures stacked together and are shared across the board. By the time the fourth wave of the morning was cleared, my Lord level had shot up to 20, and my third SSS talent unlocked right on cue. Boundless range, truly worthy of an SSS rank. Every unit's range stacked and shared, no strings attached. This one talent completely overturned my original plan. I'd been thinking that once I survived the trial and made it into the boundless battlefield, I tossed these space-hogging first-tier ice dragon maidens aside as cannon fodder and swapped them all out for polar frost dragon maidens starting at tier 5. But now, even the lowest tier units had immeasurable strategic value, as long as I had enough of them. Most of those first-tier ice dragon maidens had already climbed to level 61. Ice Dragon Maiden LV61. HP 12,200, defense 1,220. Attack speed 12.2, attack 1,220. Range 305 meters. Skill Elemental Enchant Ice Spike. Fires 6 random element ice spikes per shot, piercing 6 targets. Attack and defense just over 1,000. To the me of today, that was no different from a blank slate. But that 305-meter range was cold, hard currency. And under my command, I had a full 180-odd Ice Dragon Maidens. 180 of them. Range stacked and shared. That's over 54,000 meters. Add in the Polar Frost Dragon Maidens, 1,200 meters. I ran the numbers in my head and sucked in a sharp breath. 55,000 meters. 55 kilometers. That meant I could sit comfortably in my own mansion and rain down precise, total annihilation on any target within a 55-kilometer radius. Take it to the boundless battlefield, or pit it against those god-tier lords who'd lived for 1,000 years, and maybe it wouldn't amount to much. But on this rookies-only trial map, this was a full-map cheat code. Newbie lords didn't dare stray far in the early game. At most, they'd creep around a few kilometers from camp, and wandering too far into an elite monster meant handing over a free kill. Me? I could punch through the entire map without leaving my seat. The only downside, hero units' range can't be shared with regular troops. I pulled up Lillian's panel and shook my head. No matter how far the Dragon Maidens stacked their range, their attack sat at just over 1,000, which meant they'd never be the main force for slaying high-tier bosses. At best, they could slap a debuff on something tens of thousands of meters away. Boom! The world lurched violently, yanking my thoughts back to reality. On the horizon due south of the camp, that familiar black vortex tore open the sky once more. The fifth wave had come. Abyssal Nightfall Goblin LV16. HP 3,500, attack 600, defense 400. Passive Shadow Sacrifice. Sacrifices movement speed in exchange for extremely high HP and defense. The moment the panel appeared, a swarm of hunched, humanoid monsters, barely over 3 feet tall, came pouring out of the vortex. Their skin was a dark, murky green, covered in nauseating wrinkles. This wave's packed with elites and mini-bosses. My heart sank. Just as I'd feared, starting from the fifth wave, the monster quality shot up like a cliff. Besides the night goblins serving as cannon fodder, the ranks were now laced with far bullier leaders. Crimson and deep purple, thick-skinned and tough. Their attack had only ticked up slightly, but their health and defense had multiplied several times over. Even my level 61 Ice Dragon Maiden, with over 1,000 attack, couldn't one-shot them with a single ice spike anymore. I could only imagine the kind of hopeless situation the other rookie lords were facing right now. They say the elimination rate on the first day is never that high, but by the second day, more than half die off, and another 30% voluntarily forfeit and flee for their lives. Those who actually last all 7 days and earn their qualification? Less than 10%. Lords are revered by the masses partly because they command mighty armies and guard the frontiers of humanity. But the more fundamental reason is this brutal 1 in 10 culling. It's what makes them so rare. On the first day, thanks to a cheat like me, the early waves wrapped up ahead of schedule at an absurd speed, and this class's survival rate was surprisingly high. There were pros and cons. I killed monsters too fast, which saved a lot of lives, but it also threw off their growth. By the second day, facing this wave of high defense, high health monsters, those underdeveloped rookies were having a harder time than any class before them. The rise of any powerhouse is almost always built on the bones of its own kind. This is the jungle. It's always been this way. I fell silent for a moment. I'm no saint, and I don't want to cut off anyone's path in life. But every step I take to grow stronger sets off a butterfly effect that sweeps across the entire server. That's something I made peace with long ago. Let them come. Once they're within 800 meters, both dragon nests fire in unison. The monster tide had already reached the city walls. Beside the distant black vortex, that heart-stopping skeleton king, Auric, materialized out of thin air once again, like a ghost. I shoved that trace of pity to the back of my mind. From our several long-distance stares, I could tell this epic skeleton was highly intelligent. When it saw the devastating firepower erupting from the polar frost dragon nest, the ghostly fire in its eye sockets visibly flickered. Earlier, going all out was a matter of survival. I had no choice. But now that my foundation was solid enough, it was time to hide my strength when I could. No sense in forcing this heavy weight onto the field ahead of schedule. I lounged comfortably on the observation deck, a glass of crimson red wine in hand. I'd picked it up on a whim browsing the auction house. Some luxury item cracked open from a Lucky Lord's loot box, no doubt. My gaze locked, without the slightest hesitation, on Auric at the far edge of the horizon. That initial spine-chilling tremor had vanished completely, leaving nothing but composure. On the contrary, but the eerie green wisps flickering in its eye sockets blazed more violently than ever, as if trying to mask some kind of unease. SHHHK, SHHK, SHHK? Ice spikes tore through the sky in every direction. Each one was wreathed in a different element, some blazing with flame, some crackling with lightning, some sheathed in howling wind, like a dazzling meteor shower crashing down into the goblin horde. They couldn't kill outright, but they locked the creatures dead in place within a death zone 800 meters out. Lillian transformed into a little pink doe, her form light and nimble, weaving and leaping freely through the hideous legion. Only when she slammed into one of those massive red-skinned elites would she rear up impatiently and shatter it with a single kick. The common goblins she couldn't be bothered with, letting their rusty iron blades hack at her body, and with each blow, a ring of brilliant pink light burst across her delicate frame. Any goblin that touched the glow suddenly moved as if its limbs were filled with lead, slowing to a laughably sluggish crawl. Starry Dragon Maiden LV-100. A Tier 2 support unit has broken through the level 100 cap. Super evolution triggered. Please choose an evolution path within 10 seconds. True Star Eye. All cloaked and disguised units within your line of sight are laid bare. 2. Galaxy Gaze. Permanently doubles shared vision ranged. 3. Starlight Pulse. Unleash a Starlight Pulse on a locked enemy unit, dealing continuous true damage. The crisp system chime detonated in my mind, wrenching my attention right back from Auric. Without my noticing, that Star-Eye Dragon Maiden had actually broken through the level 100 barrier too. The rules of the Myriad Realms battlefield were downright cruel. Every unit had a level ceiling, and each tier upgrade in quality raised that cap by only 50 levels. Tier 1 capped at 50, Tier 2 at 100. For the Star-Eye Dragon Maiden, this was already the absolute limit. True Star Eye. I stroked my chin. All three options were tempting. Anti-stealth? No small enticement. But I quickly shook my head. Cloaked units were common, and so were the tools to counter them, revealing dust, true sight wards, anti-stealth gems. You could buy a whole sackful at the auction house with some coin. Not as convenient as a passive, sure, but good enough in a pinch. Vision range, though, that kind of hard stat couldn't be bought no matter how much gold you threw at it. Doubled, that'd be 14,000 meters. I barely hesitated. I'd already awakened boundless range. My Dragon Maiden army's attack distance had stacked all the way up to 55,000 meters. But no matter how far you could shoot, if you couldn't see the target, every shot was wasted. Right now, the Star-Eye Dragon Maiden's vision maxed out at just over 7,000 meters. To others, that was already a miracle, but to me, it was a shackle clamped tight around my throat. As for the Starlight Pulse, the AoE damage sounded impressive, but its actual output didn't even come close to a fraction of what a Tier 5 Polar Dragon Nest could deal. Neither here nor there. Useless. Option 2, Galaxy. Farsight. The instant the command dropped, my vision snapped into perfect clarity. It was like a lifelong nearsighted person suddenly putting on glasses. The whole world sharpened in an instant. The gray, murky sky brightened. My gaze pierced through layer after layer of dark clouds, reaching all the way to that black mountain range in the far distance. A desolate, tragic aura of the ancient world washed over me, and I found myself staring, transfixed. Ice Dragon Maiden LV-100. Tier 1 unit has broken through its level cap for the second time. Super evolution triggered. Please choose an evolution path within 10 seconds. 1. Doom Breath. When attacking a target without killing it, randomly inflicts a curse, defense down / weakness / bleed for 10 seconds. 2. Piercing Ice Spike. Ice spikes gain absolute penetration, dealing an additional 50% true damage to all enemies in a straight line. 3. Brood Enhancement. Base attack power permanently plus 1000. The urgent notification chimed again. I looked down. Those 180-some ice dragon maidens below had all leveled up to 100 in perfect unison. And what really made my heart skip a beat? This batch of Tier 1 nobodies had actually triggered super evolution for the second time, breaking the cap, and it can trigger over and over. 2 pies falling from the sky at once. I was stunned for a moment. But once I thought it through, the mechanism clicked. Sure, quality determines your ceiling, but nothing is ever absolute. There's always the odd unit that hits the jackpot and punches straight through its own ceiling. And that's exactly how heroes are born. Breaking free from their shackles time and again, they eventually awaken an independent personality, and from then on their potential knows no bounds. So it turned out that every breakthrough of the cap was itself a disguised form of advancement. Going from Tier 1 to Tier 2 naturally raised the cap to 100, max it out, and you could trigger another evolution. By that math, a Tier 1 Dragon Maiden gets a free evolution every 50 levels. I was ecstatic. The lower a unit's quality, the more often it evolves. Tier 1 every 50 levels, Tier 2 every 100 levels, while a Tier 5 Polar Dragon Maiden has to grind all the way to level 250 before it's her turn, an outrageously long cycle. The stronger the foundation, the lower the evolution frequency. The trade-off there is a discipline in itself. Some people chase a burst of immediate power, others play the long game. Different roads, different destinations. Number 1. This time there was no need to hesitate. A Tier 1 Dragon Maiden's growth foundation is just too weak. Pouring effort into damage output would be a pure waste of the slot. I'd be better off dumping the resources into a few more Tier 5 Dragon Nests. Ever since I unlocked Boundless Range, this pack of Tier 1 Dragon Maidens had become nothing more than range power banks in my eyes. A few tens of thousands of gold buys hundreds of them, easily stacking my range out to dozens of kilometers. And now, they'd taken on a new role too, professional buff machines. The first evolution had granted elemental enchantment, capable of triggering freeze and abnormal. Normal. This time I'm adding a Curse of Doom on top. From here on out, I'll ride this support control build all the way to the end. Range stacking takes priority by the numbers. Everything else goes full support control. With my strategy set, I turn my attention to the real core firepower, the Polar Frost Dragon Maiden. Polar Frost Dragon Maiden LV 112. HP 1,450,000. Attack 68,000. Defense 52,000. Attack speed 9. Attack range 3,500 meters. Skills: Polar Heavy Cannon, Polar Ice Storm. The level cap for Tier 5 is 250, so she's still a long way from maxed out. But her stats were already absurd enough to make my head spin. 1.45 million HP and nearly 70k in area of effect damage. With her alone, I could kick back and coast through the next 7 days of trials. Still, stacked up against that epic tier boss Auric way off in the distance, it was barely enough to scrape by. Don't tell me. Auric really isn't planning to step onto the field himself. The thought sent a chill down my spine. His HP ran into the hundreds of millions, totally broken. If I hadn't gotten insanely lucky today and summoned the 6-star hero Lillian, then even with 10 SSS tier talents in my grip, I'd have no choice but to turn tail and run from something like that. I was still second-guessing myself when the 30-minute skill practice window ran out. The Goblin Legion, already beaten down to a sliver of health by Lillian, was wiped out in a wash of pink light. The 5th wave of the Abyss invasion, done and dusted. One-click loot. I sprang up off the couch, staring out the window at the battlefield glittering with golden light, a shiver running through my whole body. The most satisfying harvest moment was here again. The traveling goblin merchant's sleazy little figure was pinned to its usual spot, right on schedule. I rubbed my hands together. This time, I came prepared. I had 160k left over from buying blueprints in the last wave, plus another 300k, plus scavenged from the fifth wave. The savings in my inventory had officially blown past the 500k mark. Honored Lord, don't miss out. Step right up, step right up. The goblin hawked its wares in that weird, sing-song voice, deftly spreading open the ratty burlap sack slung over its back. 7 items. My heart leaped. This was the biggest haul I'd seen since first running into him. The bigger the pool, the higher the odds of pulling something top tier. Heaven, Wings of Michael. Quality, Red Legendary. Type, Lord Exclusive Cape. Level requirement, LV 30. Base attack, plus 20,000. Additional attack, plus 50%. Critical damage, plus 150%. Critical rate, plus 30%. Divine Judgment. On a critical hit, deal an additional tenfold pure true damage to the target. Ignores armor and magic resistance. Realm of Divine Punishment. All pure true damage dealt by the wearer and their troops is ultimately settlement multiplied by 100. Price, 250,000 gold coins. Holy crap, a red legendary. And a divine cloak with maxed out stats. I got so excited I nearly leaped off the couch. This was a full tier above Orange Epic, and it was Lord exclusive. When a Lord equips it, the aura distributes its stats to the entire army proportionally. Red Legendary grants 20% stat sharing, meaning the moment I put it on, every one of my dragon girls gets a free low-spec epic item. But the real kicker was those 2 bonus attributes. At first glance, it only added 20,000 base attack, nothing against something like Auric with over 10 million HP. But its true killing move was that cheat level multiplier. On a critical hit, it dealt an extra tenfold true damage that ignored defense, and then all true damage was multiplied by another 100 times. What should have been 1,000 points of damage, 1,000 times 10 times 100 is equal to 1 million. Stack that with 150% crit damage and all my other buffs, and a single casual swing could unleash a torrent of destruction thousands of times my own attack power. With this beauty, everything from here on out is smooth sailing. I couldn't stop stroking the cloak with its understated glow. The gray-brown metal felt weighty, and the dark gold patterns shimmered faintly. Just looking at it, you could tell it was top tier. Too bad you need to be level 30 to wear it. The only annoying thing was the sky-high equip requirement. I'd just hit level 20. Even with a 100,000-fold experience boost, I'd have to grind through several waves of high-level monsters tomorrow before I could use it. After feasting my eyes on it, I reluctantly tucked it into my backpack and turned to the next item. Advanced Energy Book. Grants 2,500 Lord experience immediately upon use. Price, for 1,500 gold coins. This goblin's getting greedier by the day. I curled my lip and bought it anyway. I'd seen this same book 3 times now, 3,500 the first time, for 1,000 the second, and now it jumped straight to 4,500. Even inflation couldn't keep up with how fast this greenskin hiked his prices. The third item was a blue building card, 8,000 gold. I paid up gladly, and with a flash of light. Bloodthirsty Wolf Rider Camp, Tier 3. Once unlocked and constructed, you can recruit the Tier 3 unit, Bloodthirsty Wolf Rider. Decent enough. I could flip it at the trading hall for 10 or 20,000, guaranteed profit. After 2 mediocre items in a row, I pinned my hopes on the 4th. The icon of an ornate orange robe lit up. 9 Nether Secret Art Robe, female. Hero exclusive. Quality, Orange Epic. Level requirement, LV 40. Base HP plus 15,000. Bonus max HP plus 25%. Base defense plus 12,000. Bonus max defense plus 25%. 9 Nether Secret Art. Once activated, restores 5% health and mana per second to the wearer and all allies within 500 meters, lasting 1 minute. 9 Nether Shield. Grants the wearer an absolute barrier capable of blocking 3 lethal spells, lasting 10 minutes. Price, 35,000 gold. Beautiful. Another top-tier piece practically custom-made for Lillian. Defense and survivability cranked to the absolute max. A massive pool of flat stats stacked with absurd percentage bonuses, plus group healing and 3 absolute spell immunities. Paired with the astral bow of Soderil I'd just snagged, one for offense and one for defense, Lillian's combat power instantly doubled. Two epics back to back. That probably wrung the last drop of luck out of this stall. The remaining 3 items were all junk, 1 blue, 2 purples. I couldn't be bothered to look closely. I paid for everything and tossed it all into the auction house without a second thought. There's an ironclad rule when shopping at a goblin stall. If you've got the money, buy everything with your eyes closed. Even if you can't use it yourself, flipping it guarantees a profit. Opportunity never waits for those who hesitate. Too bad I can't even spend all this money. 7 items, and I'd only burned through a little over 200,000. As I watched the mysterious merchant dissolve into white smoke, there were still more than 300,000 gold sitting in my pack. I dumped all the plain white and green gear I couldn't use straight into the auction house, and the world chat instantly exploded over my spending spree, a frenzied buying rush. I ignored all the flattery and went off to search for high-tier Dragon Maiden building blueprints instead. I combed through the entire market and couldn't find anything better than a Tier 5 blueprint. So I gave up. Lillian, let's go check out those ruins up ahead. I called her over and pointed to the ancient ruins looming faintly through the thick fog, due north of camp. With the star-pupil Dragon Maiden's vision doubled, the fog of war around the camp had been swept back over a huge area. About 15,000 meters out, deep in the wasteland, a magnificent jungle ruin finally came into view. Massive stone pillars dozens of meters tall lay broken and toppled across the scorched earth. Even among the crumbling walls, you could still faintly make out the grandeur of its prime. Time had marched on, and now only ruin remained. Master, where are the ruins? Lillian widened her eyes and looked in the direction I'd pointed, but she saw nothing except gray mist and could only pull her gaze back, bewildered. Even as a 6-star hero, her naked eye range was only 2 or 3,000 meters. Due north, 15,000 meters out. I smiled and used my lord privileges to share the star-pupil Dragon Maiden's God's Eye view directly with her. HSSS. The scene before her flickered abruptly, snapping into an 8K ultra-crisp view. The scenery 10,000 meters away was pulled right up in front of her. The finest cracks on the toppled pillars, the mottled ancient totems on the walls, every detail crystal clear. This incredible vision. Lillian sucked in a sharp breath, and the look she gave me grew even more thoughtful. Ma, since you can see so clearly, just guide me remotely. Leave the dangerous exploring to me. She volunteered without hesitation. There's an iron rule on the Myriad Realms battlefield. A lord scouting the map in person is a cardinal sin. The starry expanse is riddled with danger. The powerful are as common as clouds, and even god-tier beings have fallen upon entering forbidden grounds. As promising as my potential might seem now, on the scale of the vast universe, I was nothing more than an ant that had just learned to walk. A hero's soul imprint is bound tightly to their lord. If I died halfway through, she'd be sick with regret. Fine, just be careful out there. I shrugged. Honestly, part of me itched to go scratch that adventuring itch myself, but reason told me otherwise. A true master knows when to rein in his impulses. Playing it safe as the commander in the rear, that was the winning move. Here, put this on. I pulled the orange glowing 9 Nethers arcane robe out of my pack and handed it to her. She was still wearing that plain white robe I'd tossed her earlier. Good for covering up, but its stats were basically 0. Oh my god, another epic divine item. Lillian took it with both hands, squealing with delight. Thank you for your gift, master. The dark gold robe was cut to hug her figure, mysterious totems embroidered in golden thread. The moment she slipped it on, her entire aura transformed. The seductive, mysterious nobility woven into her very bones melded perfectly with the robe. Only in this instant did she truly live up to that soul-stirring title, Enchantress Dragon Maiden. Go. Before leaving, she shot me a glance so alluring it sent a jolt through my heart. Then she leapt off the 3rd-floor balcony and landed as a deer, coat a tender pink, extraordinarily nimble, streaking toward the ruins to the north like a bolt of lightning. I settled back comfortably into the couch, my eyes locked onto her first-person view. For a 6-star hero, 15,000 meters was nothing, done in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. With the view switched to first person, I could finally appreciate just how magnificent these ancient megaliths, tens of meters tall, really were. Towering stone pillars had snapped into pieces, scattered every which way across the ground. Carved into the barely standing ruined walls were sweeping murals of war. In them, two ancient races clashed in world-shattering battle. One side was wolf-headed berserkers, over 3 meters tall, wielding massive great swords. The other, live mutant beasts resembling six-armed demon apes. The two sides collided in a fight to the death, seemingly warring over some rare treasure that looked like an origin flame seed. As for who won, the latter half of the mural had been completely smashed to rubble, leaving no clue. I gave it a glance, then directed Lillian to press deeper into the ruins to search. But this place had lain abandoned for far too long. After searching for ages, aside from a ground littered with rusted weapons that crumbled to iron dust at the slightest touch, we hadn't found a single decent treasure. Makes sense we can't find anything. Step out the door and, stumbling upon divine artifacts on a casual stroll, that's a perk reserved for protagonists with plot armor. I wasn't disappointed. Tens of billions of newcomers flood into the trial continent every year. If treasures were just lying around in the wild, they'd have been dug up and hauled off by our predecessors thousands of years ago. Real fortune in this world never comes cheap. It's reserved for those brave enough to venture into the unknown. Just as I was getting bored and about to call her back to wrap things up. Master, major discovery. Lillian's voice suddenly exploded with excitement in my mind. It's a high-grade spirit herb. Her voice was brimming with ecstasy. 15,000 meters away, through the shared perspective of the star-pupil dragon maiden, I watched her lower that soft pink deer head of hers, pressing it close to the ground and sniffing furiously, her nostrils flaring rapidly. That's right. It's definitely the scent of a top-tier spirit herb. I was momentarily stunned. This charming dragon maiden actually came equipped with treasure hunting hound skills? Watching her sniff around the ground like a little police dog left me speechless. But the next second, my heartbeat quickened beyond my control. Spirit herbs. Magical plants imbued with the primal power of heaven and earth. On the Myriad Realms battlefield, the vast majority of top-tier plant-type heroes had transformed from premium spirit herbs after absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Even wild spirit herbs that hadn't yet awakened sentience were treasures that fetched astronomical prices at auction houses. Their medicinal effects were unbelievable. Whether consumed by a lord directly or fed to unit heroes, they could bring about a complete transformation. The most basic use, feeding them straight to low-tier units, could forcibly shatter their bloodline shackles and trigger a cross-dire evolution. I'd also heard that certain veteran lords who'd lived for 1,000 years had mastered the lost art of alchemy, capable of refining heaven-defying elixirs from spirit herbs of different properties. Creation rejuvenation pills that instantly restored critical health, solar experience pills that could forcefully break through bottlenecks with a single dose, Azura blood frenzy pills that doubled combat power for a short time. In the Human Federation, these high-grade pills were strategic resources of the highest classification. Every registered alchemist, regardless of their combat prowess, enjoyed the military's utmost courtesy. Their social standing even surpassed that of ordinary combat-type lords. If I could dig up a few of these in this ruin, it would be a massive leap forward, even if I just kept them for myself. Found it. The scent is coming from behind that broken wall up ahead. Following the faint, elusive fragrance in the air, Lillian tracked it with a series of hops before suddenly stopping in front of a broken wall that towered into the sky, reporting excitedly. Don't let your guard down. Wherever precious treasures of heaven and earth emerge, there are always ferocious beasts guarding them. I immediately warned her through our mental link. It was the tallest and most intact ancient wall in this jungle ruin, well over 100 meters high, completely blocking the view ahead. Though the star-pupil dragon maiden's vision reached far, she had no ability to see through solid objects, and this towering colossus of a wall. With the wall blocking the view, there was no way to see what lay beyond. Don't worry, Master. I've got this. Lillian was brimming with confidence. Decked out in 2 pieces of epic tier gear and boasting a whopping level 48, her stats were downright broken. With numbers like these, she'd charge headfirst at an epic boss and yank a couple whiskers off its face without breaking a sweat. The little deer's hind legs suddenly coiled, gathering power, then sprang skyward like a loaded spring. Her four pink hooves tapped lightly against the steep stone wall a few times, as if walking on level ground, and she effortlessly vaulted to the top. The instant she stood atop that 100-meter ruin and looked down, the sheer visual impact came flooding through our shared vision. Even I couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Whoa, Master, that's a huge herb garden. Lillian had never seen anything on this scale before. The moment the scene below came into focus, she got so excited that all four hooves started bouncing wildly along the top of the wall. As a dragon girl with nature's spirit blood in her veins, she had an almost pathological obsession with spirit herbs. Right now her eyes were glazed over with intoxication. Wearing the look of a little money grubber, her eyes narrowed down to slits. We're rich, we're rich. We just hit the jackpot. What grade are the herbs growing down there? I followed her line of sight and looked down. An entire secret herb garden, meticulously laid out, stretched out before us completely intact, covering at least 1,000 square meters. The field was divided into 3 sections, each planted with a different color of spirit herb. Spiritual energy so dense it seemed impossible to disperse gathered into a rainbow-hued mist above the plots, practically on the verge of condensing into liquid spirit essence and dripping down. Identifying spirit herbs was a total blind spot for me. Federation compulsory education textbooks never covered anything like this. Only those who tested into the alchemy department of a top-tier academy earned the right to access those top-secret catalogs. I don't know what they're called either, but they sure look tasty. Lillian answered dreamily, her tender little tongue slipping out to greedily lick her lips, drooling so much the saliva was about to drip. I nearly face-bombed. Premium spirit herbs tempted heroes the way an exquisite delicacy did. Just one whiff of the aroma was enough to make someone lose their mind. But if you actually chomped on something like this like it was a head of cabbage, it'd be a complete waste of a treasure. On top of that, the higher grade the herb, the more overpowering its medicinal properties. Wolfing one down before understanding its effects could easily make you explode on the spot. Quit drooling for a second and scan the whole area carefully for any guardian beasts. Seeing how impatient she was, I snapped out a sharp warning. Spirit herbs this lush and this neatly organized couldn't possibly be wild. There had to be some high-intelligence beast tending to them in secret. Treasures of this caliber always came with guardians you did not want to mess with. There's nothing here. Maybe it went out hunting? Lillian fought back the urge to leap down, pacing back and forth along the 100-meter wall, her big eyes darting around in a full sweep. She didn't spot a single living creature. My heart. I also felt a nagging unease. Because from my vantage point too, I couldn't pick up any heat signature from a beast. After scanning 3 times over and confirming nothing was off, I finally gave the order. Stay sharp. Dig up all the spirit herbs, roots and all, and bring them back to camp so we can study them slowly. And absolutely, no sneaking a bite. Yes, Master. Lillian couldn't hold back any longer. She leaped down from the 100-meter-high wall, a burst of pink light flaring in midair as she reverted to her stunning, lowly human form, landing steadily at the edge of the first herb field. Here grew a plant shaped like a clover, its roots buried deep in the dark brown soil, with a jade-green stalk poking about a dozen centimeters above ground, topped by 3 symmetrical emerald leaves. At a glance, it looked utterly ordinary, like a common roadside weed. Yet the spiritual energy constantly wafting off its leaves gathered in midair into a shimmering, 7-colored cloud that never dispersed, silently proclaiming it was anything but common. It smells so good. Lillian closed her big, watery eyes and took a deep breath of the refreshing fragrance drifting through the herb field, completely lost in bliss, murmuring to herself. She had a strong hunch. This unremarkable little clover was 100 times more potent than the top-grade spirit herb she'd eaten when she first broke through to the hero rank. Something's wrong. Get out of there. There's something under your feet. 15,000 meters away, I was untouched by the flowery scent, my mind crystal clear. Just as she bent down to pick it, an utterly bizarre scene appeared in the vision of my star-pupil dragon maiden. The calm black earth beneath her feet suddenly churned like ocean waves. A thick mound of dirt, like a giant python lurking underground, surged toward the soles of her feet at a terrifying speed. Below, the ground roiled and heaved. yet the surface seemed magically sealed off from any tremor or sound. At level 48, Lillian, faced with a lethal ambush right beneath her, hadn't sensed a thing, still standing there with her eyes closed, blissfully drinking in the scent. Thank goodness I saw it all clear as day. Jump! Lillian's eyes snapped open, and her delicate body jolted as if electrified, flipping backward through the air, narrowly dodging the strike. Boom! Where she'd been standing, a brown root thicker than a grown man's waist burst from the earth like an ancient python, carrying unstoppable force, and lashed at her in midair like a venomous whip. Charm Aura. Lillian instinctively activated her control skill. But the pink halo exploded in midair, and the root's momentum didn't slow in the slightest. It had no blood flowing through it at all, completely immune to charm and slow effects. Crack! A sharp sonic boom rang out. With nowhere to dodge, Lillian took the full brunt of the blow and was slammed into the charred soil like a kite with its string cut. -105. A faint red damage number floated up above her head. Luckily, she was a 6-star hero, her health bar so thick it was almost Spectrum, and clad in an epic grade 9 nether secret arts robe. So a hit like this landed on her felt like nothing more than a light scratch. She sprang to her feet with a fish leap, her stunning face flushed with rage and humiliation, murderous intent radiating as she scanned for the culprit. "You sneaky little bastard. It's you." Barrel-thick brown roots burst up from the herb field one after another, breaking through the soil and shooting into the sky like a swarm of serpents pouring from their den, writhing wildly in midair as they loomed down over her. But Lillian's gaze cut past those oppressive, overpowering roots and locked dead onto the very center of the herb field. A giant weed, about half a meter tall and deceptively frail-looking, was swaying gently in the breeze. The roots, thrashing overhead, twisted frantically in rhythm with its motion, like a sky full of whipping shadows, and came crashing down on Lillian's head. It's a wild plant-type hero. 15,000 meters away, I was instantly overjoyed. I'd just been lamenting that stumbling onto rare loot the moment you step out the door was a plotline reserved for chosen ones of the plane. And yet here I was, turning around only to run smack into a purely wild, high-star plant-type hero in these ancient ruins. On the battlefield of myriad realms, hero is a catch-all term. Any special individual with independent consciousness, capable of breaking away from their lord to lead troops into battle on their own, counts as a hero. The lowest threshold is the high-tier elites recruited through luck from unit production buildings. At best, those count as pseudo-heroes. True heroes come from only two origins. One is the prodigies among the various starfaring races who fight and transform their way up, shattering the shackles of their bloodline to transcend their entire kind. The other is special creatures that stumbled into heaven-defying fortune and mutated to a higher stage. They share one thing in common. All possess the potential to condense a divine spark. As long as they don't die and walk the path to the very end, they can ultimately forge a divine platform, ignite the divine flame, and become a lofty, exalted deity. Of course, having potential is one thing. Whether you can actually reach that step is another. The vast majority of heroes fall along the road to godhood. A single divine tribulation can wipe out tens of thousands in an instant. Super races with deep foundations, the dragons, the angels, can even pull off a every citizen a hero feat according to top secret federal archives. The angel race has a supreme angel reincarnation pool. A newborn soaked in it for 3 full days and nights emerges cleansed of their mortal body and promoted to hero on the spot. The dragons are even more ruthless. Back in ancient times, they'd already achieved a hero the moment you're born, and they built a dragon gate. So any creature carrying even a trace of dragon blood need only leap over it to wash away its impure blood and transform into a true dragon. But heroes from these great races almost never sign contracts with human lords. Throughout human history, the ones who could be counted on both hands. The overwhelming majority that answer the summons come from small, resource-poor planes. They carry intense racial bonds and ties, making it very hard for them to be 100% loyal to their lord. And some, cunning by nature, treat the lord purely as a tool for leveling up. And once they've drained every resource, once they hit peak power, they'd turn on you, kill their master to break the contract, then dust off their hands and stroll back to their own plane of existence. That's exactly why those wild, mutated heroes with no faction ties are the prize every human lord dreams of. No racial ties means no motive to betray, which makes it far easier to cultivate a 100% diehard loyalist. Just pour in enough resources to help it ascend to godhood, and you've got yourself a true god in the human camp who'll never harbor a shred of disloyalty. And these wild heroes? They carved out their existence entirely on their own, clawing their way up through the deadly wilderness. To rise above the rest, you either need monstrous talent or ridiculous luck, and hitting even one of those marks makes you a once-in-a-lifetime treasure, if you can just manage to subdue them. So the moment I saw through that thing disguised as a weed, my heart started pounding uncontrollably. Among all wild heroes, plant-type mutated heroes are the most sought-after gems of all. By nature, they're laid back, content to stay put in one corner, without all the scheming and ambition. Once you subdue one and let it root comfortably in your territory, you almost never have to worry about its loyalty again. The strong are never born strong. They're forged in a wilderness with no way out, escaping death time and time again. The one in front of me had clearly walked that road. And now, it had run into me. Lillian, subdue him now. Don't let this treasure get away. 15,000 meters out, I practically screamed the order. This thing was the guardian of an ancient spirit herb garden. The medicinal fields were kept in immaculate order. Its cultivation talent was undeniably top-notch. Subdue him, and I wouldn't just gain a high-star plant-type hero for free. I might even be able to pack up this entire priceless spirit herb garden and haul it back to my territory. A payoff like that would have me grinning in my sleep. Yes, master. Lillian gritted her teeth, glaring at that giant weed in the distance. She'd let her guard down for 1 second and gotten sucker punched by a plant. The humiliation was unbearable. In midair, more than a dozen brown roots, each as thick as a water barrel, whipped toward her like a writhing swarm of snakes, screaming through the air. Who could have guessed that a half-meter-tall little sprout could grow roots this absurd? But in a head-on fight, Lillian didn't think much of these attacks. She moved like lightning, weaving effortlessly through the gaps in the storm of roots. Seizing an opening, she drew back that epic longbow shimmering with starlight in one fierce motion. The starfall, a bow of sotoril bent to a full moon, and an arrow of pure condensed starlight instantly took shape. Whip! The starlight became a shooting star, punching through the air in an instant. Minus 48,000. Boom! The thickest root exploded midair into scattered splinters, starlight bursting in all directions. Woo! The remaining roots shuddered violently, their assault frozen in midair. It looked stunned by that arrow, as if it hadn't seen it coming. Clearly, it never expected this seemingly delicate little flower thief to be so overwhelmingly powerful. You want to die. Lillian smirked coldly. Level 48, plus 2 absurdly overpowered epic tier artifacts that gave her total dominance over these ruins. What chance did some wild hero hiding in the rubble have against her? Twang! The bowstring sang again, and a homing starlight arrow tore through the air. The root writhed frantically to dodge, but the shot landed dead on anyway. Boom! Another thick root blew apart with a thunderous crack. That did it. The plant hero completely caved. The remaining tendrils recoiled as if electrocuted, whipping back into the dark brown soil and vanishing without a trace. Burrowing underground like a turtle. You think that makes you safe? Lillian scoffed, striding forward on her long legs and closing the distance in a few steps until she stood before the half-meter-tall weed. Emerald green leaves, utterly unremarkable, no different from any roadside weed. She'd caught a glimpse of it when she'd first leapt down from the high wall, but it had looked so ordinary that she'd ignored it entirely. If it hadn't struck first and exposed the sheer, surging power inside it, who could ever have guessed that this frail little weed was actually a formidable plant-type hero? 2 options. Swear loyalty to my master, or I rip you out by the roots and burn you for firewood. The starlight longbow drew taut once more, the arrowhead locked firmly on the little weed's root stem. That icy killing intent, mixed with the crushing pressure of a 6-star hero, meant the weed could no longer keep up the act. A flash of green light, and the weed dropped its disguise. Its slender leaves shot up in the wind, its body swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it became a towering tree over 30 meters tall. The trunk was more than 10 meters in diameter, covered in ancient, weathered patterns, with sky-blotting branches and leaves crowning only its very top. The strangest part, right in the center of that massive trunk, a distinct human face emerged. Its features, its very contours, an exact match for Lillian's own. What do you actually want?" A crisp, melodious voice came from within the trunk, wearing Lillian's face, glaring at her with a mix of fury and fear. "It's a female?" Back in my territory, I froze for a second, then it clicked. Most trees are hermaphroditic to begin with, and this one had probably been trapped in the ruins for so long that it had never seen an outsider. Only Lillian, so it had instinctively copied her. I'll say it one last time. Submit or die. Lillian had seen plenty of transformations like this before, but staring at a face identical to her own made her stomach churn. "And knock it off with my face. Change it. Now." The giant tree went quiet for a moment. The face on the trunk began to twist and shift, and after all that struggling, the nose disappeared, leaving a blank, smooth face with nothing but eyes and a mouth. "Your master? Just who is your master?" The crisp female voice rang out again. Faced with an arrow that could loose at any moment, the giant tree finally caved. Damn it! Lillian glared at that noseless face, barely resisting the urge to blast it apart with a single shot. "Whatever. Change back to how you were. This is too creepy. As for who my master is, you haven't earned the right to ask. 3 seconds. Submit or die. 3, 2. I choose to submit." Before she could even finish counting, the giant tree surrendered at the speed of light. Its massive canopy drooped down limply. Trapped in the ruins for far too long, it knew nothing of the outside world. But its most basic survival instinct told it one thing: a bad life beats a good death. Smart choice. In my field of view, the giant tree's nameplate switched from hostile red to friendly green. The soul contract was sealed. It was now officially a member of my territory. "Blossom, which idiot gave you that lame name? And what about that whip you snuck in on me earlier? How are we settling that score?" Lillian stared at the name floating above its head, digging up old grudges. Blossom's face immediately crumpled. A thick root cautiously broke through the soil, but this time, it wasn't an attack. Coiled at the tip of the root was a huge bundle of premium spirit herbs giving off a rich fragrance, offered up to Lillian like a child who'd done something wrong trying to make amends. "Now that's more like it." Lillian instantly broke into a delighted grin, hugging a big armful of fresh spirit herbs. That thick spiritual energy was purer than every heavenly treasure she'd seen in her entire life combined. "It's Blossom, right? Stick with Big Sis from now on, and I'll look out for you." 15,000 meters away, I watched Lillian get bribed and won over in just a few words, utterly speechless. This tree was way too spineless. I'd figured a wild hero guarding an ancient ruin would put up a desperate fight, that I'd have to lend some long-range support. Never expected it to toss aside all its pride and drop to its knees on the spot. Still, less hassle for me. I pulled up its stats. Blossom, ginseng fruit, tree LV26. Star rank, 6 star. HP, 150,000. MP, 80,000. Attack, 400. Defense, 3,500. Skills, body berserk, root hardening, vine entanglement, spirit field cultivation. Loyalty, 60. Damn, these stats gave me a real jolt. This not-so-bright-looking giant tree was actually a 6-star hero no weaker than Lillian. And judging by the base value of its HP growth alone, it had even higher potential. No wonder it had survived so long in these danger-ridden ruins. If Lillian hadn't crushed it in level, an actual fight might not have been enough to take down this blood tank. The only thing was, its skills were so blunt and on the nose they made me want to poke fun at them. 2 of the 4 are passive, Colossal Frenzy and Root Hardening. Exactly what they sound like. Each level makes the trunk bigger and the roots tougher. Vine Entanglement is its only active attack, but from the description, it seems more suited for tilling soil and clearing land. What really thrilled me was the 4th one, Cultivate Spirit Field. This guy was garbage in a fight, but he was a rare, top-tier logistics unit. He could carve out a dedicated spirit field to grow herbs in any environment. This 1,000 square meter garden of premium spirit herbs in front of me, all his work. Because he had no real way to kill enemies, he'd only managed to reach level 26 through the meager experience earned by planting herbs day after day. That's why this herb garden was his lifeline. It was Lillian trying to force harvest the spirit herbs earlier that had driven him into a rage. Clears land on his own, and can even compress and pack up an entire garden. This is absolutely a premium, nanny-type hero. I slapped my thigh. On the Myriad Realms battlefield, combat heroes were sought after, but they were nowhere near the most valuable tier. What top guilds truly fought tooth and nail over were support heroes with special life skills. There were countless ways to boost your combat power, splurge on divine gear, stack up troops, pop pills. But a logistics hero who could create something from nothing and churn out strategic resources in an endless stream? That was a once-in-a-lifetime find. What's truly scarce in this world has never been swords. It's the hands that can grow food. Ahwa, tear down that wall up ahead. Open up the line of sight. I wasn't in a rush to have him pack up and move. 15,000 meters was nothing. Moving now would be pointless. Spirit herbs are delicate, and frequent relocation damages their essence. Besides, when the trial's 7th day ended, the system would automatically pack up everything within my territory and bring it into the Myriad Realms battlefield. Digging it up now would just mean doing it all over again later. A total waste of effort. As you command, Master. Once a contract is formed, a wondrous mental link develops between hero and lord. The moment Ahwa received the order, his thick underground roots erupted like dozens of earthen dragons, slamming viciously into the ruined wall ahead. Boom! That towering wall, built from ancient boulders, had long been weathered into fragility by the years. It collapsed with a single blow. The earth trembled, dust filled the air, and the beasts and birds lurking in the ruins scattered in a panic. With the obstacle cleared, I switched back to the God's Eye view, taking in the entire thriving herb garden and Ahwa's massive form in one sweeping glance, and nodded in satisfaction. This place would become my deepest reserve of power on the trial continent. Once I entered the Myriad Realms battlefield, I'd protect this garden and let it produce premium resources in an endless stream, more than enough to push me up another level. Lillian, bring Ahwa and head back. The ruins exploration was wrapping up for now. By my count, the 3-hour rest period was almost over. The 6th wave of abyss monsters was about to close in. Sending Ahwa back to camp was really just a way to let it soak up some experience. With a 100,000-fold experience cheat in my hands, having a 6-star hero still stuck in its 20s was downright embarrassing. Besides, every single one of its skills revolved around spirit herbs. Once its level shot up, the efficiency and yield of the herb garden were bound to take a quantum leap. But Master, what about all these spirit herbs? Ahwa's massive frame hesitated. Top-grade spirit herbs held a deadly allure for blood-crazed beasts. Normally, it was only because Ahwa guarded them day and night, never straying an inch, that the greedy eyes lurking all around were barely kept in check. The moment it stepped away, those animals would strip this labor of love bare. Relax. The entire herb garden is within my firing range. Nothing gets within half a step of it. I reassured it in a flat, easy tone. My level 100-star pupil dragon maiden provided an insane 7,000-meter field of vision, and stacked with the monstrous, boundless range talent, my dragon maiden legion's attack range already blanketed an area over 50 kilometers across. Even against a thick-hided, high-tier beast that a first-tier dragon maiden couldn't one-shot, I still had 2 5th-tier polar frost dragon nests on hand. A polar dragon maiden past level 100 dealt over 700,000 damage with a single heavy blast, more than enough to blow any invader to smithereens. The herb garden wouldn't lose so much as a single leaf. Everything's within range. Ahwa was utterly stunned. This master it had never even laid eyes on. Just how terrifying was his true power. It didn't even know which way the door to his territory faced, and as far as it could see there wasn't a soul around. Yet these ancient ruins beneath its very feet were somehow all under the enemy's guns. Its thick trunk couldn't help but shudder 3 times, and it secretly congratulated itself for caving early. Had it stubbornly tried to tough it out just now, it probably wouldn't have had a single branch left, blasted into a cloud of wood chips from afar. Fear, more than any blade, has a way of making you understand exactly where you stand. Notice, Ahwa's loyalty plus 20. Current loyalty, 80. Listening to the system prompt in my mind, I smiled. Worshipping the strong was a common affliction among all heroes across the myriad worlds. The more monstrous a lord's power, the closer the odds of betrayal dropped to zero, and loyalty naturally climbed higher. Through the star pupil's vision, I watched Lillian arrogantly tilt her snow-white chin, putting on the full big sister tsundere act. What are you standing around for? Move it. As the first confidant I'd ever recruited, she stared down this newcomer I'd cowed into submission, her tail practically shooting sky-high. From the look of her, you'd think those heaven-shaking powers were her own. My master is unfathomable, far beyond anything you can imagine. Caving today was the smartest decision you'll ever make in your life. Ahwa didn't. Instead of answering, it simply pulled every last root free from deep within the earth. A towering trunk 30 meters tall, paired with a massive, tangled root system. The moment the whole thing tore itself out of the ground, it looked like a walking wooden fortress. Yet this behemoth now acted like a country bumpkin who'd never seen the world, timidly trailing behind Lillian as it made its way toward the territory. Don't let the fact that it's a tree fool you. It was shockingly fast. Its thick roots churned and flipped across the ground in alternating strides, moving with astonishing speed. Tree and deer shot forward like the wind, bursting out of the fog in the blink of an eye and returning to the gates of the territory. Take a good look. My master is a rookie lord who just started out, and she already commands nearly 200 ice-type dragon girls. Impressive, right? Gazing at the camp full of dragon girls who, by now, barely counted as cannon fodder, Lillian rolled her eyes and started showing off with an affected, theatrical air. Yeah, so impressive. Blossom's enormous trunk nodded again and again, bobbing like a chicken pecking at rice, its tone brimming with heartfelt awe. Lillian froze. I watched from upstairs and couldn't help chuckling. I knew exactly what her little scheme was. Hype it up with exaggeration first, bait Blossom into questioning it, then dramatically flaunt the terrifying levels of these dragon girls once they broke past 100. But what she hadn't counted on was that sincerity is the ultimate killing move. Blossom had spent its whole life rooted in an ancient ruin and had never laid eyes on a single human. How could it possibly tell the difference between first-tier cannon fodder and high-tier elites? In its eyes, over 200 humanoid creatures giving off freezing cold, all standing together, made for a terrifying army of thousands. You just plant your roots in this clearing. When the monsters attack, grab yourself some easy experience, enough to grow crops for a few hundred years. Some easy experience, enough for a few hundred years? Blossom grumbled inwardly, unconvinced. I've farmed for less than 100 years all told, and I've only made it to somewhere in the 20s. But complain as it might, when you're under someone else's roof, you don't dare talk back to your master's #1 favorite to her face. So it just stuck a mental label of big talker on Lillian. Still, for all its grumbling, it obediently sank its roots down, shrank its body, and transformed into a half-meter-tall weed, blending into the edge of the camp. Boom. A muffled roar tore through the sky, and the noisy chat channel fell instantly dead silent. The sixth wave of abyssal monsters had arrived. A black vortex ripped open with pinpoint precision on the scorched earth 5,000 meters away, and out surged a swarm of ferocious, black-skinned demon serpents. Abyssal Demon Serpent LV.25. Star Pupil scanned the panel once, and I couldn't be bothered to look again. With their levels jacked up to 25, the first-tier dragon girls really couldn't pull off one-hit kills anymore. But that was fine. If firepower falls short, make up for it with numbers. I waved my hand, and the gold coins in my pack evaporated once more. 200 ice blue magic circles suddenly lit up around the camp, and 200. A new tier, one dragon maiden burst into the sky. I hadn't planned on recruiting these cannon fodder units again. To survive the trials and make it into the Myriad Realms battlefield, you needed at least tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon Maidens as your front line. But ever since I awakened the God-tier talent, Boundless Range, the value of tier 1 Dragon Maidens had been completely turned on its head. These things were dirt cheap. For just a few tens of thousands of gold, you could raise an army of hundreds. Perfect for stacking range. cheap and effective. The only minor drawback was that more mouths to feed min experience got spread thin, dragging down leveling speed. But against a cheat level 100,000x experience multiplier, that trivial issue wasn't even worth mentioning. Gained 200,000 EXP. Frost Dragon made in LV.1 LV.15. Frost Dragon made in LV.15 LV.30. Frost Dragon made in LV.45 LV.50. In the span of a few breaths, the 200 newly recruited Dragon Maidens had shot up to level 50. The notifications were still flooding the screen like crazy, their levels climbing at a visible pace. Holding my wine glass, I took a sip of red wine and cast my gaze toward the far edge of the horizon, locking eyes across the distance with that epic-grade skeleton king, Auric. Maybe it was just my imagination, but from its hollow eye sockets and the flickering ghost fire within, I could read a trace of unease. After fighting through this many waves, I'd figured it out. This boss was most likely tied to the hell difficulty I'd rolled, and the system had slapped strict deployment restrictions on it. It couldn't act personally until some specific condition was triggered. When it first descended, the look it gave me was pure contempt. Back then, before its world-shattering stats, I wasn't even worth as much as a slightly sturdier ant. It just stood there, thousands of meters away, and that spine-chilling aura of death pressed down on me until I could barely breathe. That helplessness in the face of absolute power. I'll never forget it as long as I live. But wave after wave, the tables had completely turned. It watched with its own eyes as this human lord it once regarded as an ant grew stronger at a monstrous, breakneck pace. Tier 5 dragon nests rose from the ground. 6-star heroes entered the field. Unit counts blew past their caps, and epic divine gear got pulled out like it was nothing. The stat advantage it had once been so proud of was being erased at lightning speed. Deep down, it must have felt a sense of crisis. If I kept growing like this, who would come out on top was anyone's guess. It might very well end up being torn down into a pile of bones this very day. But the price of evolving into an epic royal branch existence was that it had to submit absolutely to the fundamental rules of the trial continent. Until the time was right, no matter how hard it gnashed its teeth, it couldn't step even half a pace beyond that forbidden death zone. All it could do was watch its prey develop bit by bit, closing in on its bottom line, even surpassing it. Within those hollow eye sockets, the eerie green ghost fire flickered violently. 5,000 meters apart, on the scorched earth, a lone figure and a skeleton locked eyes, each glaring at the other. Not a single word passed between them from start to finish, yet each read the killing intent buried in the other's gaze. Like sworn enemies from across the ages, they'd finally met on this wasteland for a destined showdown. Sometimes, the deepest hostility needs no words. Between the strong, a single look says it all. The battle raged on. At the outer edge of the camp, a sky full of ice spears rained down like a dazzling storm, each one laced with violent elemental magic and deadly curses. Countless chaotic auras wove together above the battlefield, somehow congealing into an oppressive, eerie force field. Rooted at the camp's edge, Ahua stared, dumbstruck. And master, is this terrifying? Its massive trunk gave a sudden shudder. After staring at that battlefield too long, it felt a wave of dizziness wash over it. It could sense an unspeakable horror saturating that place. Any creature dragged into it wouldn't just get hammered by inescapable, all-angle firepower. The bizarre force field would scramble its mind too, turning it into a helpless sitting duck. So scary, good thing I caved fast. Ahua broke out in a cold sweat. The moment it recalled my line, "Your spirit herb garden is within my range too," a fresh chill shot down its spine. Gained 200,000 EXP. Gained 200,000 EXP. Level up, LV.26, LV.27. Level up, LV.27, LV.28. Before it could shake off the lingering fear, a torrent of EXP notifications came bombarding its mind. The energy inside its body swelled explosively, out of control. Almost every second, its level jumped up another notch. Lillian's smug taunt surfaced once more. "Skim off a little on the side, and it'll last you a few hundred years of farming." Ahua's face, identical to Lillian's, was a sight to behold right now. awkwardness, shock, and wild joy all tangled together. Notice Ahwa's loyalty plus 20. Current loyalty 100, bound in life and death, never to betray. Up on the third floor observation deck, I was mulling over how to deal with Auric when the sudden notification made me pause. I turned to glance at that little blade of grass swaying wildly in the wind at the camp's edge and couldn't help but smile. These wild heroes who've never seen the outside world are so easy to buy off. Show off a little, and their loyalty maxes out instantly. Way more efficient than Lillian. Lillian, on the other hand, had been stuck at 90 and wouldn't budge. Heroes with a starry noble clan background rarely max out their loyalty. There's always that sliver of pride and a way out they reserve for their own kind. Not that I was in any rush. Never expected that a wild hero I'd swindled and lured back here today would so quickly and completely. Heartfelt devotion. Lillian was like a socialite who'd seen it all. When she spotted a promising prospect, she'd make the first move, but she always kept a sliver of reason tucked away, ready to pull out the moment things went south. Ahwa, on the other hand, was like a child starved of love since birth. Give her a piece of candy, flex a little muscle, and she'd hand over her whole heart without a second thought. The less kindness a person receives, the easier it is for a little bit of it to break right through them, a truth that holds no matter what world you're in. Good thing I'm a decent lord with some principles, I said, rubbing my chin. Ahwa was absolutely a super sleeper pick. Sure, she came from the wild, but a 6-star talent rating isn't just for show. Taking her in was like getting a logistics base that could churn out top-tier resources forever, completely free. And I hadn't forgotten the true name on her stat panel, ginseng fruit tree. Right now, she looked no different from any ordinary spirit tree, but with a name that carried that kind of mythical weight. All she had to do was survive the early game and level up. Sooner or later, this tree was destined for a spectacular bloodline transformation. Just as I was distracted, fixated on Ahwa's stats, I failed to notice, far off at the edge of the horizon, the skeleton King Oryx's ashen, bony arm had risen ever so slightly, just a fraction. Having already caught the sin of death and foreseen its fate of being picked clean bone by bone, how could it just sit there and wait to die? The rules bound it. It couldn't step onto the field for close combat, but at the cost of a little something, it could still bend a few things within what the rules allowed, could still crank up the difficulty of the siege. That much it could manage. Around the camp's perimeter, ice spikes rained down and the frost cannons thundered without pause. Countless abyssal serpents were frozen into ice sculptures 800 meters out, shattering into fields of icy debris. Not a single one could cross that line of death. But a faint, barely visible thread of black was slowly rising into the air from those broken corpses. The already dim sky seemed to grow a shade darker. I frowned slightly, sensing something was off, then couldn't be bothered to dig any deeper. On this bizarre, kaleidoscopic trial continent, things that defied common sense were par for the course. As long as it didn't get in the way of my clearing the trial and making money, I didn't care. Half an hour flew by. Once Lillian had ground out enough skill proficiency, she pulled back and leaped onto the balcony. With one final roar from the dragon's nest, the 6th wave of the siege was declared over. Congratulations to apprentice Lord Lu Ming, the first player across all servers to clear the 6th wave of the Abyss trial. The vast, heavenly voice once again echoed across the entire continent. Hundreds of millions of lords listened to that grating announcement, feeling nothing but numbness or deep, burning envy. In the Black Forest camp, Xiao Ming's face was dark as thunder, his expression like he'd just swallowed a dead fly. He'd figured that dumping 100,000+ gold coins for a massive power spike would guarantee him the first kill this time and knock me off my pedestal. But no matter how hard he pumped out troops or optimized his firepower, he always came up just one step short. Lucky you. Just wait till we hit the myriad world's battlefield. You'd better. Pray you don't run into me, you little punk, he swore through gritted teeth, desperately trying to salvage some dignity. Meanwhile, over at the Ice and Snow camp, Fang Yuqing was overjoyed. The battle was over, and this time the ice sculptures the monsters left behind after death didn't refresh and vanish like they usually did. Instead, they shattered into massive piles of pale white bones, blanketing the entire outer edge of the camp. Bone ruins, activate recruitment. She immediately fired up the special structure she'd just bought at a steep price. The tier 3 purple bone ruins had one killer trait. Recruiting units didn't burn gold, it burned monster bones. The higher the quality of the bones, the more monstrous the skeletal undead it churned out. Abyss monsters had been nourished by demonic energy for ages, so even the lowest tier cannon fodder had top-grade bone quality. Crack, crack. An eerie, crisp grinding of bones rang out as the mountains of white bone began to twist and piece themselves together. Skeleton warriors clutching bone blades staggered up out of the snow one by one. Under the dim night sky, this silent army was creepy as hell. By the end of the day, the bones on the ground had been completely consumed. Fong Yuqing stood on the balcony like an ice and snow queen about to march to war, reviewing the freshly formed skeleton legion at her feet with pride shining in her eyes. A full 3,000 tier, 3 skeleton warriors, with 5 mutated skeleton kings sporting commander auras mixed in. I'll stockpile bones for one more day, and by the morning after that, I'll sweep across the entire trial continent, raising an entire sea of undead skeletons from just a single wave of corpses. That unit production speed was downright terrifying. And starting tomorrow, the number of monsters in each wave would multiply exponentially, meaning the bones she could harvest would reach astronomical numbers. Just one more steady day, and she could easily field an undead plague army over 10,000 strong. Best 100,000 gold I've ever spent. She grinned from ear to ear, already imagining the dumbfounded look on my face when I laid eyes on this army. Caught in a pincer of both military might and sheer financial firepower, she figured taking down a money-grubbing lord like me was a done deal. Lost in her happy little daydream, she headed off to see the mysterious merchant and opened up the stall panel. The first item that caught her eye was a familiar blue book icon. Huh? A lord's experience tome. At another location, an island camp, Xia Wendong listened to the first kill announcement echoing through the sky. That glory should have belonged to Lu Ming, and it made him sneer out loud. Enjoy your moment for one more day. This time tomorrow will be the day you die. He turned his gaze to the mysterious merchant's stall. There, lying quietly, was a top-grade weapon radiating purple light, the final piece of the puzzle for the hero set he'd been dreaming of. The Azura set, made up of 4 flawless purple pieces of equipment, was finally complete today. With this divine set's bonuses as a lord, his personal combat power had already been maxed out for his current level. So what if Lu Ming's territory was impregnable? So what if the Dragon Maiden was strong? All Xia Wendong had to do was drag him into the duel space. In a straight-up brawl, he had absolute confidence. One strike, instant kill. By then, everything Lu Ming had scraped together over 3 grueling days would become nothing more than a gift, wrapped up nicely for him. The only reason he was waiting until tomorrow was because the trial period lasted 7 days total. It had only been 2 days so far. Letting Lu Ming play Rookie King for 3 whole days was already the limit of what he could stomach. Wait any longer, and if the guy racked up a full first kill record, then even if Xia Wendong drove the final blade home himself, the crown still wouldn't land on his own head. A losing deal, he wouldn't touch it. At that same moment, on another reef island swallowed by the sea, Mo Xingqian faced the salty ocean wind, his handsome face brimming with ambition he couldn't hide. Sea God trial, cleared. 2 days and 2 nights of inhuman torment. And just now, he'd finally powered through the final round of testing. Boom. The calm sea suddenly surged into towering waves. An invisible force wrenched the water level up by dozens of meters, and the raging sea came flooding back in, submerging the entire island in an instant. Yet Mo Xingqian stood steady on the surface of the water, rising with the swells. Beneath his feet stood an ancient sea beast, massive as a mountain. Columns of water cascaded off its body like waterfalls. Then, one after another, deep-sea leviathans burst from the water, rolling and roaring through the waves, guarding him fiercely like his most loyal sentinels, as if paying homage to a newborn king. The universe is vast and boundless. It never lacks dazzling prodigies, nor does it lack those blessed with heaven-defying fortune. And at that very moment, I was holed up in the Western-style villa on my territory, completely oblivious to these undercurrents. much less aware that tomorrow a life-or-death ambush was coming for me. Grinning from ear to ear, I used one-click loot to sweep the battlefield clean. The gold coins in my backpack skyrocketed, officially blasting past the 1 million mark. Sitting on a fortune with nowhere to spend it, that frustration of the nouveau riche was truly maddening. Honored Lord, step right up, step right up, don't you dare miss out. That familiar yet bizarre tone rang out. The traveling merchant goblin, hauling that ragged sack that could never be filled, showed up right on time at the usual spot. Seeing me approach, it flashed its signature swindler's grin and set the sack down on the ground. Boss, what good stuff did you bring this time? I joked with a smile, my hand moving to open the panel with practiced ease. Boss, this time I've only got 3 treasures, you know. That strange emphasis, that familiar voice. My hand, reaching for the panel, froze midair. I looked up in disbelief, staring hard at its bright green face, half convinced something was wrong with my ears. What did you just say? The origins of the merchant goblins have always been an unsolved mystery on the battlefield of 10,000 worlds. All anyone knew was that they appeared and vanished without a trace, drifting along the edges of the major trial zones, always looking exactly the same, mechanically hawking their bizarre blueprints. No one had ever heard of a goblin striking up a conversation with a lord. Every time one showed up, aside from that same rigid opening line, all it did was open its sack and do business. Take it or leave it. Not a single word wasted. There had once been an old-school god-tier lord, so confident in his overwhelming power that he tried to rob these filthy rich goblins blind. But no matter what world-shattering forbidden techniques he unleashed, they all landed like blows against thin air, unable to harm the goblins in the slightest, unable to even force them to fight back. It was as if they lived in some parallel dimension, where none of the laws of this world could touch them. Honored guest, this time there are truly only 3 top-grade items. The corners of its mouth curled into an eerie arc as it repeated the line with a strange chuckle. Those words hit my ears like a clap of thunder. Goblins never respond to anyone. That was common knowledge among all of humanity, and indeed all the myriad races across the heavens. I'd only muttered something offhand, half to myself. Never in a million years did I expect this NPC-like being to actually answer, like a living person. Who exactly are you? What plane do you come from? Are you an individual or an entire hidden race? My breathing turned suddenly heavy, a barrage of questions tumbling out. I'd completely lost interest in even looking at those 3 items. This was intelligence tied to the deepest, most core secret of the starry sky. Honored Lord, don't let this chance pass you by. Yet in the face of my rapid-fire questions, the goblin seemed to short-circuit and reboot, reverting to that same rigid, mechanical demeanor, opening its sack with a squinting smile. I stared at its half-shrouded green face, searching for the faintest ripple of emotion. After a long moment, I could only give up in resignation. It clearly had no intention of saying another word. Some secrets are like sand. The tighter you grasp, the faster they slip through your fingers. I took a deep breath, pushed down the doubts churning in my chest, and turned to look at the stall. 3 faintly glowing items lay there quietly. A silver cover, another Lord's Experience Codex blueprint. A strange look crossed my face. The first item was one I knew all too well. Unbelievably, it was another Experience book blueprint. Didn't the textbooks say the drop rate for this thing was infuriatingly low? Back in school, my theory professor had hammered it home countless times from the podium, spit flying. This thing was worth its weight in gold. To synthesize a single Experience Codex all the way to max level, you needed a full 11 blueprints. Of the countless lords registered across the entire server, fewer than 10,000 combined could produce even one max-level Experience book. But after meeting up with it just 6 times, I'd already scored 3 of them. Sold. When luck's on your side, there's no stopping it. I couldn't be bothered to dig into the drop rates. I just forked over the cash and grabbed it, then shifted my gaze to the second item. Heavy Armored Rhino Camp. Blueprint. Quality. Tier 3 Blue. Effect. Unlocks and constructs the Heavy Armored Rhino Camp, allowing you to recruit the Tier 3 Meat Shield unit. Heavy Armored Rhino. Price. 3,500 gold. What a piece of junk. I curled my lip, thoroughly annoyed. This goblin's stock quality was getting flakier by the day. The last few times he'd at least had a couple of epic-grade goodies, but this time he was fobbing me off with garbage like this. My mouth was going off nonstop, but my hands were honest. Out of pure habit, I paid for it anyway, tossed the blueprint into a corner of my backpack to collect dust, and turned to the grand finale. Custom exclusive mount card, Frost Ice Kirin. Quality, Spirit Grade Divine Beast. Base attack, plus 50,000. Additional attack power plus 100%. Critical damage plus 300%. Critical hit rate plus 50%. Movement speed plus 500%. Forced true damage, 10,000. Price, 150,000 gold. Holy crap, I had no idea until I looked. And once I did, my heart nearly stopped cold. My eyes practically bulged out of my head as I stared, transfixed, at the final item. The icon showed a majestic, ferocious beast covered in ice blue scales. At first glance, I thought it was some kind of summoning card. But the moment I got a clear look at the stat panel below it, I shot straight up off the couch. A mount, and a spirit-grade divine beast mount, no less. I was so worked up I let the curses fly, rubbing my eyes hard, wondering if I'd stayed up so late I was hallucinating. I looked again, harder this time. The numbers were real, down to the last digit. Only then did I dare believe it. I'd actually stumbled onto a supreme treasure that only existed in myths and legends, right here in the newbie trial zone. I'm rich. This time I've really hit the jackpot. My heart hammered like a war drum as I paced back and forth across the living room. 150,000 gold seemed outrageously high. Any ordinary lord would go broke and still not scrape together that kind of money. But compared to the true value of a divine-grade mount, that price was practically a giveaway. 6 stats. Pull out any single one, and it'd drive every lord on the server insane. 50,000 base attack. That raw white number foundation was the most precious of all, because every percentage-based piece of gear multiplies on top of that 50,000. Even without wearing anything else, just the mount's built-in 100% bonus meant that the moment I climbed on, my basic attack damage would spike by 100,000 out of thin air. Add the 50% crit rate and 300% crit damage on top of that, and if I paired it with that red legendary cloak I'd just gotten my hands on. The picture was too beautiful. I didn't even dare imagine it. Impression. I was even seized by an inflated delusion. If I could just push my level a little higher, then with these freakishly overpowered stats alone, I could grab my blade right now and charge in to fight that epic skeleton king, Auric, one-on-one in melee. As for that final 10,000 points of true damage, that was a god-tier trait worth more than its weight in gold. The Starfield was home to countless races, with an endless array of shields and damage reduction skills. The most infuriating of all were the beings that came with absolute defense. No matter how high your attack power was, every hit just landed as a forced string of miss. Even when you ran into a weird parallel space NPC like a traveling merchant goblin, ordinary attacks had zero effect. But in the face of true damage, all absolute defenses were paper tigers. Ignore armor, ignore magic resistance. Every strike drew blood. You might not need it most of the time, but in a critical moment it could settle everything in one blow. This is absolutely insane. Delight was written all over my face. I couldn't wait to swipe away 150,000 gold coins and clench the card in my palm. Honored Lord, until fate brings us together again. The stall was swept clean once more. The goblin shouldered his sack in complete satisfaction, gave a wave of its little green hand, and vanished into a wisp of white smoke. I couldn't have cared less where it went. Summon, Frostfang Ice Cheelin. I crushed the card and let out a mighty shout. Aru! The card dissolved into flecks of starlight. On the open ground ahead, a massive 6-pointed star magic circle suddenly materialized, flashing wildly with multicolored light. The next second, a colossal, ferocious beast descended into the camp out of thin air, accompanied by an earth-shaking roar. Antlers of a deer, the head of a lion, the eyes of a tiger, the body of an elk, the scales of a dragon, and the tail of an ox. Atop its head, a pair of ice-blue dragon horns stabbed toward the heavens like sharp swords, while 2 long crystalline whiskers drifted from the sides of its mouth in the wind. Beneath its fierce exterior lay an inviolable, matchless majesty. The pressure of the ancient divine beast spread out like something tangible, weighing down the surrounding air until it seemed to freeze in place. Bone-chilling frost mist coiled around its entire body, and everything within 30 feet instantly plunged below freezing. 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long, this behemoth stood upon the scorched earth, the perfect embodiment of violence and elegance. Damn, this design is off the charts cool. I rubbed my hands together in excitement. At 6 feet tall myself, standing before its 4 hooves, each as thick as a pillar, I looked like a child who'd never grown up. The top of my head didn't even reach its knees. I tentatively reached out and touched the scales on its lower leg. But instead of the biting cold I'd imagined, it felt warm and smooth as jade, incredibly silky. Actually, was it even a bit more wonderful than fondling Lillian's snowy peaks last night? Awoo. Feeling my touch, the ice chelan that had looked so awe-inspiring a moment ago let out a soft whimper like a puppy begging for affection. It obediently lowered its enormous head and, with eyes closed, nuzzled into my palm. Its heart nuzzled against me, back and forth. A true divine beast, it really understands people. I couldn't resist rubbing its massive head. Then I gathered strength in my legs and leaped straight up from a standstill, landing squarely on its broad back. The back was incredibly wide and flat, covered with a layer of soft ice blue fur, as comfortable as lying on a luxury sofa and spacious enough to set up a table for a game of mahjong. Maybe it was a system setting, but there seemed to be an invisible gravity field on its back, so that even if it went supersonic on the battlefield someday, whoever sat on it would remain steady as a mountain, without feeling the slightest jolt. The greater the power, the more one needs a place of steady reassurance. This divine beast, it seemed, understood that instinctively. Master, is this the legendary spirit-tier divine beast? That earth-shaking roar just now had also startled Lillian, who was resting on the 3rd floor. Lillian came racing downstairs. She lifted her eyes to gaze at the majestic, towering creature, her watery eyes filled with shock and awe. A divine beast. Among the myriad races of the starry cosmos, this was a top-tier existence on par with angels and pureblood dragons. In her original world, she wouldn't even have been worthy to look up at a deity of this caliber. And now, I, a mere apprentice lord who hadn't even passed the rookie assessment, had actually made a pure-blood divine beast my mount. A divine Sheelan. At the edge of the camp, Fleur had just finished a battle, her level shooting up from 28 to 42. She'd been about to shuffle over on her roots to kowtow in gratitude, but the instant she caught sight of the ice Cheelan standing tall with its head held high, she gasped in fright right on the spot. Her thick trunk suddenly shrank, her root tendrils burrowing desperately into the black soil, as if she wanted to bury her entire towering, dozens of meters tall body underground. The Cheelan belonged to the auspicious beast lineage, born close to nature with a freakish sensitivity to spirit herbs and treasures. In the food chain, it was the natural predator of all plant-type life. This fear, carved into her very bloodline, left Fleur without even the courage to show her face. Take a good look. My new mount, the Frost Ice Cheelan. Sitting atop the beast's broad back, I smiled down from on high. The more I looked, the more satisfied I felt. If those lords who ran around the map on 2 legs knew, they'd probably be so jealous they'd cough up blood. Congratulations, Master. Lillian tilted her face up, her voice full of wonder. But inside, her heart was churning. Suddenly, the promise I'd once made to her surfaced in her mind, that one day, I would personally send her to ascend the throne of Allure. Following Master, maybe I really can make it that far, she murmured softly, an unprecedented heat igniting in her stunningly beautiful eyes. Notice, Lillian's loyalty +5. The crisp notification chimed. I looked down at her and arched an eyebrow. 95 points. The distance to max value, which represented eternal. 100 points of betrayal, just one step short of the finish line. Fong Yuqing, Brother Lu, is your experience book off cooldown yet? I'd just tamed a divine beast, so I was in a great mood. And right then, the message from my rich lady arrived. I curled my lip and got straight to the point. Works for me. Talking money is refreshing. Talking feelings just drains the wallet. Lu Ming, 10 more minutes. How much are you offering this time? Over in the Ice Frost camp, Fong Yuqing rolled her eyes in frustration. Here was a rich, beautiful woman throwing herself at him, and all he could talk about was gold coins. Fong Yuqing, I've got a blueprint for synthesizing an experience codex. I'll trade it for 1 tier, 2 and 1 tier, 3 experience use. Deal or no deal? She'd just snatched this rare item from a wandering goblin merchant. Bringing it back to her family could have netted her plenty of high-grade resources, yet she insisted on saving it for me. She figured she had this money-grubbing man wrapped around her finger. Once she eventually reeled me into her arms, the blueprint would come back to her, principal and interest included. Bit of a surprise, honestly. The Fong family is a top-tier clan in the Central Star domain. Instead of turning it in for a reward, she was trading it to me for experience? Her logic was genuinely absurd. Still, free perks delivered right to my door. I'd be a fool not to take them. Lu Ming deal. The moment 10 minutes passed, I used the experience book on her across the dimensional divide. You have gained a large amount of Lord experience. Level increased to LV14. Watching the experience bar shoot up, Fong Yuqing beamed from ear to ear. She'd hit level 15 easily by tomorrow. On my end, blueprint in hand, I got straight to work. Synthesize Experience Codex. Congratulations, you've obtained Experience Codex LV4. Grants 20,000 Lord experience upon use. Cooldown, 24 hours. A tier 4 book, 20,000 points a pop. Any Lord under level 20 would instantly level up with a single use. Even at level 33 like me, it'd eat up a third of my experience bar. I flipped it around and shot her a screenshot of the item info. Lu Ming, Experience Codex LV4, 20,000 experience points. Interested boss? Back in the Ice Frost camp, Fong Yuqing was busy directing her skeleton army on a rampage. When she saw the message, she just froze, dumbfounded. This is infuriating. How did he land another one? She stomped her foot in irritation. The 2 uses she'd just traded for added up to only 15,000, and this tier, 4 book, gave 20,000 in a single shot. She'd set the terms of the deal herself, but comparisons like this were maddening. She felt like I'd fleeced her like a fat sheep. Fong Yuqing, 30,000 gold coins. Lu Ming, final price, 50,000. Fong Yuqing, deal. Having conned the little rich lady out of another chunk of change, my mood only got better. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky. I stretched lazily and decided I wasn't heading out tonight. A person's got to know when enough is enough. I'd already scored plenty of perks for one day. Lillian, time for bed. Outside the door, the Frostrime Ice Cheelin lay curled up obediently, resting with its eyes closed. Meanwhile, Little Flower quietly slipped back to the spirit herb garden. Massive tree roots burst through the soil, swaying beneath the blood moon, channeling the crimson moonlight back into the spirit herbs that filled the garden. With this surge, its farming skills had grown even more refined. It was time to expand the herb fields. As you wish, master. A tempting blush spread across Lillian's cheeks. As a charm-type dragon girl, serving her master was simply part of her duty. A tender, lingering night beneath the moon followed. The details need not be spelled out. A little over an hour later, I threw on a coat and headed up to the 3rd floor observation deck alone. Once you've stepped onto the path of the extraordinary, sleep hardly matters anymore. The other lords were pulling all-nighters, grinding to claim new territory. Yesterday I hadn't had the means, but tonight there was no way I'd sit idle. At the edge of my domain, over 100 ice-type dragon girls spat out enchanted icicles from time to time. Bone-chilling flashes of frost tore through the night sky, pinning down the nocturnal beasts one by one, dead on the ground 20,000 meters away. In the field of vision of the star-pupil dragon girl, no enemy unit could hide. Yet even I failed to notice that eerie detail. With every beast that died, the oppressive darkness in the sky grew one shade deeper. The Trial Continent. I braced both hands on the railing and gazed out at the distant night. The battlefield of myriad realms was hundreds, if not thousands, of times more dangerous than the newbie village. The monsters in there played by no rules at all. Today I was dealing with level 10, level 20 small fry, but once I went in, tomorrow I might run into a demigod tier monster. No matter how strong your talents are, one bad stretch of development, and you'll end up as someone else's meal. There's no fairness in that place. Being weak is the only original sin. The weak beg for mercy from fate. The strong rewrite fate with their own hands. I still don't have enough trump cards. Going to a place like that, I can't stake my life entirely on luck. I held 10 SSS tier talents in my hand. As long as I didn't die along the way, ascending to the divine throne was only a matter of time. But entrusting my life and everything I owned to fickle, intangible luck was no strategy for the long haul. The star pupil dragon girl needs to level up more. My vision has to reach even farther. I glanced back at the star pupil dragon girl standing behind me. At level 100, its shared vision already extended 26,000 meters. I hear that when the trials end, the Rookie King gets a hefty bonus reward. If I can trigger a few more super evolutions over the next few days and push the vision past 200,000 meters, that should be a safe enough margin, right? If any other lord had heard those words, they'd probably cough up blood on the spot. A detection range of 200,000 meters. Even those Diamond Tier veterans who'd survived over a decade on the battlefield of myriad realms didn't have domains that big. All night long, I sat on the balcony and thought about a great many things. This starry expanse was boundless, teeming with mysterious items and inconceivable skills beyond count. And the title of Rookie King came with benefits beyond anyone's imagination, especially the Grand Slam Rookie King, who claimed first kills on all 7 days. That was from the Confederation of Races, thousands of star domains, the champion who fought his way up through countless life-bearing worlds. When that day comes, even the lofty 10 great families will send their core members to court me, and the terms they offer will be nothing short of astronomical. Resources, perks, so many I'll be spoiled for choice. I have to lock down the Grand Slam Rookie King title. The thought grew more resolute by the moment. The sky gradually brightened as the blood moon slowly sank away, replaced once again by that gray, oppressive dome of a sky. This continent never saw sunlight. You couldn't even tell where that faint glimmer was refracting in from. All night long, the Dragon Maiden Legion automatically sniped the wandering monsters within a 50,000-meter radius. The experience and loot they harvested rivaled fending off a full-scale siege. I opened my inventory to check. After buying the mount last night, I'd been down to 150,000 gold coins. Now it had shot back up to over 300,000. All those dropped junk blueprints, garbage gear, and miscellaneous materials. I dumped the whole lot into the trading hall. After 2 days of survival of the fittest, prices had slowly returned to reason. The idiots trying to scam newbies by slapping a 100,000 price tag on a green tier item were getting rarer and rarer. Tossing my batch of junk in there was like a single drop of water dissolving into the ocean, not even a ripple. Early morning. A muffled roar rang out overhead once again. The 7th wave of abyss monsters had arrived right on schedule. 2 massive black vortexes tore open simultaneously, one due east of the camp, one due south. An endless tide of monsters came surging out, blotting out the sky like a black flood. This wave was soft-bodied monsters, their entire bodies oozing with slime. Just one look was enough to make your skin crawl. Abyss Toxic Sludge Worm, LV28. HP, 15,000 ATK, 1,000 def, 1,500. Corrosive Sludge. The body is coated in a deadly abyss toxic slime that corrodes on contact, forcibly stripping 30 points of armor from the target with each hit. Liquefied Body. Can travel through any terrain and is immune to 80% of pure physical damage. It wasn't until the 3rd day that the trial continent finally bared its fangs. Seen from afar, the worm army looked like a moving sheet of black muck, pouring in from the edge of the horizon like a burst dam. Their stats were extreme: thin HP, low defense, but terrifyingly high attack, paired with that nauseating armor-shredding passive. Their burst damage in an instant was enough to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Even worse was that 80% physical damage immunity, practically the same as full physical immunity. For the vast majority of newbies who'd only brought melee fighters and archers, this was a brutal, one-sided slaughter, a dimensional tier beatdown. Good thing I planned ahead and had all my Ice-type Dragon Maidens go for elemental enchantments. I congratulated myself silently. When the Dragon Maidens triggered their first super evolution, I'd decisively chosen random elemental magic damage. Those meatheads who only knew how to stack physical attack. This wave, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. I don't know. That's just how the Myriad Realms battlefield works. Intel is always incomplete, and you never know what you'll run into the next second. Get caught without the right trump card in hand, and getting sunk in a ditch is par for the course. A true powerhouse never bets on whether it'll rain tomorrow. He's already packed his umbrella. I glanced over the worm's stats and couldn't be bothered to worry about the defensive line anymore. My eyes locked hard onto those two vortexes tearing open at the same time, my brow nodding into a tight frown. A terrifying thought surfaced. 2 spawn points. They wouldn't spawn 2 Oryx at once, would they? My heart dropped. Every tactic I'd drawn up before was built around a single Oryx as the hypothetical enemy. I'd just gotten my gear, levels, and heroes all ramped up, finally starting to feel a little confident. And if an epic boss came charging out from every direction, well, that'd be one hell of a party. I held my breath, eyes glued to both horizons. Going by the usual pattern, the Oryx shows up a few minutes after the trash mobs make their entrance. Just a little longer, and it'd be life or death. The seconds ticked by. The world channel was already one long chorus of wailing. Most lords ran a single unit type and couldn't muster any spell damage. Against those physical immune poison sludge worms, the outcome was sealed the moment the fighting started. Anyone with half a brain gritted their teeth and hit the exit button. Yeah, they lost their official lord status, but at least they kept their skin and their stats intact. Sent back to the human rear lines, they could land a cushy, high-paying bodyguard gig and live comfortably for the rest of their days. As for the ones clinging to blind luck and refusing to fold, 9 out of 10 were going to leave their bones right there. The moment the defenses collapsed and the monsters poured into the Lord's manor, that's when they'd finally understand what real despair felt like. But by then, they wouldn't even get the chance to lift a finger and tap that exit. The Oryx. It's here. My gaze hardened, fixing due east. Beside the vortex, that familiar, hulking skeletal frame slowly took shape. The vortex was barely 5,000 meters from camp, but through the star-pupil dragon maiden's vision, my sight line stretched a full 50,000 meters, and yet I couldn't make out which path this skeleton had come from. The strangest part was, it clearly stepped out of the darkness on its own 2 feet, and yet it gave me the illusion that it had crossed over directly from beyond my line of sight. That unnatural sense of spatial dislocation, like it ripped through the barrier of space. It forced its way over from another dimensional realm. Normal movement means walking from point A to point B within the same space. Visually, it has to close in gradually, drawing nearer at a steady pace. But this Oryx was like it had slammed straight from point A in a parallel world into point A in this world. Same coordinates, but the dimensions swapped in an instant. That's why there was this eerie scene of it ignoring 50,000 meters of vision and refreshing into existence right where it stood, out of thin air. The Oryx carries the bloodline of abyssal royalty. Could it be that did it come directly across the dimensional divide, straight from the abyss itself? So the other side of this trial continent's spatial barrier is the abyss's own lair? My scalp went numb in an instant. It was the reverence and terror for the word abyss that Federation education had drilled into my very bones. Had I just accidentally glimpsed the entrance to the abyss? And crossing dimensions was this easy. A level 50 epic boss could just stroll over like it was dropping by for a visit. The more I thought about it, the more my blood ran cold. A mess on this scale is way beyond where I am right now. I took a deep breath and forced the speculation out of my mind. Planar wars were something for the heavenly venerables and god-tier heavyweights to worry about. I was just an apprentice lord still struggling in the newbie village. If the sky falls, let the taller folks hold it up first. Some truths you're not strong enough to bear the weight of yet. So survive first, then get stronger. I pulled my gaze back and turned to look at the southern horizon. The moment my eyes landed there, my pupils shrank to pinpoints. A second one. My heart skipped half a beat. Beside the black vortex to the south stood another towering, hulking skeleton, its eye sockets burning with an eerie green ghost fire. The thing I feared most had happened after all. This hell-tier trial that had never appeared in any textbook simply refused to play by the rules. 2 epic bosses anchoring the field. This pressure was completely off the charts. The rules of the trial continent were cruel and left no room for mercy. The abyss monsters would only keep multiplying. The black hole started as just one, then gradually evolved into an encirclement on all four sides, and eventually even the sky overhead would split open. By the seventh day, 5 black hole vortices would descend simultaneously. In other words, what I'd ultimately have to face wasn't one epic tier leader, or even two. It was a full 5. I sucked in a sharp breath, my scalp tingling. I remembered the first Oryx stats crystal clear. Skeleton King, Auric LV45. Epic tier leader. HP, 90 million. Attack, 2.5 million. Defense, 1.5 million. Skills, Death Howl, War Hunger, Reflection Spiral, Culling Blade. That panel alone was enough to scare off countless people. I stared at the data for a moment. The second Auric was slightly weaker than the first. Its level, HP, attack, and defense were all a notch lower, but its skills had completely changed. Just from the names, there was no way to guess what they did, and their actual combat power was even more of an unknown. This is bad, my heart sank. A monster's combat strength was never something that could be defined by rigid numbers. Once the skills changed, its power became impossible to estimate. Facing unfamiliar skills, I'd have to keep more contingencies in reserve, and the difficulty just shot straight up. Here's the English translation. You can tell a lot from a single glimpse. Those 3 bosses who hadn't shown themselves yet were sure to be no pushovers. With 5 epic bosses bearing down on me at once, the pressure on my defenses would multiply exponentially. I need to boost my combat power fast. Wait, the class change scroll. I fished an ancient scroll shimmering with purple light out of my pack. Hidden class transfer scroll Heavenly Blade. Effect, upon use, unlocks the class change quest for the hidden class Heavenly Blade. Requirement, available to lords of LV30 or higher. I'd scored this top-tier item off a wandering goblin merchant. Apart from my divine beast, the Ice Kirin, it was easily the most valuable treasure I owned. I'd just hit the level requirement yesterday after clearing the 6th wave of monsters. Use it. I tore the scroll apart with both hands, and it split open. Once the class change was complete, my power as a lord would be fully quantified into data, giving me a much clearer read on my own combat strength. The only downside was that the system only measured base stats. Bonuses from gear and skills didn't factor into the score. 2 lords with identical stat sheets could pack wildly different punches, and only I knew just how hard I could actually hit. Hidden class transfer quest, Heavenly Blade accepted. Heart of the Heavenly Blade. The lord must personally strike down a perfect quality boss to forge the heart of the Heavenly Blade. A perfect quality boss. I frowned. I'd figured a hidden class wouldn't be easy to unlock, but this requirement still gave me a headache. The Federation textbooks spelled it out plainly. The first rule for any lord was survival. Never engage in melee yourself. Your troops' combat strength was your combat strength. The moment a lord was reduced to drawing a blade and hacking at monsters himself, he was pretty much a dead man walking. Yet the very first stage of the Heavenly Blade quest demanded that I personally cut down a perfect quality boss. It wasn't that I was afraid. With Lillian guarding me, I was perfectly safe. She was nestled obediently against me, her mage robes half undone, the softness of her body sending a stir through me. I casually pulled her a little closer, my mind working. Perfect quality bosses were a matter of pure luck on the trial continent. You could search forever and never find one. And this was, after all, just a beginner's village. No matter how many wild beasts roamed the wilderness, they'd all give the camp a wide berth. With the abyssal army pressing in, any ordinary beast that ran into them was as good as dead. I'll ask Ahua about it later. She's a local native. Maybe she knows something. I set the matter aside for now and lifted my gaze toward the camp's perimeter. Ice spikes rained down across the sky like a downpour. This wave of monsters had doubled in size, but the poison sludge worm's attributes were hard countered by my elemental enchantments. Every ice spike that slammed down wiped out a whole swath of them. Clearing efficiency hadn't dropped in the slightest. Lillian even had time to spare, dashing to the front lines to grind her skill proficiency. Countless poison sludge worms dissolved into black slime, dying on the scorched earth. The monsters had doubled, and so had the experience. Even though I'd spent more gold to build 200 ice dragon maidens to help spread the load, the cannon fodder squad's level actually hit the threshold for a 3rd evolution. Tier 1 Ice Dragon made in LV100LV150. Tier 1 unit has broken through its cap for the third time, triggering Super Evolution. Please choose a final path within 10 seconds. 1. Permanently double base attack power. 2. Triple the growth rate of HP. 3. Force a 30% reduction in EXP required for future level-ups. The moment I saw the third option, my eyes lit up. Less EXP per level meant faster leveling. The faster I leveled, the more chances at Super Evolution. A Tier 1 Dragon Maiden had too weak a foundation. Doubling her stats would barely scratch the surface. I'll take option 3. Congratulations to Apprentice Lord Lu Ming, first player on the entire server to clear the 7th wave of the Abyss Monster Trial. The system-wide announcement rang out across the sky right on cue. The Tier 5 Polar Frost Dragon Nest let out a thunderous roar, and a bolt of extreme cold heavy artillery crashed down, instantly vaporizing the last little clump of worms Lillian had kept around for target practice. Wave 7, cleared. One-click loot. Time for the most satisfying part, the scavenging. With the monsters doubled, the payout skyrocketed. This wave alone dropped over 500,000 in gold coins. If any other lord saw a number like this, they'd probably go green with envy. Honorable lord, whether you're passing through or just browsing, don't you dare miss out. Just as I was quietly gloating, the traveling goblin merchant showed up right on schedule outside the camp gate, that magical giant sack slung over his back. Boss, how many good goods you bring this time? I asked, staring at that greenish face. To my disappointment, the goblin didn't chat me up like before. A ragged cloth covered half his face, betraying not a hint of expression. Just like a pre-programmed routine, he silently untied the sack. 5 faintly glimmering items lay quietly before my eyes. 3 pieces of equipment and a purple card. My heart leaped. This kind of blind box card was usually used to randomly draw high-tier building blueprints, and purple guaranteed at least a purple quality blueprint, a surefire win. I looked at the first item, a necklace pendant engraved with an intricate starry totem. Starlit Heaven Pendant. Quality, Orange Epic. Lord Exclusive, Equipment Level LV30. Bonus Attack Power plus 40%. Crit Rate plus 30%. Crit Damage plus 400%. 4-piece set bonus. Base HP plus 50%. Base Attack plus 50%. Crit Rate plus 50%. Crit Damage plus 1000%. Price, 45,000 gold coins. An epic grade crit set. I couldn't care less about the other flat bonuses. What made this piece absolutely insane was that outrageous crit rate and crit damage. I was already wearing the Heaven Michael. Wings of X. Layer on that 400% crit damage bonus, and the moment a critical hits, the damage becomes absolutely apocalyptic. Multiplying the modifiers together yields far more terrifying gains than simply tacking on 100,000 flat attack. On top of that, this is just one loose piece of an epic set. Collect all 4, and my stats will go completely off the charts. I'll take it. I didn't hesitate. Shopping at this goblin stall is like cracking open a mystery box. Every refresh is worth looking forward to. The second item was also equipment, but utterly unremarkable. Skull Splitter Cyclone Axe. Quality, Green Fine, LV20. Base Attack, plus 800. Attack Speed, minus 10%. Armor Break Rend. Every attack is guaranteed to cause sustained bleeding. Price, 3,500 gold. Garbage. I curled my lip. A green melee weapon. The stats were an eyesore to me. But for an ordinary lord still scraping by at the poverty line, laying eyes on this axe would be enough to lose their mind with joy. Great axes have a natural sweeping range, and with plus 800 attack paired with a level 30 melee unit, it's enough to go on a rampage through the 7th wave of monsters. I bought it on a whim, just stocking up. The third item was a strange token, jet black all over, with a faint purple glow. Abyss Boss Summoning Token, Purple Perfect Quality. Effect, when used, forcibly summons an Abyss Boss of the same level as the Lord, Purple Perfect. Upon killing it, you receive a massive gold bounty. Price, 10,000 gold. A Boss Summoning Token. I'd only ever heard my teacher mention this thing once, buried in the legends during a theory class. Supposedly, it's the exclusive money-dropping treasure of the Trial Continent. Only wandering merchant goblins have a chance of stocking it. And since you can even run into a goblin, that means this lord's strength is firmly seated in the server's top tier. There's simply no scenario where you'd fail to beat it and get killed in return. Most importantly, the summoned boss doesn't drop equipment blueprints, but it does drop a massive gold bounty, settled at 10,000 times the lord's current level. I'm level 35 right now. Slaughter it, and I pocket 350,000 in cash on the spot. After deducting costs, that's a guaranteed profit of 340,000. I was grinning ear to ear inside. Even better, the Heaven's Sword Class Change quest was demanding that I personally solo a perfect quality boss. Just a moment ago, I'd been fretting about where to find one. Exactly what I needed, delivered right to my doorstep. I'll buy it. The fourth item was a pair of sleek, flashy metal war boots. Wind-treading war boots. Quality: orange, epic, Lord exclusive, LV40. Base health plus 20,000. Mana plus 10,000. Base defense plus 8,000. Damage reduction plus 15%. Movement speed plus 20 meters/second. Wind sprint. Actively activated, doubles movement speed for 10 seconds. Price: 38,000 gold. Another epic grade piece of gear, but one glance was enough to leave me unimpressed. Sure, it was epic, but these boots didn't even come close to my immortal heavy plate. The only redeeming feature was that 15% damage reduction. Rumor had it that certain extreme tank lords on the Myriad Realms battlefield made their living stacking damage reduction, push it past 70%, pair it with heavy life recovery, and they were practically unbeatable in same-tier fights. Listed on the auction house. Some heavy armor big shot is bound to snatch it up. I bought it without hesitation. I'd make do with it here on the trial continent for now, then flip it once I got out. Easy profit on the spread. The last item was that dark purple card. Deep purple lottery card. Effect: randomly draws one tier 3 to 6 purple perfect quality building blueprint. Price: 40,000 gold. The world channel exploded. But then one sharp-eyed lord raised a single question, and the frenzied mood suddenly turned strange. Level 35 wasn't low for an ordinary solo player. But on the rookie king who'd claimed 6 first kills in a row, that level was suspiciously low. By the trial continent's escalating experience rules, hitting level 35 took at most 100,000 odd experience points, which, converted into kills, meant slaying somewhere around 100,000 low-level mobs. Yet it was already the 7th wave, and averaged out, this guy was facing fewer than 20,000 monsters per wave. 20,000 per wave was a hopeless death sentence for a commoner with no foundation. But to a true top-tier prodigy, that number was laughably mediocre. The trial continent sorted difficulty into 6 tiers based on starting talent: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and abyss. The more monstrous the talent, the higher the difficulty, and the larger the monster count. And here, killing abyss-grade monsters was the only way to gain resources and experience. A genuine powerhouse couldn't get enough monsters. The think tanks of every major clan reached the same conclusion. Anyone who could rack up 6 first kills in a row had to be a top-of-the-line freak starting with dual SSS grade talents. Hell difficulty at the very least, possibly even the legendary Abyss tier that had never once appeared. If that were true, each wave would spawn at least 50,000 monsters, and after 6 first kills, his level should have blown past 50 already. Yet the system stated it plain as day for everyone to see. He was only level 35? Black Forest Camp. Xiao Ming's eyes went wide as he muttered to himself, "Don't tell me. I got it all wrong. This Lu Ming is actually just a hard difficulty fraud." After the shock came uncontrollable elation. He'd been recklessly antagonizing someone who seemed like a heaven-defying genius, and deep down he'd been quietly regretting it. But now? Mo Xingqian, and that idiot woman Fang Yuqing. All that money they threw around sucking up to him. Turns out he's just a lucky nouveau riche. He sneered, his face. A smug, condescending amusement resurfaced on his face. In the reef-encircled camp swallowed by the tides, Mo Xingqian shook his head, a wave of relief rising in his chest. Thank God his offer of 100,000 for the blueprints had been rejected back then. Otherwise, he'd be the laughingstock of the 10 great families right about now. Looks like I overestimated you. Since you're nothing but a lucky upstart, don't blame me for being ruthless when I take first kill. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. In the elf camp, alive with birdsong and blooming flowers. A girl of cold, breathtaking beauty studied the channel's analysis. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly giving way to a faint, amused smile. Just a lucky nobody, that's all. Today is probably your last hurrah. Yeezy May's tone didn't waver in the slightest. Black Snow Camp, the islands, the volcano, one hidden prodigy after another. Those who had lain low, quietly building their strength, now stared at the announcement, eyes shifting, each lost in their own scheming. And me? In my mansion, I glanced offhandedly at the ridiculous analysis flooding the channel, chuckled, and simply closed the chat window. What they didn't know was that I was carrying an SSS tier cheat so broken it made no sense. 10,000 times EXP. My Dragon Maiden's levels had long since overflowed. Even my lowest tier cannon fodder had hit level 150. When they killed those level 20 to 30 abyss creatures, the level suppression was so brutal that they were forced down to a guaranteed floor of just 1 point of EXP. And that single point, once funneled up to me as the Lord, got slashed by another 10 times, leaving a pathetic 0.1. When anyone else kills a monster, even with the overleveling penalty, they rake in dozens or hundreds of points. Me? One kill isn't even enough to get stuck in my teeth. If it weren't for the sheer number of monsters and my cheat forcing the numbers up, I wouldn't even be sniffing level 20 right now. A misunderstanding? So be it. Better this way. No need to make myself a target. True brilliance never needs noise to prove itself. I smiled faintly, cleared out Feng Yuqing's probing DM without replying, and turned my attention to the quest panel instead. Class Advancement Quest Heart of the Heaven Sword, complete. Advancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Soul Hidden class, Heaven Sword. Digitizing and restructuring physical body in progress. Crisp notification chimes went off one after another in my mind. I felt a profound, immense energy well up out of nowhere inside me, surging through my limbs and organs like a warm, gentle current, remolding my flesh and bones with every passing moment. This bone-deep, transformative agony was the necessary price for a lord's body to be fully digitized. And the instant that power fully merged into my body, I, at last, truly set foot into the transcendent realm.